No gum gum. Hey everybody, what's up? No gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. No! Gum gum, no! Get out! Get out! Gummy, get out! Oh my god, I keep squirting him. Get the fuck out of there! Gummy, out! Out! Get out! Oh my god, Gum Gum, get out! Get off my fucking desk! Jesus Christ. Gummy, out! Out, leave! Oh my god.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
That automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
Free money, basically.
It's literally free money.
It doesn't make sense to not be using this.
So what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Join honey. Join honey.
Join honey.
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 Honey. Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Join honey.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your favorite influencers sold you a lie. Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true. But it gets worse. Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer, they've also been stealing money from influencers, including the very ones they paid to promote their product. And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe this scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars. Sound crazy? Well, I didn't believe it at first either, until I experienced it myself firsthand. In fact, I'm confident this might just be the biggest influencer scam of all time, which is insane considering Honey is owned and run by PayPal, who purchased this company for $4 billion. This three-part series is the result of a multi-year investigation where I believe I've uncovered signs of advertising fraud, affiliate fraud, the illegal collection of personal data, deception, lies, coercion, extortion, the list goes on. I've reviewed hundreds of documents, adverts, sponsorships. I've reviewed emails between Honey and merchants, interviewed victims. Believe me, this runs deep. Now, I want to be clear, the views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in this series are my opinions, based on evidence I have gathered, which will be shared throughout. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Honey Trap. Now I know what you're thinking, it's a free browser extension, how bad could it be? Well, trust me, it's far more sinister than you might think. You know what they say, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product. And as you'll find out later in this investigation, that remains true for PayPal Honey. Now, like most people, I too fell for the lies. I mean, what's not to love about a free browser extension that saves you money? It's a compelling product, and with the endorsement from what feels like every single popular influencer on YouTube, it's no wonder millions of people downloaded it. Ironically, the very influencers promoting Honey seemingly had no idea the company was quietly picking money out of their very own pockets. Well, at least one of them realized, but we'll get to that later. So let me show you how Honey's been stealing money from influencers. So let's say you're watching a video on YouTube. If you're into tech like me, maybe you're watching a Linus Tech Tips video. Linus tells you about this free browser extension that saves you money online, you install it in 2 clicks, and boom, you have Honey. Perfect timing, because it just so happens you're looking to buy a new CPU for your computer. You come across another Linus Tech
Blueberry Donatellos does ciproheptadine work as a PED to help with bulking, better than testosterone. I've never even fucking heard of it. If it's not an anabolic androgenic steroid or a non-steroidal SARM, then I would say 99.99% chance it's bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Blueberry.
Tech Tips video, and after watching, you're convinced you should buy the one recommended in his video. So you scroll down and find Linus's affiliate link to that product. Now, for those of you who don't know, when you click an affiliate link and buy something, the influencer who promoted the product earns a commission for referring you to that store. So you add the product to your cart, get to the checkout page, and hello, Honey says they found you 10 coupon codes. Sweet. You click apply discounts and Honey gets to work. But unfortunately, none of the coupon codes worked. Doesn't matter though, because as Honey has promised us for years, that means we know we've got...
blicky cablicky blick 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 blickardo blickardo blick blick blickard blicky 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 blick blickacardio blickardio blicky blickety cablickety blickardo blickarino blickard blick.
Oh, so I see. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's mental.
That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Blick Blick Gains. Wonder where they got that. Maybe it was donated.
The best deal. So you complete your purchase, you're happy, your new CPU's on the way, Linus is happy, he's getting his commission, everyone's happy, right? Well, let's quickly rewind and see what was happening behind the scenes. You see, after clicking Linus's affiliate link, you'll notice in the URL, there's a tracking tag labeled short circuit. That's a reference to one of Linus's YouTube channels. And this tracking tag is how Newegg knows who to pay a commission to. We can also see that this tracking tag has been saved on my browser in the form of a cookie that will expire in 30 days. That way, if we only decide to complete the purchase a few days later, Linus will still be credited the sale. It's kind of like when you're at a department store buying a TV.
Dodo Natelers, I like my skin being brown, vegan gains.
This bird loves watching videos on YouTube and somehow manages to navigate the touchscreen with its beak. But wait, aren't beaks made of keratin, the same non-conductive material as our fingernails, which shouldn't work on touchscreens? So how does this parrot pull this off? Well, touchscreens rely on something conductive, like your skin, to register a touch. So if you look closely, the parrot is indeed scrolling with its beak, and for clicks, it's using its tongue. And the reason its beak works for scrolling is that it can have just enough conductivity to trigger the touchscreen due to the presence of a bit of natural moisture from saliva. This bird...
Wow. Burbs are amazing.
And no, he's not taking the presidency. President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But no, he's not gonna be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. And no, he's...
It begins. Their friendship is going to be very short-lived, I can already tell. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And the salesman who helped you gives you a referral card or a receipt with their name on it, so when you eventually get to the checkout counter, the clerk knows which salesman to award the sale to. You can think of affiliate cookies as a digital version of that. So what happened when we got to the checkout page? Well, once Honey popped up, watch what happened to Linus's affiliate cookie after we clicked apply discounts. You see that? Honey came in, removed Linus's affiliate cookie, and replaced it with their own, claiming credit for the sale and pocketing the commission money for themselves. Yeah. Now, if we quickly go back again, we can see what's causing this to happen. After clicking apply discounts, what you'll notice is that in the top left corner of your browser, Honey discreetly opens a small new tab, which acts like a simulated referral click, as if they were the ones to refer you to the website, even though you're already on the website and at the checkout page. Once that page is finished loading and has stuffed PayPal's affiliate cookie, the tab automatically closes, leaving you blissfully unaware that anything ever happened. It's very sneaky. Now, when I first discovered this was happening, I thought, there's no way. Why would all these high-profile influencers be promoting a company that is actively poaching their affiliate commissions? It didn't make any sense. So to make sure I wasn't going crazy, I went on a Honey testing spree, clicking one affiliate link after another, and it kept happening. But even after all those tests, I scoured the internet to see if anyone was talking about this and found nothing. Okay, there was this one debate about it on the Y Combinator forum, but nothing concrete. Besides that, virtually nobody was talking about this, adding fuel to my doubt. So I figured, screw it. I'll reach out to Honey and ask them directly. And sure enough, they came back to me with the following. If Honey is activated and is the last program used while shopping on a site, it is likely Honey will receive credit for the purchase. I was right, and just like that, my investigation into Honey began. Now, some might consider what PayPal's doing here dirty or highly unethical, but personally, I can't see how it's anything short of fraud. I mean, just imagine something like this happening in a real-world scenario. Let's say you're at a department store looking to buy a new TV. A salesman spends time running you through your options. You decide to buy, he gives you his referral card, you get to the checkout, and right as you're about to pay, a sleazy salesman pops up going, "Hey, shall I check if I have any..."
Hey bestie, Rupert, I mean Richard, wishing you well and also Merry Christmas ya booty, by STHE Wiggly Way. Is this what your willy sounds like when you're yocking it?
No, I don't think it makes that noise. Thanks for the donation. Thanks, Tonka.
Are you still losing weight? How is your diet?
No, I'm just maintaining weight right now. And I'm just eating clean. Just a lot of tofu, sweet potatoes, chickpeas, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, broccoli. That's most of what I'm eating. Thanks for the donation, James.
Coupon codes for you? Naturally, you say sure. He snatches your referral card without you ever noticing, looks for coupons, says sorry, no luck this time, but instead of handing back the original referral card, he hands back his own. PayPal didn't refer the customer to the store, they didn't promote any of the products, the salesman did that. PayPal provided absolutely zero value to the customer, yet they were rewarded for the sale. But because this is all happening online, buried behind clicks and cookies and tracking data, there's little to no transparency that this is ever happening. Okay, but what if Honey had found a working coupon code? Would that make it okay for them to claim the commission? Honestly, no, I don't think so. The fact remains that Honey didn't refer the customer to the store, nor did they promote the product. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm a consumer myself. Saving money matters, especially when money's tight. But this scam doesn't just affect wealthy influencers. There are hundreds of thousands of small creators, bloggers, artists who rely on affiliate commissions to support their craft. Sure, you could argue that Honey may have convinced the consumer to complete the purchase by providing a discount. But let's be real, if you're already at the checkout with your items in your cart, you already have a high intent to purchase. And again, this would never fly in a real life sales environment. No department store is going to allow a salesman to hang out at the checkout counter, casually handing out coupon codes while simultaneously stealing commissions from the other sales reps. So why are we allowing a corporate giant like PayPal to do it on the internet? Now, believe it or not, this first example I just showed you with Linus is just one of 3 scenarios in which Honey poaches affiliate commissions, and the next scenarios are even worse. But before I show you how bad scenario 2 is, it's important you understand the fundamental system Honey is exploiting. You see, in affiliate marketing, there's this thing called last click attribution, which basically means last click wins. For example, you might click on a shoe blogger's affiliate link for a pair of Nikes, but you don't buy right away. Later, you click on a YouTuber's link for the same shoes and complete the purchase. In this scenario, the YouTuber gets the commission and the blogger gets nothing. There are other models like first click, where the blogger would win the commission, or dynamic click, where the commission is shared. But the industry went with last click because while it's not always the fairest, it's the easiest to implement. Therefore, it became the industry standard. Now, when it's blogger versus YouTuber for a sale, honestly, I'd say last click is usually fair. But when it's anyone versus Honey, there's no real competition. Honey pops up right at the end of your purchasing journey, virtually guaranteeing they'll win that last click. They of course know this and do anything they can to get that last click, even when there's no coupon codes to offer. Which brings us to scenario 2. Honey Gold, which is now called PayPal Rewards. Here's how it works. When you get to the checkout and Honey Gold is available, Honey pops up and is essentially saying, "Hey you, consumer, click this button here so PayPal can claim the commission for the sale."
The David C. Arena's minions / disciples and people claiming to be Arena's disciples have been active on my streams for weeks. calling you utilitarian gains and me welfareist dragon. What is the deal with these people?
They're retarded. That's all there really is to it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
And we'll share.
Smoke weed. Get munchies. Eat calories. Bulk. Therefore weed is anabolic. And you should use it to get swole.
I've never had an increase in appetite from marijuana. So I don't know about that. Thanks for the donation though, Pepe Frog.
Share a portion of that commission money with you in the form of points. It's basically a lame cashback scheme. And it's genius because if there are no coupons to offer, but the store is participating in Honey Gold, it gives Honey another reason to get that last click. How can YouTubers, bloggers, or any other type of affiliate fairly compete against this type of mechanism? Of course the consumer's gonna click, and of course they're going to win the sale. Now this got me thinking, how much of their commission are they actually sharing with users? Well, to find out, I decided to put Honey Gold to the test. So I looked for any website where Honey Gold was offered and found it on NordVPN. And no, this is not a sneaky sponsorship. So I signed up for NordVPN's affiliate program, which offers 40% commission on successful referrals. After getting approved into the program, I received a custom affiliate link for my YouTube channel. Using this link, I made 2 separate purchases. For the first, I activated Honey Gold, and sure enough, you can see my affiliate cookie was replaced with Honey's. And for the second, I didn't activate Honey Gold. As expected, I was awarded a $35 commission for the sale where Honey Gold wasn't activated, and received nothing when Honey Gold was activated. For the first time, I experienced Honey poaching my own affiliate commission. So how much of my stolen $35 commission did PayPal share as cash back with my Honey account, aka the consumer? Brace yourselves, 89 points, which is equivalent to 89 cents USD. That's right, Honey poached a $35 commission for doing nothing and rewarded me a grand total of 89 cents. Thanks PayPal, you really shouldn't have. No, seriously, you really shouldn't have. Now, on to scenario 3. For you ladies out there, let's say you're looking for a new outfit. Your favorite influencer tries on something that slays, you click on their affiliate link and get to the checkout. But in this scenario, Honey knows it has nothing to offer. No coupon codes, no Honey Gold, yet it still pops up to announce absolutely nothing. Annoying as fuck. Naturally, you click the got it button to get rid of the annoying dancing coin, and whoa, what's that? PayPal takes the sale. Why? Because fuck you, Mary, that's your commission. But wait, there's more. My personal favorite is when Honey has nothing to offer, so it pops up offering you to check out with PayPal, even though the option is already available at the checkout page. And of course, if you click the checkout button, PayPal poaches the sale. Classy. As I was saying, Honey uses any excuse possible to get that last click from the user. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't even begin to fathom how much money has been lost at the hands of this browser extension. Imagine being the influencers who promoted Honey, telling your audience, who by the way are the most likely to use your affiliate links, to download an app that poaches your affiliate sales. It's crazy. Now, to be clear, not every influencer who promoted Honey engages in affiliate marketing, so those who don't are obviously unaffected. But did any of the influencers who are engaging in affiliate marketing ever catch on to what Honey's been doing? Well, it turns out yes, at least one of them did. Linus Tech Tips, who have been promoting Honey.
Gay people are sadly not as intelligent as we thought.
You'd rather Hamas than Trump. Yes, Hamas is better than Trump. For gay rights, yes. Are you gay or straight? I'm getting straight vibes.
I'm straight. Gay and dating, actually.
Yeah. Perfect. Oh, I swear to God, I swear, this is, I could tell I do this for a living because I'm so good at just picking these people out.
Straight.
What nationality are you guys?
I'm Venezuelan. I'm Palestinian.
Oh my God, it's so perfect. So I'm going to show you 2 groups of people. Who do you think is more likely to be supportive of LGBT rights? This is a lady supporting Hezbollah, and this is a guy supporting Trump.
I mean, I really can't say. I don't know much about either.
The groups of people overall, in general. They don't represent all Palestinians. Of course, I understand. What do you think most people on the campus today are going to guess? Do you think they're going to say 1 or 2?
Probably number 1. Yeah.
We're going to see.
I think
probably the Hezbollah supporters. I think that.
Do you think they're gonna say they're more likely to support?
No, I think they're going to say it's less likely. Hopefully people can differentiate political views from religion.
Number one, Gaza.
Neither.
Make America great. Trump guy.
They're more supportive of gay people.
Yeah.
Who do you think is more likely to support us gays?
The Trump supporter.
A lot of Trump supporters that I know personally aren't very into LGBT rights, but I know that it's against the Islamic religion.
Not Trump supporters. I'm going to respond the same way, yeah.
So the Trump supporters you've met told you that they're...
Some of these people seem to have some sense, and some of them are outright retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Since 2017. So here's how I found this out. You see, one day I was browsing Linus's forum to see if anyone had raised a red flag about honey. And sure enough, back in 2020, someone sounded the alarm, but it was ultimately ignored. However, in 2022, a different user noticed that LMG were no longer promoting honey and asked the team if they had been dropped as a sponsor, to which one of Linus's employees responded with, "We ended the partnership with Honey due to the way their service interacted with affiliate links. Essentially, if someone clicked on an affiliate link and then they used Honey and searched for a deal, Honey will override that tracking link even if they don't find you a deal. That didn't jive with us, so we ended the partnership." Okay, so they had no idea this was happening, and it took them several years to catch on. That's quite telling, because we're talking about a tech-savvy YouTube channel that's run by a very large team. The fact that it took them several years to figure this out, in my opinion, really underscores the deceptive nature with which Honey operates. If Linus and his team didn't know, I can't imagine many other influencers would have known either. Now, I have to say, as a long-time viewer and supporter of Linus's channel, I'm incredibly disappointed they weren't more public with this discovery. I get this specific...
Retard donated $3. Let me see.
Seriously, why do gays support Hamas organization? Mind you, that would fucking kill them.
Well, they're stupid. They've been seriously infected by the so-called woke mind virus. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Holy mother of a fuck, that must have been an insane explosion to send him flying like that.
In this video, I want to talk about how the Russian economy is doing, not just the war.
Okay, we'll react to that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Specific issue doesn't directly affect their viewers, but surely they must have realized the wider impact this could be having on the creator community, a community they're a part of. I think that matters. And it's not as though they only promoted Honey once or twice. They did approximately 160 sponsored segments, all of which remain live on YouTube. Those videos have
Organic soy tits donated $2.
Way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
I mean, it makes sense. Dude, that is insane that he actually drives like that. Oh my god. I like those cats.
I love my people. I wouldn't want to be anything but a black man. If God asked me in the next life what race I want to come back as, I'm picking black every day of the week and twice on Sundays. But I feel like some of us should be slaves again. You know,
maybe he watches Tommy Sotomayor.
Hey, Stacy. Do you want to go out sometime?
I like that one. Thanks for the donation, Organic Soydits.
They say gays are so intelligent.
Well, not those gays. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I mean, you'll find some Asians that are bad at math. Ugh. Tin donated $2 low.
Wow, I haven't stubbed my toe in 5 months, I said with joys. I was then shot 57 times.
What the fuck?
So I've played and also done videos on every single main Borderlands game, that being the first one game, and it focuses all on because you're just means the. But I definitely.
Okay, well that video's boring. I'm not watching it. Tiny Borderlands sucks. I'm never playing that.
Are you doing a video of yourself?
Yeah.
Or me?
Yeah.
Are you secretly filming me?
Who are you? Mr. Red?
That ain't for you to know. I'm the dude going to the 12th floor. They just decided today to divorce his wife after 15 years. That's who the fuck I am. Who are you?
That guy's fucking based. Thanks for the donation, Tin. The line donated $2 call in 1 hour. I'm not calling in the line. Thanks for the donation, dude. W donated $2 ever watched Faces of Death movies. It's gore shock documentaries of human reality made in the 80s, and it had great vegan messages in the movies. Second, third movie outlines animal abuse even more. Never even heard of them. Faces of Death. I'll look into that. I do like 80s horror movies. Thanks for the donation though, W.
Accumulated around 194 million views. According to my data, that makes Linus's company LMG the third largest promoter of honey on YouTube. So yeah, in my opinion, they should have made more noise about this. But what's truly baffling to me is that after LMG...
Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Is that what type of dog? It's a, yeah, it's a...
Dachshund.
Hi, doggy,
Yeah,
hi,
careful,
hi.
he gets snotty.
Okay, take that.
I think if somebody farted on my dog in public, I'd slit their throat and then take a shit down their mouth. Thanks for the donation though, Wandering Mason, or was that Noah donated? I can't even fucking remember. Yeah, Wandering Mason. Let's see.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
I like your mask.
I just got it today.
Oh, really? Is that AC/DC? Oh, it's not.
It's supposed to be a play on AC/DC.
Dude, no way. I did merch like that.
What does that say?
Hello, FE.
Low?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It means lots of fucking Ebola.
How long have you been like this?
What?
How long have you been like this?
Just a couple days.
Oh, I thought maybe like 20 or 30 years.
No, I have a mental disorder.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
It's called life on planet Earth.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
Yeah.
It makes all of us crazy.
We gotta go to a different planet.
I'm going in the little boy's room, take care of some bids.
Yeah.
See you later on. I'm Randall. What's your name?
Dick.
Dick, that'll work.
Dick Smalls.
And what's this guy's name?
Dick Big.
I love it. You guys good?
That is the weirdest fucking Home Depot employee I've ever fucking seen, dude. Thanks for the donation, Noah.
I hope Trump will deport some of those gays too if they're not American-born citizens, that is.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Send them to Gaza. They claim to be gays for Gaza anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids donate $2. This deer has voice of an angel. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, this deer is so handsome.
The winner takes all. It's the thrill of one more kill.
That is amazing. No needs sound. Bro after squinting his eyes. I don't see anything. Is that just a thing to make you squint for no reason?
Donald Trump suggested Canada join the U.S. as a state. Here's how that might look. The U.S. territory would span 7.6 million square miles, 13% of Earth's land area, making it the largest country, surpassing Russia's 6.6 million square miles. With vast resources, the nation would have 200 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, abundant timber, minerals, and the world's largest freshwater supply. Its population of 373 million would bring a substantial increase, though it would still lag far behind China and India. Economically, Canada's 2.2 trillion GDP would rank as the fourth largest among US states, behind New York, but ahead of Florida. The total GDP of $28 trillion would solidify America's position as the world's largest economy. However, per capita GDP, at $53,834, the state of Canada would rank near the bottom, just above Mississippi and below Arkansas, despite its resource wealth.
I think as long as we get rid of Trudeau, we'll be fine. Canada's not going to become a U.S. state anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, though, Just Random Vids. Buggets suck. Donate $2. Do you know Andrew Wilson never paid Matt when he said he would?
This is not remotely an honest interaction on the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable. I came in with positions that aren't just that aren't merely my position.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position,
This guy's not serious and I'm leaving. James, if you want a refund, you
well,
let me know.
good day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my refund.
I would cover his refund.
No.
Did you call me a jackass, Matt?
I don't know why you'd expect him to pay. He's clearly joking. Are reptile conventions ethical? There's a lot of vegans at them.
You meet the weirdest people at a reptile convention.
Like me. Hi, it's Matt from Epic Loot Exotics, and this is our Super Pastel Super.
Probably not. Thanks for the donation, Buggets suck.
Good doggies.
That is very strange and disturbing.
Must have been
That is really weird. Thanks for the donation, retard.
First Canada Tomro the world.
Probably not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nerd donate $2. I work I work at McDonald's. My manager tried to convince workers to work on Christmas Eve by giving them premium 200-ounce $50. And nobody wanted to work still, so they gave me shift without saying anything. I have to confront him, but I don't know how to do it without getting fired. Businesses don't generally like firing people because it ends up costing money. You know, firing somebody, especially if you live in certain states, they have to give you severance. So like California, I think they have to give you 2 weeks pay if you get fired on the spot without giving you any warning ahead of time. And it also costs them money because they're going to be low on employees, and they have to rehire somebody, and retrain them, and that whole process costs the business money. So I wouldn't be afraid at all with having a polite conversation about how you're displeased with, you know, shifts or anything. You can complain about whatever you want as long as you're pretty respectful. Obviously, if you come in and say, listen, bitch nigga, you gonna not give me shifts like this or I'm gonna stomp your face in, like, yeah, they're gonna get pissed. But if you just ask to talk with them, you say you're not happy with the way the shift thing is managed or whatever, like, they're not gonna fire you over that in all likelihood. Other option is you can just call in sick. Thanks for the donation, nerd. Just random vids donate $2. It's supposed to look like Hitler's face, lol. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that does look like Hitler's face. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What is your current weight? Have you ever seen a slide?
I haven't actually weighed myself, but I can just tell I haven't gained any body fat since ending the diet, so I'm about 210, 215, probably somewhere in that neighborhood right now. And have I ever seen a slide? You mean like a slide at a kid's playground? I don't know what you mean by slide. Thanks for the donation though, James. Wandering Mason donated $3.
Bro, look at all the people in the classroom. I'm just gonna unmute and start farting.
The first section is the formal speeches. Tonight we have excuse you. Hey, put your mute on when you got gas, okay? I'm gonna call you out every time. I'm gonna start over. Our meeting are divided into 3 parts. The third section, and are you good, bruh?
She has some tiggled bitties.
Don't let me call you out, Chad. Huh? Don't eat those beans. Oh, third section, perhaps. Oh, what?
Well, that's not funny. Thanks for the donation, dude. Mangusis donated $2. I started watching Plague Dogs. It's already sad as fuck, bro. Yep. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh my god, he's munching. Wow. Oh my god. Oh dear god. That's a good deer. What am I doing for Christmas? Same as every day. I don't celebrate Christmas. I might do an earlier stream and just call it a Christmas stream, but I don't celebrate. Oh my god, a wombat. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, wombats are so sweet. They're big chonkos. Oh. What is this? There are multiple sheep. Oh my god, let them in. Oh, is that a snack? Oh my goodness, it's a snack. Oh, it looks like oats. Oh my god. That's nice. Those are nice sheep. Wow. That's a nice deer. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis. Hi, donate $2. Let me see.
Mr. Polyev, Brian Mulroney met with Ronald Reagan several months before becoming prime minister in 1984, and you have a direct line to the vice president-elect through a member of your caucus. Why not reach out to the Trump administration before the next election to tell them to stop the devastating 25% tariff?
Well, I've already told them that they should stop tariffs from coming ahead on Canada. But I'm not the prime minister, and that's precisely why we need an axe the tax election. Because right now, it looks like a chaotic clown show that's costing Canadians. Right now, the incoming president, who's at his strongest moment, sees nothing but weakness from the NDP Liberal government. He has no idea who's in charge over here. He sees premiers saying one thing, other premiers saying other things, the prime minister hiding under his desk. We're still astonished that it's now been weeks since the U.S. president said he would maybe jokingly that Canada would be the 51st state. It's incredible the Prime Minister of Canada has not responded to that, which just is an illustration of the absolute, total, pathetic weakness of Justin Trudeau and his entire chaotic government. The only way for me to have the moral authority to get a deal with incoming President Trump is to have the strength that comes from winning election and having a 4-year mandate so that I face him with a position of strength.
Polyev's a lot smarter than Trudeau. Jackson. Jackson Hinkle's a retard. Thanks for that donation, Mangusis. W donate $2 videos for
in
later.
Tokyo, Japan. The Apple Store can.
Over many years of studying psychology.
That guy bores the ever-living fuck out of me.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today Ariana Grande is under.
I don't really care about Ariana Grande or Mike the Vegan, really.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has recently.
I can maybe watch that. Thanks for that donation, W. Noah donated $3. Let me see.
First a warrior, or all else is folly.
I'll just bring Paul over here. We had the Adam's apple. As you can see, there's a lot of force. Thank you, Paul. Wham, like that. Thank you, Paul. So you poke from here right into the eye. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much, Paul. And attack the Adam's apple. Thank you, Paul. Hand makes a circle and chops into that brainstem. That's a knockout point. Thank you, Paul. I hit him, comes flying back. If I miss, into there. Thank you, Paul. Coming right down on the skull. Thank you very much, Paul. Boom. Thank you, Paul. And we're squeezing hard behind the windpipe. Thank you, Paul. If you break that, it stops the heart. That's a death shot. Thank you very much, Paul. I follow through with the strike. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much, Paul. Kick like that. Thank you, Paul.
By following McSweeney's self-defense, you're going to be able to maintain a strong, healthy body and to protect it throughout your entire lifespan, or until you become disabled or fragile and weak.
Oh, that was good. Thanks for the donation, Noah.
Have you ever seen a slide rule?
You mean the whistle thing? Oh, that. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, I have. I am aware of that. Thanks for the donation, James.
In all seriousness, though, America is a first world country, so a united planet of Earth would not be such a bad idea.
Well, I think that's a little too hopeful. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
LMG ended their partnership with Honey, they then went ahead and partnered with a company called Karma Now, a coupon browser extension that literally engages in similar behavior. Now, I did reach out to LMG about this situation, and I'll be honest, their response was not to my satisfaction. They didn't address the majority of my questions, however, they did at least provide some important context about their dealings with Honey. LMG stated that as soon as these issues with Honey were brought to us, we tried to work with them to remedy them. After a few calls, we were informed that they weren't willing to change, so we stopped working with them across all channels. So let me get this straight. One of Honey's biggest promoters goes to them and says, "Hey, can you please stop overriding our affiliate links?" And Honey effectively goes, "Nah, not happening." Assuming I've got that correct, and if true, that just goes to show what little regard Honey has not only for content creators, but also—
He is showing crap moves for self-protection. I have 6 slide rules in my house.
Yeah, none of those things work. And that is a lot of slide rules. I don't think I have one. Thanks for the donation, James.
both their partners. Now, as for LMG's less than ideal response, I did press Linus's team to address the rest of my questions, but never heard back from them. But it's time to shift gears, because unfortunately, this scam runs much deeper than stolen affiliate commissions. It's time we talk about how Honey used these influencers to sell you a complete lie. How they sold you a product that was doing the opposite of what they promised. You see, as I was testing Honey across different stores, I was encountering a reoccurring issue. When I reached the checkout page, Honey would claim it couldn't find me any coupon codes. Yet when I searched manually, I found working codes with these. And even when Honey did find me a code, I was often able to find another code of better value. Kind of strange, given their claim that—
well, thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is now a thing of the past.
Another oddity was that Honey would often only find me Honey branded coupon codes, such as Honey 5 or Honey 10. Why would a store only have Honey branded coupon codes?
No, I donated $3. Let me see.
Touch. Just 1 gram of pressure. Because it's correct, not because it's light. Light is just light. Or, he's so powerful. Oh, he crushes me. I use not light, I use heavy. I use heavy. Very heavy. Or very light. I use very slow. Very slow. Doesn't matter how fast he wants to move. I use slow. Or I use very fast. Change. Not light, not heavy, not fast, not slow. Correct. Not incorrect.
I don't know how anybody falls for this stupid bullshit. It is so weird. Thanks for the donation, Noah.
Kind of weird, right? But the biggest red flag was that when I tried submitting the better coupon codes I'd found, Honey wasn't adding them to their database. So why not? Well, eventually I figured out what was going on. It turns out that one of the key benefits for stores partnering with Honey is that they are given full control over which coupon codes go live on the platform, if any at all. I discovered this while listening to a podcast produced by Honey, which appears to be aimed at attracting—
Did you watch the Lily Phillips documentary, The Girl That Slept with 100 Dudes in One Day? I'm very open-minded when it comes to sex work, but holy shit, that was intense.
Yeah, I watched it. You know, whatever. She's just stupid. I think people are making way too big of a deal about it. But yeah, it's just dumb. It's a dumb thing to do. Thanks for the donation, Bobby.
New businesses to joining their platform. In this podcast, an employee from the Australian clothing store, Princess Polly, discusses the benefits of partnering with Honey.
What would you say to any brand that is considered working with Honey but hasn't yet?
I would say missing out on converting customers. Like I said before, Gen Z is super discount savvy. You can't ignore the fact that they will hunt for like discount codes and they might find a better deal. With Honey, you can also control the discount code percentage, which means like they will potentially find a higher discount code on the internet. It literally lets you control like the customer journey, convert and control like the discount code percentage as well.
This is insane. She's basically saying, Honey is great for businesses because it encourages users not to bother hunting for coupon codes.
Death of Rabbit donated $2 jump scare. I'm not watching that. There's a baby in that. I don't understand that one.
All right, bet. I got you. We're going to take on it. Cheers, man. Cheers. 80, you all go.
He's either going to do like a quarter squat or die.
Let me see it in, Deontay. Come on, Tay. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that turned out like I thought it would. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Watch till the broccoli part.
Woke up 3 a.m. I'm thinking about snacks again. She told me we ate already. I need some food again. Give a fuck, I want food, nigga. I'm just trying to get my neck bigger. All you can eat, cause I'm a fat nigga. I don't give a fuck, I want chicken tender. Got a white bitch, she gon' make dinner. If I fall over, they gon' yell timber. Don't let Dave Blunt have chips, nigga. Cause I heard the nigga was a double dipper. Yeah, I heard the nigga was a fat ass. These Pop-Tarts really take a while to kick in. I need some dinner fixin'. Mommy made broccoli, now I'm crying in the kitchen.
What the fuck is this? I have no idea what that is. Not sure what game. Thanks for the donation, huge ass.
I see Frank is again radio silent. Actually, one can work quicker with slide rules than a calculator. When I was touched by a person after a Blazing Saddles screening, he became my reaction partner.
I don't know what Blazing Saddles is, and I don't know what a reaction partner is. But that's interesting. You can work faster with a slide rule than a calculator. And yeah, Frank Tefano is silent again. He's uploading very infrequently. Thanks for the donation, James. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
You're having a cocktail in the bin.
Yeah, I'm having a cocktail in the bin.
But why?
Right, if you want to fight about it, come here and fight.
that you come here, first of all saying, oi, oi, what are you doing? Like, in my own bin, in my own house. Yeah? You've got nothing to say now, have you? Yeah, you just want to sit there giving it waffle, waffle, waffle. You don't want to come and fight like a man. No. You just want to say, you can't do this, you can't do that. Off you toddle. No, come on then. Come on, if you want to fight, come on then. Fight. Don't say, come on then. I'm going to toddle off. Oh, no, 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 I want to see your body, because I'm a see. Alright, man, come on then, come on then. Do and what they can't do. Come on then, get out of there then. Don't say come on. I've told you to come on. No, 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 come on then. So what are you going to do? I'll knock your bloody nose down your throat. Alright then, go on then. You think,
The UK is a silly place. Thanks for that, Nation Wandering Mason.
And it allows businesses to control which coupon codes are shared with consumers. Now, I was able to further verify this on Honey's website, specifically the FAQ page for partners, which clearly states, as a partner, you have control over the content hosted on the Honey platform. So yes, even if Honey knows of a coupon code that offers, say, 20% off, but a partnering store tells them, hey, only share a 5% off coupon, then that's the only discount Honey will apply to your cart at the checkout page. I mean, holy shit.
Well, Honey is a complete scam. I didn't know that.
Honey wasn't finding you the best deals possible. They were intentionally withholding them from you for their own financial gain. This completely invalidates Honey's core value proposition to consumers. For years, they sold you the lie that they would find you every working coupon code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart. But nope, complete and utter lie. They have literally been feeding you coupon codes that were approved by the partnered stores who were paying them. And can I just say, the double messaging here is hilarious. Because on one hand, Honey has appealed to consumers by promising to find the best deals possible. But on the other hand, they appeal to businesses claiming that Honey helps prevent consumers from finding the best deals. It's absurd. Now, when you think about it, this all makes complete sense. I mean, why would any online business pay Honey for sharing their highest value coupon codes with its 20 million users? That's not an appealing partnership whatsoever. So, to make a partnership more attractive, Honey told businesses, hey, if you partner with us and pay us an affiliate commission, we'll let you control which discount codes are shared on our platform. And we'll tell our consumers we scoured the internet and found them the best deal possible. Everybody wins. Just not the consumers or the influencers. With this discovery, I decided to do a thorough audit of Honey's advertising campaigns. And yikes, the ads, the sponsorships, everywhere you look, it's lie after lie. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up going down as one of the most aggressive, shameless marketing scams of the century. Just look at this insane list of videos that were sponsored by Honey. According to my data, they sponsored almost 5,000 videos across roughly 1,000 different YouTube channels, racking up an unbelievable 7.8 billion views. It's crazy. So now that we have a clearer picture of how Honey operates, let's reflect on some of their claims.
Honey will find every working code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart.
If Honey can't find a discount code,
I first broke his right elbow. I next hit him hard in the solar plexus. He was reacting as though I had hit him full force. Finally, I grabbed his head. Then I finished by tightly grabbed his right arm and placed it on my right shoulder.
I'm hoping you're talking about Frank Defano. Thanks for the donation, James. How in the fuck can companies get away with flat out lying like this? Like, shouldn't there be some kind of law where you can't do that? Blazing Saddles is a very funny old movie with Gene Wilder, the Willy Wonka actor. Oh, I might have seen that. Is that the one with the black guy where he called Midwesterners like fucking retarded? Yeah. Okay, I've seen this.
Oh, by the way, I got a note this morning.
Good
What did you expect? Welcome, Sonny. Make yourself at home. Marry my daughter. You gotta remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
For you, then you can rest assured there's not a single discount or promo code on the internet.
It's a free browser extension that automatically finds you the best promo codes for anything you purchase online. You literally don't spend money.
Honey searches the known internet for every promo code ever used. This means you always get the best deals without even trying.
What Honey does is take money and they put it in your pocket.
If there is any way to save money on your purchase, they'll find it.
Getting you the lowest prices possible at checkout.
You are always going to get the best deal no matter where you're shopping. Amazon, eBay, Best Buy, doesn't matter. Honey's got your butt covered.
If Honey can't find a code, you have the best.
2 other people with him were impressed. He apologized. And that is correct.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, James. Soccer fan donating $2. What do you think is the biggest reason why men are less likely to succeed academically? Well, there are possibly a number of reasons. One, I think people put way too much value on academia, period. Like what the world, like a lot of the world's richest people never went to post-secondary education. I know Zuckerberg dropped out. He didn't actually finish. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk technically didn't either. I think he got a degree out of a diploma mill where he literally just paid for it. It's like some mail order horse shit. Yeah, Bill Gates, I don't know if he ever went to college. I'm not sure. So there's a lot of men who have become like remarkably ridiculously successful without going to college. So the idea that men in general are failing academically when, again, all the most like rich, successful, powerful people who are male, a lot of them, if not most of them, either never went to college or they dropped out. I think people are kind of putting overemphasis on the importance of college, and one of the reasons why you might find men drop out or don't go in the first place is because they find avenues for success that don't require college. Whereas women, as we all know, they're kind of retarded and they're not good at anything, so they like stay in school. Another reason might be due to the academic environment. It is like run by pussy-ass, gay, leftard, libtard, fuckwits who talk about DEI constantly, social justice warrior shit. Like, I know a few friends that are in school, and like, ask yourself, he's in university right now, and I think every fucking semester or every year, they hand out like a test for men that is supposed to teach them how not to rape or sexually assault women. So there's stuff like that that might also incentivize men to either not go to school or leave school. And I also think men in general are just going to be less interested in listening to authority and stuff like that. So academic environment might favor women a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because men make more money. We make the big bucks. we make the rules, so dumb girls can all go to school and do all that gay book learning. And then we can tell them to make us sandwiches in our big corporate offices, where we make billions and billions of dollars. But thanks for the donation, soccer fan. Oh wait, I didn't read your entire thing. Less men graduate high school and college. Men usually do bad at memorization subjects like biology, but do well in math, physics. Women, the opposite. I know there are more boys that suffer from autism spectrum disorders and ADHD that might actually bias men into doing better at subjects that require critical thinking rather than memorization. And I know at an early age, so especially when you're talking like high school or earlier, women in general are better at, I think it's like executive function, so basically daily planning and scheduling. So again, women might have an advantage in school, at least in that age group. But yeah, I mean, it's women are more subservient and are kind of like more pragmatic. So when they're told, okay, read this for an hour and memorize it, women are probably just going to look at it as, oh, well, this is easy. All I have to do is memorize it. And if I memorize it, I'll do well on the test. And that's what I was told to do, so I'll do it. Men, why do I have to do this? This is fucking boring and stupid. It's not really a challenge. All I have to do is memorize the thing. And I want to go fuck bitches. And like, you know, this and that. So, like, again, men are more likely to have autism spectrum disorder, ADHD. Men just in general are not as good with listening to authority. And again, men are going to question why they're doing something when it's kind of like easy, stupid, boring, whereas women will kind of just do it. So that might play a role there. Like I mean, women in general are just better at doing menial tasks. Like, can you imagine fucking dudes being secretaries or like cleaning maids or? I don't know, just like dumb, mindless tasks women are better at. It's probably some evolutionary thing where they have to take care of stupid, dumbass fucking kids all day, some shit like that. Where women are just fine with doing annoying, boring shit for long periods of time, where a lot of dudes just aren't. Thanks for the donation though, soccer fan. Going Andrews, donate $2. I know which one you'd choose. What would I use this space for? Well, that wouldn't really work.
Trying to pull off the alpha male grift, I see.
Yes. I will teach you all how to be alphas by disrespecting women. Step 1, don't take anything women say seriously. Step 2, never refer to women as women, just call them hoes, bitches, sluts, skanks, you know. Step 3, anytime you have sex with a woman, under any circumstances, tell her to get the fuck out. No cuddling, no watching movies. As soon as you have sex, you need to teach her you're done with her and all she's good for is sex. So you tell that bitch to leave. And 4, make sure you share like pro Donald Trump memes on Instagram. Thanks for the donation, Radcliffe. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Not enough space. I wouldn't put fish there. That'd be a huge pain in the ass. Nah. Yeah, that's a weird place to put books, like, especially reaching up here when the stairs down here. I don't know what the point of that. I'd probably just put, like... You know what would happen if I was living here on my own? There'd be, like, Coke cans just, like, all over the place. Mystery box. Yeah, I don't think that would work either. Yeah, I'd probably just put random shit that I don't know where to put anywhere else. Tape a banana. I like the idea of having a emergency banana, but you'll probably have to replace that, you know, every few days, or like maybe if it's green, every week or two. So I don't know, that seems too much work. Dead body. Maybe if there's like a trap door here, storing a dead body would be good. But yeah, I'd probably just stack random shit in here that I don't know where to put anywhere else. I'm not sure if this person made this. Like the person who runs the account. Terrorists are unironically using Minecraft for propaganda. This might actually be real. It could possibly be made by an actual terrorist network. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh my god. That camel seems a little distressed. Hope he's okay. Thanks for the donation going, Anders. The fag of Jew Quarry donated $2. Go off VG. More rants, please. Oh, don't worry. That's a daily occurrence here. Thanks for the donation, fag of Jew Quarry.
I enjoy deep cleaning my room every 3 months.
I don't. I'd rather not have to clean. So yeah, that's not really something I'm into. But thanks for the donation, James.
Deal. It really puts into perspective just how shady this company is, doesn't it? Now, believe it or not, the Better Business Bureau launched an inquiry into Honey's advertising claims, but after Honey immediately discontinued the claims for, quote, business reasons, the BBB decided to drop the case. Honestly, at this point in my investigation, I thought I'd seen the worst of it. I thought I understood the full picture of Honey's shady business model. But here's the thing, what I haven't told you is that there were instances where Honey would actually work really well, finding me incredible discounts that seemed almost too good to be true. Now, it wasn't very often, but enough to confuse me. And there were even times when they weren't poaching affiliate commissions by claiming the credit for sales. These inconsistencies bugged me. It didn't add up with everything else I had discovered. It was clear I was missing something. Well, once I finally figured out what that was, I uncovered an even darker side to PayPal's scam, one that targeted an entirely new victim.
We started having problems where customers would get in touch via our support saying, oh hey, I just tried to use this discount, this 60% off coupon, and it doesn't work. I'd be like, dude, that is not your discount, like how did you get that? And they'd be like, oh, it just showed up through the Honey extension.
Yeah, it cost us thousands, and I haven't even looked into how far back it went.
At the end of the day, like, you need to make the numbers work, and if
honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day, and it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them for so long.
I'm really looking forward to that next episode. I'm gonna delete the honey extension that I have.
I think that he isn't. He is choking, though. A little bit lower, Bill. Upward motion. There you go. There it is. A little bit lower.
Let's save his life. Let's go. You're not going to die.
Yes.
You're not going to die.
You saved his life. I hope you got that. I hope you got that.
Oh my
God.
That was terrifying.
No.
No
way, dude.
You saved his life.
Oh my God.
You saved his life, dude. That's hilarious.
Oh, they saved a raccoon. Let's see.
Economy, but the economy as a whole. In a war of attrition, there is a...
I'm not sure if I'm going to be gaming tonight, but, you know, we're going to chill, react to stuff.
Clear connection between the ability to sustain the fight and the economy, because it's a war of production. And since the economy and the war are so interconnected, I think it's important to keep an eye on what's going on and to also talk about what it might mean for the war. So let's talk about it. Recently, I've been spending more and more time following the Russian economy because it's a really interesting situation and it's something that might have significant consequences for the war in Ukraine. In the West, there is often a strong focus on these sort of visible, tangible indicators such as the ruble exchange rate or the interest rate from the central bank. There was just a meeting at the Russian central bank where they decided not to increase the interest rate for the coming months. This meeting was covered quite a lot in the Western media, so it shows how things like this are on the agenda. But I thought what I want to do is to step back and...
Is Virtua Fighter 5 out yet? I thought it was still in pre-sale. Oh my god, why in the fuck do I have to scroll? Yeah, January 27th. I might buy it early because it's, you know, a bit discounted. I still think Virtua Fighter 5 is definitely the best 3D fighting game ever made. Like, you might have your own preferences and think, like, other fighting games have cooler characters and stuff like that. And, you know, Tekken and shit has really cool cutscenes. But as far as the game just working pretty much perfectly, like, it has no jank to it. You don't get situations where, like, a hit completely misses, but it counts as a hit. Like, I remember playing it, like, all the hitboxes and everything were fucking perfect. Ran great, and it's extremely balanced. There's, you know, no characters that are, like, way, way fucking better than everybody else, and there's, like, no point in playing any other character. Like, Tekken 7, Leroy was absolutely fucking broken. Tekken 8, what's his name? The Russian guy who does Sambo. He's totally broken. Dragunov. Like, there's so many broken characters in fucking Tekken and shit, but, like, Virtua Fighter is extremely grounded. Nobody can teleport and do all kinds of crazy shit. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to Virtua Fighter 6. Stephen Grift donated $2. He became a grifter. Oh yeah, Rationality Rules and what's his name? Cosmic Skeptic. I can't fucking stand them. I don't know who Stephen Woodford is. I don't know if I'm really interested in this whole conversation. This guy is just a retarded dipshit. Thanks for the donation, dude. K.A. Mernak donated $2. It's that time of year again. Lol, this video is so baked.
And all he did was rob the gas station. Y'all acting like he robbed Walmart or something. Release my nigga. Release my nigga. do nothing. All he
This is why people got the idea for eugenics. You know, in principle, it's not wrong. Like, I mean, we can all intuitively agree that certain people shouldn't breed. It's just that we haven't found out an appropriate way to implement it. But yeah, I mean, they had the right idea with eugenics. Thanks for the donation, KM.
I made a video on trans athletics and I did a pretty damn poor job of it. One of the things I've learned from being excommunicated is I think that the religious mindset is everywhere and it's really hard to get rid of. And I'm not even sure if getting rid of it's a good idea. Something that was sold is that religion is the problem. It's not. Is the problem. What I'm tired of is people pretending that these complex topics are simple. They're not. You know, when people start complaining about, that film's woke.
This is just... Yeah, that is just completely and utterly uninteresting. Especially coming from this fucking moron. One of the most overrated non-intellectuals I've ever fucking come across in my life.
Explain some of the dynamics of why the Russians are experiencing the problems they are right now and why it's so difficult for them to do anything about it. And keep in mind, I'm not an economist, so this is a layman's explanation, but I think the basic dynamics aren't that complicated, so they're pretty easy to understand. If we look away from the military sector and we focus on the rest of the Russian economy, they are experiencing two things that would normally be mutually exclusive. So on the one hand, there is stagnation. Businesses are struggling to make money. People are not buying things or making investments. The stock market is down. There is concern about potential bankruptcies among big Russian companies. And especially if we look at something like the real estate construction sector, things are looking really bad. And if there is a bubble in the Russian economy that's going to burst, then there is a high likelihood that it will start in real estate construction. So the Russian economy is suffering from signs of stagnation. But the other phenomenon that we see is that inflation is rising. Things are getting more and more expensive. So if you go to the grocery store in Russia, you'll have to pay significantly more for food now than you did a year ago. And that's the case for almost all goods in society. Prices are increasing. Officially, the inflation in Russia is about 9% now, but in reality, it's probably closer to 25 to 30%. So it's quite dramatic, and it's still accelerating. So it's a problem that's getting worse. The dilemma that the Russians face is that the solutions to these two problems are the
Will you be my mentor and teach me how to lift and stuff, how to get chicks, and eat good? Sure, why not? I can do that for you.
Exact opposite of each other. So if you have a stagnating economy, what you want to do is to stimulate it by creating more investments. So you can either do that through government spending, or you can lower the interest rate, which will make it more attractive for the private sector to invest.
Or you could do what Canada does and basically get rid of fucking meaningful regulations in the housing market and add stupid ones and get a bunch of foreign investors and big, large corporations to create a specular market in housing, which drives all economic activity into the housing market, preventing any actual useful economic output, have basically no increases in fucking GDP, and make everybody poor. Just do what Canada does.
This is what all the business people in Russia are yelling about right now. They need lower interest rates so they can save these businesses that are struggling. But if you have inflation in society, then what you want to do is the exact opposite, because what's causing the inflation is that there's too much economic activity, so you need the economy to cool down. And there are too many investments just being made, so different companies are competing with each other over labor, over resources, and that's pushing up the prices. And to stop that inflation, you need to have fewer investments, right? And you can do that either by reducing the public spending or by reducing the private investments that are being made, and you can do that through increasing the interest rates. And this is the essential problem that the Russian central bank is having. To save the economy, they need to both increase and to decrease the interest rate at the same time. And that's, of course, impossible. So the very quick conclusion is that...
Who the hell is Amala Ukpenobi? I've never fucking heard of that person.
Things are looking really bad for the Russian economy. And we are in the early phases of this, but a crisis is coming, and it's pretty much inevitable. What Russia is getting into is a condition that is called stagflation. And that's when you have this very strange situation where, on the one hand, there is stagnation in the economy, but on the other hand, there's also very high inflation. And as I said, in a healthy economy, those things would be mutually exclusive. So it's not something you're supposed to experience at the same time. But it does happen from time to time. For example, Western economies, they also experience something like this in the 1970s. But when there is stagflation, it means that there is something structurally wrong with the economy. There is a deep underlying problem that needs to be solved before anything can improve. So to illustrate what I mean by a structural problem, let's say I have a company that produces produces disposable cameras. And now everyone watching who's under the age of 30 are going to be asking, what's a disposable camera? A disposable camera was something that was actually a thing 20 years ago. People used to have disposable cameras for vacations or special occasions. So then you could take them to a shop, you could have the pictures developed, and about a week later you could go and pick up your photos. At one time, producing disposable cameras was a viable business, but not anymore, because nobody buys disposable cameras because everyone has a smartphone and it's just objectively better in every possible way. So if I have this company that produces disposable cameras, there is really nothing I can do to grow the sales. No matter how much money I put into refining the models or making more attractive packaging or advertising, it's not going to lead to more people buying disposable cameras. So that's what I mean by a structural problem, and that's what Russia is experiencing as a whole in their national economy. There's something structurally wrong with the way that the economy is running, which means that the normal tools a central bank would use to control the economy, they don't work anymore. Over the last year and a half, the Russian central bank has increased the interest rate from 7.5% to 21%, and the inflation just keeps rising. So the tools that the bank has, they don't work anymore. It was expected that the central bank would increase the interest rates to 23% in December, but that did not happen. The way we should understand this is not that there are improvements in the Russian economy, because they're not. The inflation has been accelerating over the months of November and December, so they really should be doing more to get this under control. But I think what we are seeing is just that the Russian central bank has given up. Like, they realize that it doesn't actually make a difference because inflation is going to keep increasing anyway, so why bother, right? Over the last couple of months, there has been severe criticism of the head of the central bank, Elvira Nabiullina, from both politicians.
Well, Vladimir Putin has directly intervened and prevented them from doing certain things. They actually wanted to raise interest rates higher, but Putin didn't want them to raise it above, like, what, 21%? So, no, it's... like, these people would have some idea what they're doing. It's just, yeah, Putin and the Kremlin have just been intervening. There's probably also just massive amounts of criminal corruption too, so wouldn't surprise me if gangsters and shit and, you know, ne'er-do-wells are telling them to do certain things too.
2024 was full of people grifting God and religion. 2025 is going to be the downfall of religion.
I don't know, if it hasn't happened now, I think it's probably not going to happen next year. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Politicians and businessmen in Russia, they say that she's destroying the economy with these high interest rates. And recently, Putin himself also came out and said that, in his mind, the interest rate was perhaps not the best tool to deal with inflation. So he suggested that the central bank should do something else. He did not specify what something else was supposed to be, but the message was quite clear that it's not popular to increase interest rates. So I think what happened was just that Nabiullina just decided that it's not worth it to take this fight.
Dude, 21% interest rate is just absolutely astronomically fucking insane. Like, if you take out a loan, and if some of these loans require several years to pay off, you're gonna end up paying like 2, 3, 4 fucking times the price of whatever the fuck you bought. Like, that's just outrageous. And especially if it's like a home loan. Like, dude, you're gonna end up having to pay like millions of dollars on something that basically costs fucking peanuts. Would you ever do a 24/7, 7-day stream? You get to sleep, of course. You know, maybe I could do that in the future sometime, just for shits. You know, why not?
If nobody appreciates what she's doing. The structural problem that is driving the country into stagflation is, of course, Putin's war in Ukraine. The government is pouring so much money into the war effort that it's driving up inflation and it's pulling resources away from the rest of society. So that's both military production in itself, but it's also the way that Russia's manning its forces. They don't have mobilization, but they get people to sign contracts in return for huge bonuses, and that is driving up the wages. The sanctions are also working. Russia has been very good at trying to circumvent them, but all these hoops and loops that they have to go through, they just mean that everything is more complicated, it takes more time, and it just costs more money to get the things that they used to buy in the West, so that's also creating inflation. And to stop that inflation, Russia needs to end the war. That's the only thing they can do to solve the economic crisis that is starting to materialize. And if the war does
No, the war would probably make it worse because everybody's going to be out of a job.
Not end fairly soon, it will be harder for Russia to sustain the war simply because the economy will be running out of steam. I'm going to mention just 2 areas where we might see.
The reason why unemployment is as low as it is in Russia is because people are given jobs because of the war. If they stop the war, nobody's going to have any jobs, and you're probably still going to see increases in inflation. And you'll have a lot of people who are out of work, totally broke, can't pay any bills, get food, and yeah, they're gonna hang fucking Putin on the fucking street.
These economic problems start materializing into military problems for Russia. I won't analyze these problems in depth here. I might do that in separate videos. But the first one I want to mention is about manning. Because of the way that Russia has been recruiting soldiers for the war, they have essentially built an army of men who are there for personal enrichment. They are fighting to make money for themselves or their family. What will happen when Russia can't afford to do that anymore and the money that the soldiers are earning begins to be eaten away by inflation? So what at one point looked like a very good bonus suddenly doesn't seem like a good bonus anymore. That might affect the morale of the troops. Because, well, basically people who fight for money will have an expectation to get paid. The other problem that I will mention is that Russia's stocks of military equipment are beginning to run out. When the Russian defense industry produces equipment today, most of it is not actually new. Most of it is old stuff that gets refurbished and then is sent on to Ukraine. There are different estimates, but it's something like 70 to 80% of armored vehicles that are made this way. So over the next year, the stocks of many of these types of equipment are going to run out. And this means that the Russian defense industry will have to double or triple the production of...
Do you ever have days you just feel like constantly crying? I don't know if you're male or female, John Zook, but if you're a man and you, like, fairly frequently have days where you just can't stop crying, or you find yourself being weirdly emotional, where if you watch a movie, like, with a sad ending, you start tearing up, you might want to get your testosterone checked. That is a very, very obvious sign that you have low testosterone. Like, pretty much universally, men who need medical TRT end up having weird symptoms like that. So I'd get your testosterone checked if you're having that symptom. Bob Gaines, $22. Someone argued to me that you need to consume more vegan food, mass of multiple kinds, and more calories in order to match the essential nutrients of 100 grams of beef. Why would you need to match the essential nutrients of 100 grams of beef? You need to eat more than that over the course of a day anyway? They listed it all out and ChatGPT agreed, then contradicted itself. I don't know how to debunk this. You don't need to. There's no need to have any other comparable food to match the nutritional profile of any other food. It's called having a balanced diet, not finding any particular food that can match another food exactly. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Of actually new equipment within the next year just to maintain the current pace. And this will require significantly more investment in the military industry. But how will Russia handle that when the only thing that can save the economy as a whole is to reduce the investments? So these are just two examples of how the war and the economy are connected and how Russia will be facing hard dilemmas related to both in the near future. If you found this video helpful or informative, then please give it a like, and also remember to subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon to get notifications when I
just leave out devices worth thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, in America, stores have to lock up $2 snacks behind secured plexiglass. But unfortunately...
Oh my god, I hate that. I absolutely fucking hate that. I've been to stores where you have to go to a fucking store clerk to buy a bag of chips because they lock it behind a glass case. I just leave whenever the fuck I see that shit. It's so bad.
For Japan, we may be exporting our culture of degeneracy, as stealing noodles from a convenience store is pretty much the lowest level of crime that can be committed. But what would you say his punishment should be? Because I legitimately think he needs to receive a 1 million yen fine, 1 year in prison, then immediately be deported from the country at his own expense, as the court system traditionally would see this as petty theft. But I personally believe the recording, broadcasting, and encouragement of this behavior should be treated as a drastically different crime, as creating a high-trust society in a city large as Tokyo is incredibly difficult, if not
Let's see. Kim donated $2. One video blows up and they make 50 more copies. Lol. Need to delete social media.
your intentions with my daughter?
Great question. My intentions would be to consistently express my affection towards her on a daily basis.
That is not funny.
Frank, what is your favorite activity?
Splendid inquiry. I have acquired an undying passion.
Yeah, also not funny. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Impossible in this era, and for somebody with a $1,000 smartphone to steal $7 of food for nothing more than social media clout needs to be made an example out of, as the American mind can't comprehend the concept of Tokyo's Apple.
I don't think this is an extreme take at all. I don't think it is. If somebody goes to a store, films themselves or live streams themselves stealing for social media clout, I think they should be shot dead. They should probably receive the death penalty. I don't even care how old they are. They could be like 12. Just shoot and kill them. These are sick, degenerate retards with dumb chimpanzee genes, and they need to be eliminated from the gene pool. Just execute them. Start executing all the fucking tards. I don't think that's an extreme take. Do you really think they can be rehabilitated? This is somebody who is so selfish, so stupid, lacks any like kind of reasoning skills or forethought of what like cost benefit analysis. Like they're just doing this entirely for attention. Kill them. Eliminate their dumb genes. Do not let them breed. Like, okay, how about this? You can like lock them up, they can go to trial. And once they're found guilty, they have two options. Either forced sterilization, where they can never have kids for the rest of their life, or the death penalty. We can give them that option, okay? I'm being fair here. I think this is very fair. There's an option that will let them live, but they won't be able to breed, or they can choose the death penalty. We'll leave it up to them if they want to die. I think that's very fair.
Store.
All the iPhones displayed aren't attached to any security device. You can literally pick them up and examine them without any restrictions. And this doesn't just apply to iPhones, but the other things in the store like headphones. Like I could totally just pretend these are mine and walk out, which is crazy. Even their most expensive devices like iPads and MacBook Pros are only connected to one thing, which is the charging cable. So you can literally just unplug the devices and pick them up as you please. The absence of security just goes to show how much trust and honesty is part of the Japanese culture and society. And although this is obviously ideal, there are certain countries I won't name that I just don't see this being possible in.
It was even shocking to the...
Well, here's the thing. People say this about Japanese society, and oh, they're so respectful to one another. Well, it's because there's fucking consequences if you step out of line. Like, look, if you have some dumb fucking shithead kid who ends up walking into the store and says, iPhone, I'm also gonna film it for TikTok. They're going, if they're caught stealing, they receive like actual harsh fucking prison sentences, and the prisons in Japan are fucking terrible. They will never be able to get a fucking normal job for the rest of their fucking life. Recidivism in Japan is actually very high. I think it's even higher than in the US because criminals, like your criminal record is fucking permanent, and it absolutely fucks you over in Japan. Like they give nobody any second chances. So any job you apply for, you are fucked for life. And when there's like, 100 other fucking applicants that have no criminal record, you're the only one, you're not getting the fucking job. So if you ever commit like a crime like this in Japan, where you walk into a store, commit petty theft, steal something, and you're found guilty, you know you are fucked. Also, all of your friends will fucking disown you. If you have parents, they will beat the ever-loving fucking shit out of you. They might even throw you out on the fucking street and completely disown you. The reason this shit works in Japan is because they've actually created a society where there are consequences to you being a dickhead. If you're in the United States, it's becoming this now. Like, in the United States, it used to be the case where you could just shoot people. That was really, the ultimate consequence. People are a bit more forgiving in the US, so if you have a criminal record and it's been a while, people kind of, forget about it. But, if you were stealing shit from a store, it used to be the case back in the good old days, you could just shoot criminals. Now, you have fucking places like California where if somebody's stealing something from you or they're about to beat an old lady to death, if you shoot and kill them, you're the one who goes to fucking jail. They also don't keep criminals in fucking prison. We have all this fucking stupid woke DEI shit now where, oh, well, I know you tried to beat an old lady to death, but we understand that you grew up in a bad neighborhood and you're a discriminated minority, so we noticed that you didn't rape anybody in prison, so yeah, you got a 5-year prison sentence, but we'll let you out after, good behavior in 2 years. There's this shit going on. It's especially bad in places like California, Portland, Canada. It's fucking horrible. A lot of places in Europe, so Germany, Sweden, the UK. There's no consequences for fucking criminals anymore. You can still get a fucking job if you get out. People don't really take it seriously. You pretty much can't get fucking shot dead anymore. Especially in cucked places like California. If you live in Texas, you still run that risk, but so many places in the States, like California, Portland, shit like that, you can just steal whatever the fuck you want. Nobody's gonna shoot you. And that's certainly the case in Canada and cucked countries in Europe. So there's no fucking consequences. This is why you need consequences for fucking crime. This is why this works in Japan. There's consequences. People need to get that. Japanese people aren't just polite and friendly and respectful for no reason. They're like that because there are consequences. And they've found a way of administering consequences without having to shoot anybody, but good luck with that shit happening here. Yeah, so give everybody guns. Give every store employee guns. If they see somebody try to steal their shit, have the store employees blow the living fuck out of criminals and have them post it to TikTok. So if some fucking idiot kid goes into an Apple store or gets their friends to do one of these stupid store stealing sprees with 20 of their degenerate friends, have the fucking store employees mow them all fucking down with machine guns, have dead bodies of 15-year-old kids all over the ground bleeding out, just have them all covered in fucking blood, take their fucking phones, post it to fucking TikTok, and say, this is what'll happen to all you other fucks who come into the store and steal shit. Yeah, blow them all the fuck away. If we're not going to allow the criminal justice system to actually work and we let all these people out, we don't give them harsh prison sentences, at least let people carry fucking guns and shoot these fucking degenerate pieces of shit. Kumar Candy donated $2. Have you seen this trailer for a vegan horror movie featuring Dr. Gregor and Hench Herbivore?
Morning. It's a beautiful day here in Amherst. We do have some breaking news to report. There are several reports of what appears to be a stomach bug going around. Now, experts are not quite sure of the cause, but an investigation is underway. You are being advised.
Yes, in Minecraft, of course.
Advised to use discretion and stay home if you aren't feeling well.
I'll be back. Cell mutations. If we consider a virus to be similar to a eukaryotic cell, where would the actual mutation originate? Is there something important outside, Harley?
Never mind, I guess it's nothing.
Dude's like a ghost town in there. Everyone's going home sick or something.
Now we have eyes on the ground at Amherst General, reporting live. Let's see what's unfolding. Pat, what can you tell us?
Hey, how do you think they actually get the milk out of a note?
Maybe we can get together sometime and cook up some vegan cheeseburgers or something?
Yo, bro, I left my wallet in your truck.
What the?
Hey, we need backup!
Get down! Kill him!
Wait, that's gotta be it, right? Okay, wait, what do you mean?
So, don't eat animals, fools.
Hopefully those things don't want to eat us too.
That looks kind of funny. I might actually give that a watch, why not? Thanks for the donation, Kunwar.
Obviously ideal, there are certain countries I won't name that I just don't see this being possible in.
It was even shocking to the original poster who lives in Japan, but the replies highlight how they're
My concerned N-word donate $2. Bro, the last week you've been saying some stuff off the chain shit. Gonna get yourself out on a list. Never mind, you're already on a list, but you know what I mean. Keep your shot in check. We don't need you getting banned or swatted. Stip hang in ass clown gay N-word. I'm being hyperbolic, but the fucking point I'm making is I am fed up with all of this stupid bullshit where people want to think crime is a product of a broken system and, you know, it's because people aren't making enough money and corporations are taking advantage of people, this and that. No, crime is a product of two things. One, it's genetics. There are people who are just genetically more prone to commit crime because they have some combination of antisocial personality disorder traits. And two, a lack of consequences. Even if you have a lot of these bad genetic traits that make you more likely to commit a crime, like sociopathy, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, you might also have low trait conscientiousness. If the consequences of your actions hit a high enough threshold, even people with some of those worst combinations of traits, they're going to be disincentivized to commit fucking crimes. So the point I'm making is, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't actually think we should machine gun down 15-year-olds who are trying to steal iPhones. But we need to have a society where there's fucking consequences. Like, and I am totally in favor of shooting people who are committing theft. If you are stealing high-value items from people, like if you're trying to commit Grand Theft Auto, like jacking somebody's car, or you're stealing items that cost several thousands of dollars, and there isn't a threat of you accidentally shooting somebody, so like a kid stealing an iPhone from a mall, if you open fire on them, you could accidentally hit somebody else. I think discretion needs to be used. But if somebody's like stealing your car from your fucking driveway, they're the only one there. There's no chance of you hitting somebody's neighbor or dog or anything. Yeah, blow them the fuck away. Those are the consequences that should be in place to stop that kind of crime. This idiotic fucking idea that, they're just people that have experienced trauma and it's a result of a broken system where we need to raise minimum wage, we need to be more kind and caring. It's horseshit. It's genetics and consequences. Genetics are what cause the crimes, and consequences are what prevent the crimes. We can't really do anything with genetics other than wiping certain people from the fucking gene pool. So, being allowed to shoot people who are stealing your car kind of deals with that problem to a very small extent. But we can certainly deal with the consequences aspect of it. So allow people to use lethal force who, under reasonable circumstances, who are stealing valuable property. Allow the police to actually lock up fucking criminals and keep them there for prolonged periods of time, where they'll learn if you don't fall in line with fucking society, you're going to get your freedoms taken away. That's the point I'm making. Thanks for the donation, though, my concerned N-word. STX donated $2. I would literally make a question. Is it okay to hit old people for no reason or clout? Or clout harm animals for clout? Keel in name of God, laugh at people. Animal suffering, basically a psychopath test. I confirm the person goes to asylum. I would literally make a questionnaire. Is it okay to hint? You literally did not make a proper sentence. That was a big run-on sentence of nonsense. I don't know what you're trying to say. Thanks for the donation, STX.
Local CVS locks up candy. How in America, you need an employee to retrieve the deodorant, and in Walmart, the toothpaste is secured by a lock and key. But as TikTok is a global social media platform, some people didn't understand these comments. But to put it simply, liberal cities basically decriminalize stealing from stores.
Yep.
So places like CVS Pharmacy are forced to lock up nearly everything. Or even $2 drinks are only accessible by employees. But that doesn't stop the culture of protecting criminals, as they boldly
Wow, dude. Wow. And by the way, this puts these stores out of business, because all these stores that have to lock up all their items and do all this stupid shit to make the customer experience terrible, people end up not shopping there anymore, and then they end up closing down and losing money. So because we're doing everything to accommodate these degenerate dickheads, we get inconvenienced where we can't even shop at a store anymore. These businesses get inconvenienced where they can't even stay in fucking business just to accommodate these worthless fucking dickheads that are nothing but a drag on society.
Steal in front of employees, as putting something behind a case doesn't change the fact that stealing things sees nearly zero consequences. And it's not exclusive to CVS, as everywhere thieves casually take whatever they like, while employees look on helplessly. And coming full circle, they snap through security cables in American Apple stores, casually waltzing by police vehicles waiting outside. But what's worse is all these devices are useless when stolen from stores. And that's why when an American Chinese girl that lives in Tokyo finds it fascinating when an Apple store can just leave out their $1,000 devices unsecured in the open. As low-trust societies are essentially the default in this day and age, but sadly it doesn't have to be this way. As in Tokyo, these Famima stores sit there unattended 24 hours a day. With 0 employees, customers are just trusted to pick out whatever they want, then ring themselves up at these self-service counters. But unfortunately for us, that Famima I used to go to in Los Angeles had closed, and the Japanese company actually shut down all their stores back in 2015 to focus on Asia. So I wonder what the real reason was and why they decided to deport the states, as I remember the Famimas both in Culver City and Santa Monica.
And again, if you could have these sorts of stores where there's no employees and people are trusted to just pay, It would reduce the cost for these businesses because they wouldn't have to pay employees. Then they could sell things cheaper to you. But again, because we want a society where we just accommodate criminals, no, everybody has to suffer because of that. Because we really, really love accommodating criminals. W donated $2. Retard Mutahar believes in 2006 volleyball shooting conspiracy. Clearly a fake AI gen slop, and he pretended like it's a real government cover-up for views or just stupid as fuck.
The 2006 volleyball incident. On July about it online, you'll find nothing noted on it. That is, until some ordinary gamer, a YouTuber who often dives into dark web rabbit holes, discovered more evidence. While browsing the late nights forum on a
Oh my god. Oh, we're gonna have to blur this one. Jesus, governmental organization or something.
who was attending this high school volleyball game. Things got out of hand, however, and a lot of the young volleyball players were caught in the crossfire. And since this would have caused tons of backlash from the public, the government instructed the news media to not talk about this story.
There's no way you can be that fucking stupid. I could believe Mutahar would be that stupid, but, like, that is just Alex Jones level fucking retardation. Mutahar is a fucking moron. Mutahar came across some guy on Trash Chan with some photos. They're blurred in the video, but I remember Wendigoon talking about it on the iceberg. Might actually be footage video here. There has never been a school shooting cover-up. Ever. Like, this is a stupid idea. Yeah, right. I'm sure. Okay, so Mutahar is confirmed retarded. Thanks for the donation, W. How do you feel about Matt Dillahunty? Since debating him a while ago, he's a fucking retard. He's just a worthless, retarded piece of shit, terrible debater. Completely intellectually dishonest, and he's just a degenerate fucking lowlife. STX donated $2. Basically, test for empathy, moral, and religious fanaticism that allows kill in name. Oh, is that censored on? Yeah, kill in the name of God or laughing for other beings suffering. Once they fail the test, they get locked up permanently until they are in-depth analyzed by psychiatrists, possibly allowed. That would never work. And again, there's no point in locking somebody up just because they think a certain way. You'd have to lock somebody up because they're either planning on doing a crime or after they've done a crime, not because they have the potential to commit a crime. If we're going to go by that reasoning, you'd have to lock up entire countries. Like, virtually everyone is capable of committing heinous crimes on some level. So just look at Nazi Germany, look at the concentration camps. These weren't like particularly unique individuals from society that ended up running these camps. It's just a part of human nature to be tribal, to be willing to commit violence, and to obey authority. So again, even if you lack some of these personality traits like psychopathy, Machiavellianism, shit like that, we're tribal and we tend to obey authority. So even if you disagree with something, like you end up seeing people who are at these concentration camps who were guards and shit, who disagreed with what they were doing, but they did it anyway because they thought, oh, well, I have no other choice. I have to listen. I was told to do it. So I don't think anything like that would make sense or work. Thanks for the donation, though, STX. Bob Gaines, $20, yes, he's setting an irrelevant goalpost, but I wonder if we can't match nutrition of 100 grams of beef with vegan food without excessive food calories, but still get adequate nutrition in the diet. Does that mean beef contains more nutrients than we need? I don't know what you mean by that. Nothing you're asking and nothing that's being proposed makes any fucking sense. You have a certain nutrition requirement, and you can meet those requirements fine on a vegan diet. I don't care what's in 100 grams of beef. I don't need to eat 100 grams of beef. I don't know why you're asking me this. Thanks for the donation, Bob Gaines.
Constantly being busy, but for some unknown reason, they still couldn't turn a profit, as self-checkout systems simply can't exist in American liberal cities, even though they operate twice as fast with a tiny fraction of the labor costs. Apparently 15% of people openly admit to stealing at them, which in reality is likely double that, as self-checkouts everywhere had to close down due to theft. So self-checkouts are the new shopping carts in the street, as 10 years ago you could always see if you were in a bad part of the city if you randomly saw shopping carts in the streets, residential areas, or anywhere they don't belong. But now, you can actually gauge your safety based on if the grocery store still has their self-checkout lanes, because they're beneficial for the companies, convenient for the customers, but only if it's located in a high-trust society. As sadly, the concept of a cashierless store existed back in 2016, but could never get off the ground in America due to our inability to be law-abiding citizens. And now it appears we may be exporting that culture of criminality to Japan.
Videotaping.
SDX and Taylor's differences into the lack of motivation to do an utterly evil act without motive and laughing on other people, animals suffering. This type of people are at even worse level versus Nazi, since they at least had motivation. You'll often find even people who are sadistic, they're not really motivated to commit sadism, period. There's usually a motivating factor behind it, so it's there could be like some righteous justification for it. So somebody harmed me, so like, I don't know, if somebody steals your wallet, if you're a sadist, then you will take pleasure in like torturing them. So like beating the crap out of them, breaking their fingers, you know, stuff like that, if they steal your wallet. But generally speaking, people who have sadistic tendencies, they don't just commit sadism completely and entirely for the pleasure of, you know, sadistic activity. There are people like that, but generally sadists don't have an interest in harming others unless there's some sort of motivation behind it, like righteous action, retribution, shit like that. Like sexual sadism might be a bit different in that respect, because they get sexual gratification from sadism. So if they're sexually motivated, they'll commit acts of sadism. I don't know what we're really fucking talking about here. Thanks for the donation, STX.
This crime spree is the best idea we ever had.
And again, stealing cereal, noodles, and eggs doesn't seem like a huge deal, but he's not robbing Japan of a meal, he's robbing them of trust, as a quiet town of villagers can all leave their doors unlocked no matter what the city size, but all it takes to end the illusion of safety is one shady person stealing stuff that isn't theirs. So Japan can make all these advancements in technology, reducing overhead costs and providing a cheaper and more efficient shopping experience, but one idiot making a TikTok can reverse all of that, as a social media algorithms are programmed to create copycats. as whenever low-trust societies encounter high-trust societies, idiots online take it upon themselves to ruin it for everybody. And these aren't just hypothetical claims either, as these guys apparently saw an emergency sled unattended, then thought it would be funny to just take it. So it's not a race issue, it's a culture issue, as we don't divide people by color, it's just the takers versus the makers. And the makers...
It's not a cultural issue, it is a genetic issue. Like, look, I'm not saying certain races are more prone to this. I'm sure if you were able to do some sort of comprehensive study, you would end up seeing some differences between certain races. It's just bound to happen, but fundamentally, no. There are these people that exist in society that are psychopaths, Machiavellian, have what's the fucking word? Low trait conscientiousness. They're doing this because of their genetic makeup, fundamentally. It's just that in order to prevent these people from doing it, you need consequences. So he's totally wrong. It's not a culture issue. It's a genetic issue, and the culture can make up for the genetic issue.
Can never make something that moves us forward if the takers aren't quickly taken care of. As I think of those little Japanese delivery robots autonomously delivering food so humans don't have to, other cultures seem eager to assist them in accomplishing their task, as automation eliminates mundane jobs like delivery or cashiers. But in America, people just see it as another opportunity to take. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but these idiots are actually holding back humanity. As imagine if America was a high-trust society. Back in
blow them away.
2016, we would have had cashierless stores, and nearly a decade later to today, I could only think of the new conveniences they could have developed in the retail world. But instead, they had to revert back to cashiers and increase security like the Wild West, because what? American Democrats decided to side with the takers over the makers. And that's why I think Japan needs to come down hard on that convenience store crook, as that social media post will multiply your problems. As remember when Johnny Somali started messing with Japan for internet clout? They arrested him, but quickly let him go with just a slap on the wrist. And now they got copycats all across their country doing similar nonsense. Compared to when Johnny tried to do the same stuff in South Korea, their citizens started to beat him whenever he livestreamed, until he was finally arrested, being charged with multiple serious crimes. As apparently they took his passport so he can't leave. They took his phone so he can't stream, making him unable to make any money until his court date, which is 4 months away. So I seriously doubt South Korea is going to see any nuisance streamers coming to their country, as the justice system isn't so...
There you go. You just have to lock them up. Or shoot them. But yeah, lock them up.
Much for rehabilitating criminals as much as it's for discouraging future crimes. And the only thing that would go more viral than that guy stealing snacks from Japan is him getting a 60-year prison sentence over stealing snacks from Japan, as people would probably start paying for stuff they didn't take just to be safe. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how Japan is finally securing their subways.
That one sounds interesting.
Nuisance content creators continue to plague Japan, as somehow the most interesting thing they can do for social media is making the Japanese uncomfortable. So much that there's now posters specifically stating Japan is not...
That can't be made by the government, right? I'm noticing this person has a particular skin color. This has to be like an internet thing that somebody made up.
At a theme park directed at somebody. So we'll go into the translations of those signs, how social media sites turn a blind...
Is that for real? Did Japan literally say no black people dancing? Like, they literally... Dude, if Japan literally made a no black people dancing on the subway sign, that is fucking hilarious.
somebody blind-eyed monetizing those unemployed behaviors, and why this is becoming such an issue that Japan had to make signs reminding people to have common decency, as the man that ran that TikTok has regular videos on YouTube where he sounds super reasonable, so it's confusing how he could be so short-sighted with his Japan antics, as his group of tourists went to Japan to basically use their country as a background for their mediocre dance moves. Now, I do understand that there is an entire genre of dancing in public that thrives on social media, where they can get millions of views for doing so. And I'm obviously not doing videos criticizing those girls, not because of double standards, but because while on the surface they're all dancing in public to feature real-time reactions to their performances, it's just that these girls did it to feature the dances, while those TikTok tourists seem to feature the discomfort. As look at his view count when he's dancing in New York City, or bothering people in their subways. It's not notable, so nobody cares to watch, which are terrible view counts for someone with nearly 2 million followers. But then he can get millions of views through nuisance content, as obviously everybody is uncomfortable with him, so he records, saves, and uploads this specific take to get the viewer engaged enough to watch the remaining 15 seconds of dancing. And his audience calls him out, saying this isn't New York City, begging him to just leave these people alone, pointing out just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that wasn't the only video featuring his team forcing random Japanese people to be in their TikToks, where it seems like cruelty is the content. And somehow TikTok looks the other way, labeling it as performed or supervised by professionals. Do not attempt. Just because you slap your Cash App in your profile doesn't mean you're a professional, and judging by their mediocre moves, even by TikTok standards, I don't think these are professional dancers. They're just bullies, as these grown men only seem to want to bother the students, as this dude seems to be keeping a careful eye on them while grabbing his girl, and they never seem to bother anybody like that. Not to mention all the girls holding their skirts as their signature move is sliding towards strangers. Now, I would like to think that that wasn't the intention, but intention and interpretation can be completely different, especially when you're a foreigner that doesn't even speak the language, as all these poor girls see are these very large men sliding towards them, not
STX $20 Delulu maxing.
When it comes to dating and relationships, who's typically seen as the prize, the man or the woman?
Bitch. Yeah, the woman.
So if the woman is the prize, why even bother going out with a man in the first place?
I don't know.
That's a great question. The woman.
So who's the prize in a lesbian relationship? Both of them?
Both of them. Yeah, oh God.
Both be the prize.
So then why aren't they both the prize in a heterosexual relationship?
I was about to say men are down here and women are up here.
Okay, so are women equal to men or are women superior to men?
For sure, superior.
Okay, so then why do women go around saying they want equality when they actually want superiority?
It's just for the look. So people just want to be like, oh, I'm going to go look for this, but they're actually looking for money.
Why is it, do you know what the definition of chauvinism is? Chauvinism means one sex thinking they're superior to another. Why is it when men think they're superior, we call it chauvinism, but when women think they're superior, we call it feminism?
Well, it's because women, as you can see from this video, are completely and utterly full of shit.
That's a great question. That's a good question. Got me stumped there. Yeah.
This is what happens when there's no consequences. Women can hit men in public. Luckily, that's changing. Yeah, when women hit men in public now, men fight back and they get hit. That is changing. But for quite a while, that wasn't the case. If a girl, like, punched you in the face, you wouldn't be able to do anything back. To this day, women can still get away with sexually assaulting men. It's happened to me tons of times. Like, I worked as a photographer before I did YouTube, and I would shoot nightclubs. When girls would hit on me, they'd end up touching me, like, grab my arms, my chest. Some girls would literally, like, get up so close they'd start rubbing their titties up against me, and it was clear what they were trying to do. Like, again, if I were to go up to a girl in a club and, like, rub my crotch against her or just start grabbing her wherever the fuck I want, obviously that doesn't fly. And again, like, I've been to vegan events where, like, girls will come up to me, like, they grab my chest and they said they like my muscles and shit. women don't have the same kind of consequences in society as men, and as a result, you end up seeing so many women with these, like, sexist, delusional fucking bullshit thoughts. Oh, men are better than women, women are better than men, we're superior, we deserve everything, men need to give us all their money. Like, it's just what happens. None of them want equality. It is a, it is a cynical ploy, to get what they want. At least the majority of the time. There are women, like women do have equality now. They got more equality than they really asked for, because now they have to sign up for the draft. But, yeah, no, most of the women who claim they're feminists and want equality, it's a cynical ploy so that they can just get what they want from people.
Not only disrespecting their cultural norms, but her personal boundaries as well, so she doesn't know what he might do next, as you don't need to speak Japanese to know this means leave me alone, and I just can't imagine anybody that's trying to build their brand online, recording this, uploading it, and not understanding that this is going to forever ensure you will never land anything legitimate, as no brand or dance company in the world is going to take a risk on this resurfacing. And if this was just a one-off incident, maybe I could somewhat understand how they didn't realize Japan.
You got to see this about those Spider-Verse movies you hate.
This is gonna make a lot of people angry, but Miles Morales really is just not Spider-Man, and the Miles Morales actor from the Spider-Verse films just proved that today after he got completely exposed by a bunch of people from Hollywood who exposed him as an absolute creep. This whole story is getting crazier and crazier, and now it is at a point where it is looking like we may never get a third Spider-Verse film because
They would just recast the voice actor. They're gonna make another Spider-Verse film. They're just gonna recast the voice actor. Like, dude, if they could recast, the guy who did the voice of Rick and Morty, they can recast Miles Morales.
Because of the absolutely crazy, absolutely just weird stuff that he has been doing over the past couple of years. So I hope you guys are
I fucking hate this guy, by the way.
strapped in, because this whole story is an absolute roller coaster, and just reading it and kind of going down the whole rabbit hole about Shamik Moore, I think is how you pronounce it, I'm not sure, but is wild.
Oh, yeah. People are surprised this guy is like a sex pest.
So gun down anybody that steals belongings. Apparently property is more valuable than a human life. Got it. Have a perfect patriarchy fascist country run by capitalist and corporations. How come those laws only apply to palm-colored people but not colored people?
Ebony Gandalf, you are genuinely and utterly fucking retarded. If you're going to say, oh, a certain product isn't as valuable as a human life, therefore we shouldn't be able to use lethal force to protect property, that would extend to literally everything. Let's say a rape occurred, okay? So someone raped a woman. Now, police escalate force as necessary. If the rapist drives in his car and tries to escape the police, and the police end up catching up with him, doing a pit maneuver, running his car off the road, then, they try to get the suspect again, and then the suspect flees, and then they catch up with him, and then they get into a fight with the suspect because he's still resisting arrest, and then the suspect takes out a weapon, and then at that point, if the weapon is dangerous enough, let's say it's a gun, the suspect still doesn't want to get arrested, and he's willing to escalate things up till violent force, is a human life worth arresting a rape victim? Or sorry, is it worth a human life to prosecute a rapist to a point where you're willing to actually use lethal force in order to stop a rapist? So you're exchanging a human life for a rape, basically. Well, you could say, well, no, it's not worth killing somebody over rape. It's not worth killing somebody over stealing a car. It's not worth killing anybody over a traffic ticket. It's not worth killing somebody over, like, any number of things, but you have to escalate force, because if you're not willing to defend rights with lethal force, then nobody has any of these rights to begin with. So if you believe in, the right to own property, if you believe in the right to bodily autonomy, if you believe in laws like you can't drink and drive, you can't speed, you can't steal, all of these things, they need to be protected with lethal force. You have to be willing to use lethal force, because criminals are willing to escalate things to a point where you're going to require lethal force. And if you're going to say, we can never escalate things to lethal force, that means you have no rights, because criminals are willing to escalate it to that point. And if the police and society at large isn't willing to, then criminals can do whatever the fuck they want. So if you want to live in a society like that, tell me where you live. I'll rob you fucking blind. I'll steal all your clothes, all your money, your cars, computer, video games, you name it. Put your money where your mouth is. Tell me where you fucking live, because I'll steal everything from you. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. W donated $2. Can't wait for robots and androids to replace women. Androids won't treat you like shit, and cleaning robot will just do its job without questions. Oh, dude, as soon as there's, like, sex robots and androids, kind of like in, what's that movie, Blade Runner 2024, 2049? No dude is going to bother getting a girlfriend. It's just not going to happen. Why would you bother with women who are completely unreliable, are likely going to do stupid shit, create problems for you, make fights for no reason, possibly cheat on you, leave you for no reason, steal your money in a divorce? Once there's convincing, fake girlfriends, where you can have an intelligent android or cyborg or something that looks just like a woman, and you don't have that weird uncanny valley effect. You can have the same conversations, sex is great, and they'll cook and clean and everything for you. No man on the planet is going to bother dating women. It is just done. Thanks for the donation, W. Palm-colored wizard donated $2. Ebony Gandalf, you got pussy, footing, perspectives, lol. He's saying US ain't shit without the military. That's kind of the point. He's a self-admitted tanky. What are... I don't know what you're talking about.
Understand the irony of that. That video is serious. The video is serious. The U.S. dollar is backed by nothing, and then their response is, well, our backing.
I don't know how you can claim the U.S. dollar is backed by nothing. It's backed by actual productive economic activity.
Is U.S. imperialism, our military tell us no, But the very beginning of that video is hilarious, because everything about the United States is a lie. We're all big and bad on the outside, but in reality, we're just a trash bird. The bald eagle, the symbol of America, every time you see a bald eagle in our propaganda and you hear it go screech, it's a red-tailed hawk. The bald eagle doesn't sound like that. It's literally a glorified seagull. You can look up videos online.
Bald eagles are pretty huge birds, and they're birds of prey.
Of hundreds of bald eagles swarming trash piles.
Is this actually Ebony Gandalf? Is this the same retard who donates? It's really weird how that guy donates to me. He's an absolute fucking moron. The US currency is backed by actual useful economic activity. If it wasn't, please explain to me how the US is, like, wealthy. How is the American dollar, like, the world's currency? Please explain to me how, like, F-16 fighter jets magically make the US dollar worth anything?
That's the crazy thing about this country. It has nothing to show for itself other than its imperialism. That's it. If it wasn't for the US military,
I think there are some good things about the United States. Like, dude, why don't you go to Pakistan and see how that works out for you?
The United States wouldn't be shit. And they know that. Capitalism.
Yeah, if the US didn't have a strong military, it would be shit because China or Russia or some shitty fucking Middle Eastern country would take over. And you'll see exactly how their way of thinking works out for you. There's a reason why China's poor, Russia's poor, the Middle East is poor. It's because these are country with stupid people run by stupid people with stupid ideas.
By design cannot sustain itself. But hey, let's keep moving the Overton window to the right further and further.
Yeah, this guy is dumb as shit.
I want a sex robot, but it's going to be difficult to manufacture one that feels like a human body.
Well, we're going to have super intelligent AI soon, and they'll probably be able to figure it out pretty quickly. Probably like in a matter of minutes. So, yep. We're going to have subservient sex robots, and I guess women are going to have to get... Dude, it's going to be hilarious. I could rant about this for hours about how women think, and like the general gist is women kind of have an existence where like their ideal preference for a mate is self-contradictory. They're kind of like in a constant state of cognitive dissonance. So they'll tell you that, oh, I want a man who will make money for me, and he'll do all the cooking and cleaning, and I can buy whatever I want, and he'll spend time with me whenever I want. And then when they get that, they end up getting bored, and they don't respect the guy because he seems too feminine, and they want a dude who will take charge and tell them what to do. And then when they get the guy who takes charge, tells them what to do, makes demands, then they start complaining that, oh, he won't listen to my feelings and shit like that. So, like, they're constantly in a state of cognitive dissonance. So, dude, it is going to be hilarious when men get the sex robots, and it's easy to program a perfect girlfriend for a man. So easy. Make her pretty, just program her with similar interests as the dude. So, oh, she likes playing video games. She's into the same movies. She's into cars. Have sex whenever they want. Cook and clean. There you go. It's a done deal. Easy. Imagine programming an ideal robot for a fucking woman. Oh boy. It is gonna be so fucking funny. Men are going to be, like, perfectly happy and content with their perfect robot girlfriends. And then, like, there's going to be women who are like, the code on this robot isn't working. He's not doing exactly what I asked. Then they reprogram it to do exactly what she asked. This robot's a fucking bitch. I'm kind of getting bored. Like, oh my god, it's gonna be funny. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Screw hawks, just dumb wannabe eagles.
I appreciate birds for what they are. They are all beautiful and unique, and we don't have to pit birds against each other and make them feel insecure and think that they're trying to be some other bird. They're all beautiful and special and unique. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so apparently this is the guy who does the voice acting for Miles Morales. Bro, if you ever see a black dude with this fucking haircut, like these weird turds dangling from his head, with this like weird big gummy smile, oh yeah, sex pest. Like this is basically the like I'm a pedophile creep weirdo haircut and everything, but the black version. He seems like he's probably a sex pest. This is like the black version of, you know, the like pedophile meme.
You know, I never thought of this, but I always thought that DEI and wokeism is always a good thing. I was wrong. It's more like a double-edged sword and can be used to target races like white people. WTF?
As long as we are diversifying our department, I don't want to hire white men for sure. NIH is giving $250 million to universities to hire medical scientists who show an interest in DEI. NIH says the program doesn't discriminate against any group. Public records tell a different story. As one email put it, I don't want to hire white men. Oh my god. Yeah. That is pretty goddamn retarded. How are you going to find enough doctors if you're not willing to hire white men? Like, unless you have immigration up the fucking ass, like through the fucking moon, you're never going to be able to find enough doctors if you preferentially try not to hire white men. Like, they're the demographic that's probably going to be the most represented with doctors. Like, unless, and this is definitely not the case for the UK, they have extremely discriminatory immigration practices where they're only going to allow people to immigrate if they have extremely high-skilled jobs. So like doctor, lawyer, pilot, you know, shit like that. And that's definitely not the case for the UK. They let in any fucking dipshit from, like, anywhere. You could be living in a fucking slum, illiterate, you know, have never had a job in your life, and you're, like, just a beggar off the street. Like, they'll let you fucking in the country. So unless you just let insane, ridiculous amounts of immigrants in, where it just becomes a numbers game, or eventually you're going to have like some smart immigrants come in who have an interest in becoming doctors, you're never going to have enough doctors if you're not going to hire white men. Like, this is just psychotic. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Hey bro. Wanted to hear your thoughts on the Jordan Neely Daniel Penny thing. Apparently Jordan was alive for 10 minutes, but NYPD didn't actually do anything while he still had a faint pulse.
Well, he's a homeless black guy. so that's not particularly surprising. But yeah, that whole case is fucked. It's sort of surprising to, well, maybe not. I don't know who made up the jury, but, yeah, like, homeless black people definitely don't get much sympathy from society. And apparently there's, like, video footage that was shown to the jury where the guy was screaming, making threats, just being an asshole. So that might have gone a long way when it came to getting rid of the jury's sympathy for the guy. But, like, if you ever walk around in Toronto, like every fucking, you know, every, like, 50 meters you walk, there's some crazy homeless guy screaming and saying they're going to kill somebody. Like, I don't know where they got these jurors from, but if they're not from a major city, like, maybe they just live in suburbs. Like, I know usually juries are made up of, like, old retired women. Maybe they're all from the suburbs and they're not used to homeless people acting like that. But, I mean, the dude was scrawny as fuck. There was no reason to hold him in a chokehold like that for so long. You could have easily just gotten him on his stomach and just pinned him down. It was so stupid. Everything about that situation was stupid. Thanks for the donation, Farce. STX donated $2. You can't make this shit up, Raffle.
When women go on a date with a man, who do they prefer make the majority of the leading decisions during that date?
The man.
The man, definitely. Definitely.
If you ask me on the date, you should
have that shit planned out.
Yeah.
Tell me you're going to pick me up at 7. Don't ask me what I want to do. Tell me what you want to do.
Yeah.
So in a society where the majority of women prefer to have a man in a leadership role and make most of the decisions, is it any wonder why most leadership roles are held by men?
Definitely a wonder.
Oh, it's so hilarious when you make women think about these things.
I honestly think that's kind of like a gender role thing too. Like, I feel like that's been a huge thing. Men get places a little bit easier than women. So when women get there, they work harder.
Oh yeah, definitely. Men should be the leader. I want them to tell me what to do. Why do you think there are so many men who are in leadership roles in society? Well, it's just easier for men. I think they're put at the front of the line for no reason. Dude.
Harder to stay.
But I mean, is it fair to say that maybe a lot of reasons why, you know, men are kind of in leadership roles is because women want it that way?
Want it that way.
So do they have the right to complain about it if that's their preference?
Probably not.
When women...
That's hilarious. Yeah. What's the doctor... no, what's the Dave Chappelle?
Is dead, don't you? Don't y'all feel our test in life? Not because they like nice cars, because they... And the car is the bait. And a woman comes and says, ooh, nice Porsche. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, it's just silly. Like, again, women live in a state of cognitive dissonance where, like, they can never have a good thing. It's so weird.
What's with all this hatred of white people these days?
I don't know, man. It's really weird. I don't get it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is an historical stream. Every take has been based. You are the enlightened one, Prophet Burgess. All hail.
Well, thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Appreciate it.
stuff. So let's get into this and see what is going on. Spider-Man's Laura Harrier calls out Spider-Verse star Shamik Moore, "You're an effing weirdo." So, and I mean, this whole story is just crazy. Shamik Moore, who provides the voice of Miles Morales in the animated Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movies, recently made headlines after sharing a social media post that a lot of people viewed as a response to Haley Steinfeld, who plays Spider-Gwen in the Spider-Verse movies, announcing her engagement. There's still more people to meet, more opportunities to come, and more chances to try, live, learn, apply, the actor tweeted. And this is just kind of like the very peak of the iceberg. Trust me, it gets a lot crazier and a lot deeper and a lot darker the further we go down this rabbit hole. So I'm just preparing you guys because this stuff is really, really weird. So Moore later denied that his post has anything to do with the Seinfeld's news, had no idea Haley is engaged. That's amazing. I'm here reflecting on my 2024 goals that are rolling into 2025. God's timing. This might well have simply been an ill-timed post taken out of context, but this isn't the first time Moore has been accused of creeping on his co-star, and a compilation video of the actor appearing to make Steinfeld uncomfortable during interviews soon followed. And so there's been a lot of people that have been exposing a lot of things about this actor. One of the things that he has done is what we're going to be taking a look at here, where Shamik Moore is a genuine weird dude, disturbing stuff. Someone apparently asked him the question, "Do you like younger girls?" And he responded, "Depends." So yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff already, as you can see.
That post in and of itself isn't anything that I would find suspicious or creepy. But since this guy is such a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, like, you'd think he'd be a little more media aware when he reacts to posts like that.
Here, some feel that Moore has been treated unfairly by the internet, but it might be a little more difficult to defend his latest actions. And this is some of the stuff that has been happening literally just over the past, 24 hours. So, by the way, the people that are probably defending him are probably a lot of people that are Miles Morales fans. And, well, we all know that Miles Morales fans are just inferior to Spider-Man fans. I think we all know that, right? But Spider-Man Homecoming and Far From Home actress Laura Harrier shared a video to social media calling out Moore for posting a year-old photo of the two of them together at a party with the caption "coming soon." So this is the post that he made where you see Shamik with Laura, and they're together in the same picture. And whatever he means by this, he puts musical notes and he says "coming soon." And obviously, the internet went crazy with this. A lot of people were like, "Oh, are you cheating on your husband, Laura Harrier?" and all this type of stuff.
Gummy, get the fuck out of there. What are you doing? Don't whack at wires. Those aren't cat toys. No. You be a good kitty. It's okay if you sit on my desk, but don't whack wires.
Someone said this to her: "Laura, you settle for Shamik Moore. That's less AF." And then she responded and said, "I'm literally engaged. I don't know why that man is posting me." There's actually a lot of backlash that was going.
Whoa, that is weird. That's a very strange response from somebody who's met this guy. Yeah, that makes me think this dude is a fucking weirdo and not many people like him. If they were, on good terms with each other and somebody made a post about that, you would think she'd say something like, "Lol, no, we're friends, I'm engaged." I don't know why that man is posting me. That's really weird.
Know why that man that was going towards Laura Harrier for.
Okay, Gum, get off. Off. Get off.
This tweet. And so rightfully so, she has been getting annoyed by this and even angry at Shamik for posting that random tweet about the two of them doing who knows what. And so then she...
Yeah, something weird is going on here. If that tweet about whether or not he likes younger girls and saying it depends, For a normal person saying that, like, if I just came across a tweet like that, I wouldn't care. That's, like, a sensible response. For a guy in Hollywood, like, knowing all about the Me Too stuff, how, like, men in particular, like, you know, you got, like, dudes like Drake who've been called out for having weird relationships with, like, girls who are 15, 16. You would think somebody in that position who's a big social media and, like, Hollywood figure would say, well, not really. I like to date girls my age, but if they're a little younger, like mid-20s, you know, like, so you'd expect them to say something like that. Or just not respond at all. So that's a little fishy. And then this girl, the way she's responding, like, from, you know, somebody just asking, are you dating? I don't know why that guy's posting about me. There's something weird going on where this guy is probably a bit of a weird creep.
Years ago I went to buy my first handgun and I don't think I properly answered question 21 grams about having being institutionalized. I said yes and was denied sale. I once was in a behavior health center for suicide, but it wasn't court order. What do? In US.
Before answering anything like that, you would probably want to talk to a lawyer and ask them about what these specific questions mean. I know in Canada, they ask you questions like whether or not you've been arrested. But I don't know what that question means. Was there any other detail about that question with institutionalization? Like, did it include something to do with mental health? So, you're probably going to have to get a lawyer. But I don't know. I don't know what the specifics are, and I don't know what state you live in. It kind of depends. There's different weird regulations from province to province in Canada as well. I know in BC, if you're living with anybody else in your household, you have to get permission from them to purchase a gun. So there's stuff like that. But yeah, if you're not sure about any questions like that, it kind of pays to just get a lawyer. Like, all they need is like a few $100s for a consultation. It's not that expensive, and you prevent having issues like that where you end up getting denied and having to go through other legal loopholes to you know, be able to purchase because you filled out a form wrong. Thanks for the donation, though, Twat Destroyer. I wouldn't be able to help you, though. I'd say just get I would say...
Years ago I went to buy my first handgun and I don't think I properly answered question 21 grams about having being institutionalized. I said yes and was denied sale. I once was in a behavior health center for suicide, but it wasn't court order. What do? In US.
Did that play twice, or did I read it out by accident? I can't even remember. Yeah, so I would just go to a lawyer. It's pretty cheap to just get a consultation, and they can tell you what to do from there. Thanks for the donation, though, Twat Destroyer.
He made a video responding to him.
I keep...
Oh, that tweet was from 2013. He wasn't even famous. Okay, well, that makes more sense then.
Seeing all these videos that I'm being tagged in with another actor and people speculating what that is, it's really annoying me because I'm literally engaged, and that's important to me. And, you know, I'm in Hollywood, I get it, people do PR stunts, whatever. People like to get attention. But when he first posted that video,
STX donated $2 were awful too.
Why do so many women today say they don't need a man?
Because we're independent as hell.
If a man has friends, doesn't want kids, hires a maid and hires a prostitute, why would a man need a woman?
What? Shit. He could learn one or two things from a woman.
Like what?
Love. Yeah. Love.
Okay. Do you think that men are incapable of love without a woman teaching them?
No.
Why do women think they're the ones who should define love and emotions?
Because we're more passionate, right? Yeah.
Dude, what is so insane to me is we have a culture where so many women think they're providing so much more in the relationship to where, like, oh, a man needs to provide, a man needs to, like, give up so much of his time, money, resources for the relationship because we're providing so much. And then when they just get straight up asked, okay, well, if a man just hires a maid and maybe when they want sex, they get a prostitute, why would a man need a woman? They literally can't answer. Like, nah, I guess he's good. Like, all men really need in a relationship it's just so little. Like, we just want somebody who's nice to us, friendly, some sex, loyalty, don't cheat, and that we get along with, and like, that's it. And then women make so many fucking demands. I want this. I want that. You need to make a certain amount of money. You need to give me a certain amount of time. You need to, like, show interest in, like my hobbies. You need to support my lifestyle. And then what do they bring to the table? Like, nothing. Like all we get is a little bit of sex and like that's it. Really. And and maybe they'll cook and clean a bit. Like, it's just so ridiculous how fucking entitled these women are.
Yeah, we're more passionate.
Where's the evidence of that?
We birth. We birth.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Right. They're so close to figuring it out. So close. It's funny how they just never quite get there. Thanks for the donation, STX.
a friend sent it to me and was like, did you know that he put this up? And I was like, no, because that was taken a year ago at a party when somebody asked us to take photos together, and I guess somebody was filming it. And not sure why you would post that now. And I texted him, hey, can you take this down? I'm not sure why you would post that. Also, I'm literally getting married, and I don't like this insinuation that there's something going on between us, if that was your intention. And
SJWS always clam woman are upst.
No, they're not, in general anyway. Well, not in the US. In Afghanistan, yeah. But not really in the US. Women are... Well, you can never give a woman what they want, because what they want is nonsense. But they're right, like, again, if they wanted more, they could have it, but, you know, if they wanted to be independent and, you know, get whatever job they want, become a doctor, lawyer, they could have that, but a lot of them choose not to do it, and then they end up just trying to get into a relationship where they can do, you know, minimal amount of work possible, raise kids, you know, crap like that. Like, they're given whatever, like, they have an opportunity to do whatever the fuck they want, but, like, all they can do is complain. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Will Mage and HLR's not digging Marvel Rivals, but I've got to admit that each character design looks awesome. Wolverine looks fucking retarded. I've seen the Wolverine design. That is the stupidest fucking design I have ever seen for Wolverine ever in my fucking life. I hope that Marvel Legends or McFarlane Toys considers making these.
Hey, you see this logo right here?
SH Figure Arts and Mafex are pretty good. Some Mafex figures are a little hit and miss, but usually SH Figure Arts are really good. Figmas are really weird. I really don't like their joints. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the proportions on the characters are a little retarded too. I just don't like the game. Thanks for the donation though, Will Mage. I thought Venom looked cool.
And it's still up. Which is fucking weird. You're a fucking weirdo. I'm sorry. You're a fucking weirdo. And I'm fucking annoyed. So, I just wanted to say something because I don't like that. I don't like that. And my publicist is probably gonna get mad at me because I probably just shouldn't even be talking about this and just let it go. But that's something that's important to me, and I don't like my marriage being disrespected.
And I totally understand where she's coming from and why she would be annoyed by this, especially when she reaches out and asks him to take it down, and he simply does not.
Whoa. Yeah, that guy's a weirdo.
And so, especially after you see some of the weird things that he has said about Zendaya in the past.
I want to play you my music when I come out there next week. She unfollowed me, but she's still the homie. Did yo thing on one of... What the fuck? Yeah, this guy's a weirdo.
And
I wouldn't go to the point where I'd call him like a sex pest or a pedophile, but he's a bit of a weirdo.
Obviously, Zendaya and Laura Harrier have worked on the Spider-Man films together, and, you know, Zendaya might have told, you know, Laura Harrier some things about Shameik, and then things just took a whole new weird twist after Shameik then deleted all his social media after Laura Harrier called him out in that video. He just deleted all of his social media after he started to get exposed by a bunch of people for the things that he has said in the past, and we don't know how...
Somebody must have pulled up something a little incriminating, like not necessarily incriminating, but like pretty damning. There has to be some shit that like a lot of people didn't see that maybe he caught wind of and he just preemptively deleted stuff. Because deleting your entire social media over somebody just making a video like that, saying you're a bit weird, I don't know. It seems like there was probably something on his social media that he knew shouldn't have been on there, and he just deleted stuff preemptively so that, you know, people didn't dig further. Dodo donate $2. Okay, this guy is officially a creep. Yeah, he's a creepy weirdo.
Deep that behavior runs, right? Like he could be in Hollywood and he could be just like a complete and total freak, you know, like he could be like aspiring to be the next Diddy for all we know. Who knows, right? Like this whole thing is just crazy. And the fact that they are that Laura Harrier actually went out of her way to make a video to address him and say you are an effing weirdo and you need to take this down is just craziness. With all that being said, let me know what you think about this whole crazy
is in New York City, but judging by his TikTok page, which is in reverse chronological order, the video of them bothering people in the Japanese subway got millions of views. So they immediately returned to it, and keep in mind there was other subway footage that has since been removed. And what's worse is other clout-chasing idiots see these videos going viral, so they copycatted those actions in other Asian countries right after. This just sets the terrible precedence of tourists treating high-trust societies like Korea or Japan as a playground and the only way they can finally get people to pay attention to them, further deepening Japanese people's prejudices against us. As Japan straight up has a MAGA movement now, where I don't know if they just like the concepts of borders, conservatism overall, or maybe just the memes.
We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again.
But we're now seeing posters saying no circus performances here in both Japanese and English, saying Japan is not a theme park, crossing.
So this is actually legit something that the Japanese made, and they deliberately colored it as a black person. Oh my god. It's funny how they don't fuck around. Like, they literally do not fuck around. They know it's the darkies doing this, and they just don't give a fuck about, like, social sensitivity, and they're just like, hey, darkies, don't do this. Wow.
Out a guy with a very specific haircut, not commonly known to the Japanese. Also posting a sign that definitely couldn't be made in America, illustrating 3 individuals bothering an otherwise.
Wow. Oh my god, they do not fuck around.
This peaceful subway car that roughly translates to have manners, be aware of your surroundings, and care about the people around you. Specifically, be quiet in the car. Now I know people would be offended by their—
Is that the monkey one? Japanese sign, no dancing, subway. Let me see if I can find it. So that— oh my god. Dude, they did it. Oh my god. They're calling black people monkeys. Holy shit. Dude, this is real. Oh my god. I can't fucking believe that. Oh, that's great.
particular choices in animals, but I really wonder if whoever made this poster did it specifically to drive a point home, as anybody posting this in a Western country would immediately be fired. But although docile in public, Asian countries don't quite have the same chill as we do here. And judging how that poster was mainly written in Japanese, it makes me think they were exclusively communicating the message through the illustrations. As we have seen similar signs in New York City, showing an obviously Asian woman bothering what looks to be a Middle Eastern man, which is an interesting choice of representation, as I haven't been there in a while, but I don't recall there being an abundance of rambunctious Asian girls on the subway, so much that would warrant printing out and posting a sign.
Hey bro, I run no damn until look at that. Time for the birthday. 3 times for the birthday.
Okay, so maybe things have changed. The point being, it's not a race thing, it's a culture thing. And for a lot of those Japanese kids being bothered in
21st donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's one shitty thing about Poland. It has bad winters. I really don't like winter. Looks pretty though. Well, I noticed nobody's getting run over by a car driven by a Syrian man. Yeah, they got the right idea. It's just that they're, yeah, like Germany, Sweden, you know, some of these cucked European countries, they're just letting in too many immigrants. They're especially refugees or people claiming refugee status. It's just such a bad idea. So this is the guy who committed the, like, terror attack in Germany? Or is this just some random dude? Yeah, I don't know who that is. What in the fuck?
Yeah. We got police coming on the blue lights at the moment. Yeah, I've already done the code blue and the police must be coming. But we'll all be caught on the CCTV when she actually walked in front of the bus. Perfect. Because I was at the bus stop and I picked up at least 60 people. And as you can see, I've driven off. You pulled away. Yeah,
it's fine.
And I stopped as soon as she started walking towards the bus. Yeah, no, I know.
You know, maybe we should just send these people to Afghanistan. I don't know. Like, there's no helping them. Like, maybe we should just do what other countries are doing to us. Just send all the fucking tards to Afghanistan or something. I don't know. I don't know if you can build, like, asylums and prisons that are big enough to, like, house all these people. There's so many. African man decision Bitingwa charged after admitting plan to rape 3-year-old to cops. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? What the hell did you send me? Thanks for the donation, 20 for Savage.
Now it all makes sense on why the Japanese were a part of the Axis powers during World War II. Lol, they have a very strong sense of nationalism.
Yeah, that was part of it. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I fucking hate how the alt-right and Samhain hide behind the guise of irony to espouse their fascism. Weaponizing irony to spread fascistic beliefs to maintain plausible deniability is such a Weasley tactic.
Well, that's what they have to do, right? They can't outright say what they think because, you know, they're immediately not taken seriously. They're banned on social media. They can't get jobs. So, everything is crypto-fascist at this point. It's all like coded messages, dog whistles, crap like that. That's the only way they can really spread their messages. Thanks for that donation, Farce.
I'm going to Japan with my dad in the spring as a Christmas gift. What will be your personal advice if you were to travel there yourself? Do you think a few months is enough to learn Japanese? Or if I just use my phone to translate the whole trip? 10-day trip.
Most Japanese can speak some English, but it's very simple English. So, they do learn English in school. Every single Japanese person has some, you know, training in English in school. So, you can get by without knowing any Japanese a little bit. It's just that if you ever have to travel on the subway and crap, yeah, you're gonna have to end up relying on like a translator app or asking people for help. You should be able to learn a bit in a few months. You know, enough for little things like, you know, asking for help on where to go or understanding, you know, some written Japanese language like on the subway. But I would recommend checking out what's his YouTube channel? Abroad in Japan. He has some videos where he gives advice on, taking a vacation to Japan. There's some things you want to know, like, what subway passes that you might want, or train passes you might want. How much of the language you really need to know, like how to plan a trip, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
In those TikToks, they might have encountered 100 Americans that look just like that dancer, but they're probably only going to remember the one that slid towards their skirt, especially if he goes viral on social media, bringing in an entire wave of copycats, all desperately trying to cash out on that nuisance clout, which is forcing the Japanese to actually change the laws for all foreigners. As one of my favorite corners of YouTube is those walking through Japan in 4K videos, as it just looks so peaceful and clean, making me incredibly jealous that Los Angeles doesn't look like this. So I hope that one day I'd make enough money to go visit, having unique adventures like Mario Karting through Tokyo, until I understood how much the locals actually hate it, as I imagine if I was late to work in my hometown and a bunch of hooligans were holding up traffic, treating my morning commute like a playground, I'd be pretty annoyed too, so I'd respect the country enough not to do it, as we want to visit the Japan seen in that serene 4K footage, not a Japan filled with American idiots screeching through the streets pretending they're Luigi. But it's always the tourists that demand you respect their culture that never stop to think if they're disrespecting yours, as that rail company in Japan actually considered legal actions against the TikTokers. Other American tourists are getting arrested over their antics, while the Japanese city had to block the view of Mount Fuji to stop the foreigners from visiting, as the actions of a few short-sighted, selfish people can really ruin society for everybody. And the saddest part about all of this is it was literally for nothing, because I'd like to say I know a bit about becoming a social media influencer at this point, and what these nuisance streamers or content creators don't understand is going viral for something that you can't or wouldn't want to replicate is worse than not going viral at all. You can build a base of subs that enjoyed seeing you doing something stupid, but unless you want to progressively do stupider things to maintain that audience, you can't pivot into anything you'd actually be proud of, as you've effectively trained the algorithm that you only appeal to an audience of degenerates, forever immortalizing your idiocy to those millions of viral views. And I do these videos covering unemployed behaviors, not necessarily to dunk on anybody, but to hopefully show them the bigger picture and possibly prevent the next generation.
Well, that is that.
We talked about whether transgender women should be allowed to compete with women, and that turned out to be a little bit controversial. I think that this is an interesting case of science communication gone wrong, and I want to summarize what I think are the main points on both sides. First, we have Neil in his own words.
What I see is sports is on the frontier of how to handle this frontier of people who are trans. It's on the frontier of how to resolve that. And I'm making this up now. Imagine the future of sports does not distinguish sex. It distinguishes and sorts people by hormone ratios. I'm making this up, but imagine that, if that were the case. That would be interesting. You get a hormone test, you're in this range, and then you compete against other people with the same range of hormones.
That's ridiculous.
Neil,
that is ridiculous.
No, it's not. I'll tell you why it's not ridiculous.
You're going to give every single person a hormone test.
Hold on. I used to wrestle. And wrestling, there are people who weigh, sorry, I'm using pounds here, 125 pounds, right on up to 240 pounds. They don't wrestle each other. The entire sport separates.
The possibility of, like, cheating and everything, like, your hormones fluctuate for one thing, so if you, like, don't get a good night's sleep, your testosterone might be half of what it normally is. So you could deliberately try to fuck up your testosterone by just, like, not sleeping the night before, crash your testosterone for the test, and then you're put in a category where you have a massive athletic advantage just because you scored a certain amount on an arbitrary test. Like, there's so many problems with it, and it's so stupid.
It's people so that the contest is interesting.
Yeah.
And so the people of the same weight wrestle each other, and that is the contest.
And if Floyd Mayweather,
I don't know if that's how it will land.
Hang on, Neil. If Floyd Mayweather fought a woman boxer, a female woman boxer, who was the same weight division, he would annihilate her. That's why we don't let it happen.
The fallout wasn't nice. Neil is completely ideologically captured, also so pompous in general. I've lost all respect for the guy. So this idiot thinks that the people who won't submit to sex tests will submit to hormone tests. He's not a genius. I'm not a genius either, because if I was, I wouldn't be talking about this. But in my interpretation, Neil said that if you had a way to measure potential performance reasonably well and independent of biological sex, then athletes should be grouped by potential performance class. The question of biological sex would just become irrelevant, and there'd be no rationale to exclude transgender people. So the question of how to group athletes becomes the scientific question of how to go about this. Most direct.
You would literally just end up having male and female classes anyway. Like we all know the reality. Men outperform women in sports. Why would you even bother doing that? Neil Rigger donated $2. Please Google pics of rhesus monkey and tell me he's wrong in a gay way.
Yeah, I remember you did an interview recently where you talked about
I mean, they kind of just look like monkeys. Like, I've seen some black people who look like gorillas. Like they just kind of have a gorilla face. I've also seen some people who look like horses. I mean, Jason Genova kind of looks like a rhesus monkey. Yeah, yeah, and Jason Genova, he's like Italian or something, right? He's like white Italian, something like that. Isn't that why they called him, like, Monkey Prick? Jason Genova. Like, Jason Genova kind of looks like a rhesus monkey. You can see the resemblance.
about some of the, the racist things that people have said about black people and monkeys and so forth. But he said when you actually scientifically look at
STX $22, best channel ever.
I am pro-choice. Yeah. If a woman should have the right to opt out of motherhood and make that choice, should a man also have the right to opt out of fatherhood and 18 years of child support?
Not if the baby is coming into the world. Unfortunately, the baby will exist at that point and need to be taken care of.
Why should men be forced to be fathers if women aren't forced to be mothers?
They need to learn to keep it in their pants otherwise, honestly.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to say that a man should keep it in his pants, how is that different than saying a woman should just keep her legs closed?
It's not really different. The difference is the woman chose to be a woman and a mother and have the baby, and the man chose to disappear and maybe pay child support or not.
Well, why are we always talking about the woman's choice, but we never talk about the man's choice?
Women are just more degraded than men are, unfortunately. I literally have men coming up to me telling me they want to spank me and do this and that, and I'm like, dude, this is the first time we're talking. I don't know you.
Yeah, so that's not really a good response to that question. Like, the reality is, yeah, like, it is skewed in the woman's favor where a woman has more choice. So a woman can just choose to get an abortion, at least if you live in a country or state where it's illegal. So if a woman rejects the idea of motherhood, she can just choose that. But then if she wants to be a mom, not only can she choose to be a mom, she can also force the dude to give her money and force him for 18 years or else he gets locked up. So the reality is there is a level of unfairness here. The appropriate pushback, though, is if you're going to claim women should face the consequences of their actions, where, okay, if you're not going to have kids with a man who is willing to commit to you and commit to being a father, then you should face the consequences of being a single mother. But you could just put that in the exact opposite direction. You could say, even if this is unfair and things are skewed towards benefiting the woman, well, men know the consequences. Like, the consequences might not be fair, but men know the consequences. You know, if you get a woman pregnant, you could, be up for paying, child support for 18 years. So, like, that would be the appropriate pushback, like, acknowledging that, yeah, it's not fair, but if you're going to say women should face the consequences of their actions and they shouldn't be able to, like, draw the man in, the appropriate pushback would be, well, men know the consequences too. Even if it's not fair, they're the ones choosing to make that decision. Like, that would be the right pushback, but then, like, the ultimate, it seems like the source of this debate is about fairness, not about whether or not people should face the consequences of their actions. So then the pushback there would be, okay, well, this isn't about, facing the consequences of your choices. This is about the most fair way to deal with the situation. So if we have a situation where only women can get pregnant, should we force men to pay child support? And, like, probably the best way around that scenario is have a more nuanced court system that takes into account whether or not there was a conversation beforehand over whether, the man wanted to be a father, or made a commitment to the woman that, yeah, if you do get pregnant, I'll take care of the kid and I'll take care of you or whatever. Like, but, yeah, these are just stupid people off the street. Thanks for the donation, STX.
I didn't believe we descended from monkeys till I saw this guy.
Oh yeah, he does kind of look like a monkey. Dude, Vanderlei Silva back in Pride when he was on steroids was an absolute fucking monster. I'm surprised he didn't literally kill people in the fucking ring. Were there any deaths in Pride at all? I'm really fucking surprised where, you could pile drive people, soccer kick people in the head. I'm surprised nobody fucking died. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
White people, monkeys are hairy. White people are the hairiest people
on Earth.
I am really hairy. Like, seriously.
I don't shave.
No, I shave. I'm shaving.
I don't.
Right now. I got hair on my back,
coming up
my chest is all hairy.
The hair coming up
hair on my ears,
collar. Okay. These were highly overlooked similarities.
Yeah, the big ears. White people usually have big ears.
Bigger ears around.
Monkeys have thin lips. White people have thin lips.
Yes.
So really, I look more like a monkey than anyone else. But but then there's the whole racist stereotype that 19th
century
still go.
The 19th century anthropologist is probably the most racist period in the most racist branch of science there ever was. And it's evident by the moment you start categorizing people and then ranking them, well, you're going to rank yourself at the top. And that will deeply bias you for what you look for and what you cite as evidence to support your biased view. And you don't even think you have a biased view. But these biased views fed the entire eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was, let's...
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you. First of all, I'm not a dog that needs to be walked. Second, I have an espresso machine at home, works fabulous. We're not doing drinks either. You're gonna try to get me drunk and take me back home. No. We are doing dinner. You're gonna pick me up, we're gonna come to the restaurant, we're gonna...
I don't know why men even bother. It's really weird how ridiculously pussy-hungry dudes are, where they'd even bother with a chick like this. I know looks are subjective, everybody has their own sense of beauty, but you can just walk down the street and find plenty of girls who look just as good or better, and they don't have this, fucking bitch, gold digger, better than you fucking attitude, and you don't have to pay nearly as much for that pussy. But yeah, there's a reason why there's women like this, and it's because they can get away with it. It works. Dudes are so fucking pussy hungry that if you're a pretty girl, you can demand these things, and there's simp fucking losers with enough money who will throw money at these chicks just to get a crumb of pussy.
See your table manners. We're gonna see what you order. We're gonna see, do you hold your chopsticks correctly? We're just gonna, you know, study you a bit. Okay, so dinner it is.
I started the egg freezing process. I did some
Oh my god. Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
preliminary tests, which showed that my egg count is really low. The doctors did tell me that might affect my...
She looks a lot older without makeup, so she's probably mid-30s.
fertility. It's just so sad. I've been like crying the entire day. Like I just feel this giant pain.
It just, you know, the universe works itself out. You know, you've got these women who basically, you know, they're literally just exchanging sex for money, and then they think that, you know, the perfect guy is going to come around at some point. All the men they end up preferentially dating because they have this, like, really bad attitude around dating where I'm going to take advantage of men, get money from them, and then, you know, obviously you're only going to get certain relationships out of that. They ignore all the guys who would have been good partners, and then, yeah, they end up getting old, and then they're not able to end up having kids, and then their relationship plans are ruined. You know, the universe works itself out. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh. Is that real or was that like edited? That would be such a hilarious coincidence. Oh my god. Turns out women are actually better drivers than men. Does she know she is in the back seat in the photo? Oh my god. That is fucking retarded. Women aren't better drivers. They get into more accidents per million miles driven. So when you're looking at total amount of collisions, women get into more collisions. It's just that men get into more serious accidents, and there's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons is men do more highway driving, and part of that is because, one, they're more willing to drive at high speeds. I've known tons of fucking women who avoid driving on the highway and will, like, literally add an extra 30 minutes or an hour onto their travel time because they're so terrified of driving on the highway. That obviously eliminates the risk of getting into a serious collision, because if you do get into collision, like in the city or off highway, it's going to be at a slower speed. Men also have jobs like, you know, truckers, where you're going to be on the road for very, very long periods of time at high speed. And if you're doing jobs like that, then you're more likely to get into serious crashes compared to women who don't have those jobs. So it's almost like a survivor bias thing. Men are more likely to drink and drive and drive recklessly, but the main factor is mostly occupation and just driving habits, where men are just more willing to drive faster and on the highway. My fellow white women, don't do this again. He doesn't deserve your vote. He hates women. Yes, even you. His running mate hates women. Yes, even you. His party hates women. Yes, even you. Please do not vote for him. White women favor Trump over Kamala Harris by 5 points. Pew Research. High Jewish would vote for a quart of expired milk over you. If we're talking specifically about Israel, Trump is definitely better for Israel than the Democratic Party. With the Democrats, you don't exactly know what you're getting. With Trump, you have a much better idea what you're getting. He's definitely better for Israel. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Never go outside. If it was that serious, they would have had a warrant.
What's up?
Under the door, I need to talk to you.
Okay, you can talk to me right here, man. What's up, man?
No, I need you to come outside and talk to me real quick.
Okay, why?
I have some questions to ask you. Come on out.
Okay, ask them. I'm in bed, man. You're scaring my dogs.
Come on out.
Questions to ask, man. Just ask them, dude. I'm in bed.
I'm asking. I need to ask you in person. Come on out.
No, real quick, dude. What the fuck's going on?
Come on out.
Come on out.
I never, ever open the door up for cops. Ever. Don't ever do that. It's stupid.
For what? What are you talking about?
I need to talk to you. Come on out.
Okay, talk to me.
Come out here and talk to me.
You talk to me? What's going on?
No, I need you to come out face to face.
All right, man. Well, I'm going back to bed.
Come on out.
No, listen, tell me what's going on. I'm going back to bed.
I'm investigating something right now. I need you to come out so I can talk to you.
Okay, well, ask me anything you want, man.
Come on out here and I'll talk to you.
Okay, well, I'm not going to, so just, I'm in bed.
I need you to come out here.
Why?
I need to ask you some questions about what's going on. And I need to do it in person. Not through.
Cops. I really don't like them. Name a bigger downgrade. I never saw that movie. People told me it was actually good, but yeah, this version of April O'Neil's definitely hotter. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo, or wait, not Ben, Dodo. Oh wait, this is unironically what Putin is claiming as justification for war in Ukraine. The US could do the same. We have 2 years left to bring this map to life in time for our 250th birthday. I don't see the US taking over Canada, but if the Liberal government is going to stay in power, I'd preferentially have the US invade Canada. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Let's purify the human race by preventing the undesirables from mating, right? And forced sterilization, all of this. Yeah. A little known fact is the eugenics movement, which was big in the United States in the 1910s and 20s, fed the philosophies of Adolf Hitler as he rose up in the 30s. But we want to distance ourselves from him. Why wouldn't you? But if you actually part the curtains, there's the intersection of what race is superior and what race isn't. And that is foundational to Hitler's writings, and it was foundational to the eugenics movement.
Yeah, I mean, when
but the comparisons go on.
Yeah.
In the book that I wrote, I say, I didn't just come up with it. I said to myself, suppose the 19th century had racist black anthropologists. Let's just turn the tables. Let's make them racist and see what they would come up with. Of course, they'd have to put themselves at the top and now find all the similarities between white people and chimpanzees. And it start with the fully hairy bodies, the huge ears, I have big ears, and the person who wants, look at my ear. How big is that?
Pretty small,
right?
Yeah.
And people say, well, how about Obama? He's the first black president. He's got big ears. He's exactly half white.
We call him a black president.
Well,
no, yeah, his dad comes from Africa.
He's
His mom is
exactly
totally white. He's exactly
half white.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
No doubt those big ears come from his mama. Okay? So the point is, I'm just saying, look how easy it is to be racist.
Right.
And take a look at a chimpanzee's lips. They're razor thin. All right. And we've got some very famous large-lipped black people, you know, Jay-Z among them. All right. I don't have small lips. So they overlooked so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got to add one just while you went there. So I'm going to add one. Do you know lice outbreaks are 30 times more likely in white people than in black people?
Really?
The lice just don't enjoy black hair. Okay. For whatever reasons, it is 30 times more likely. Okay. Just if you put lice in the hair, it'll want to go to the white people's hair. You ever see chimpanzees pruning each other?
Oh, yeah, they pick the
They're
lice
picking out the lice.
Yeah,
And
right.
apparently lice is tasty because they eat it. So this is a huge...
The eugenics laws in the U.S. weren't just for mentally disabled people. They focused on mentally disabled people a lot. They also went to insane asylums, and they also did that with criminals. I don't think it's exactly fair to call the eugenics movement entirely racially motivated. There was a big racial component to it, but it wasn't like entirely racially discriminatory where they only focused on minorities. They definitely did bias against minorities, but yeah, there were a lot of mentally disabled people. They would do some quasi-cognitive tests on some people. They sterilized a lot of people in like mental asylums and shit. You can look at some of the like writings from eugenicists. These were scientific terms at the time, like retarded. What was another one? Dimwit. Maybe not dimwit. There was another one. Yeah, like they were scientific terms at the time, but they're like talking about idiots. So it wasn't entirely racially motivated, but yeah, they definitely did sterilize a lot of black people.
Exercise. And anyway, it goes on and on. The fact that you have likely never seen black children walk by a tree and say, I want to build a house in that tree and live there. Okay, this is like a suburban white kid thing.
That was actually why Planned Parenthood began. They specifically tried to target black communities.
All right. And so that racist black anthropologist would say, these are just white people wanting to return to their roots in the trees. Okay. Look how easy it is to be racist. We could totally do it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for example, like when Kanye says that he loves Hitler, I don't think he realized that during the Nazi reign of Germany, that mixed kids were actually sterilized because Hitler did not want them muddling up his perfect race. Kanye has 4 mixed kids. You have mixed kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just sort of like the ignorance when you don't really know the knowledge and the history allows.
Yep.
That Neil got, on the other hand, came from people saying, we currently have no reliable way to do that, and sometimes it goes wrong. I see no disagreement there. They're both right. On the one hand, if we had a way to group athletes into potential performance classes, then we could stop using biological sex as a criterion. That's a hypothetical. And on the other hand, the fact that, well, we currently don't know how to do that. I also think that this isn't really hard to understand. So I think when people get upset about Neil, there is something else going on. To illustrate what I think that is, let me visualize the problem with a strong simplification that is assuming that all athletes have the exact same training opportunities. That's not reality, but it will allow us to focus on the question at hand. You would then expect that for any sporting discipline in which physical strength or stamina, etc., is of advantage, and that's almost all of them, the performance distribution looks kind of like this. If you're simply interested in the highest performance period, then you'll almost certainly find...
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. I'm a little upset. Yeah. Well, no, there have been some pretty bad riots in Canada. You know, especially since the Palestine protests and shit, but yeah, Canadians are a little too complacent. U.S. fought to lower minimum wage in Haiti so Hanes and Levi's would stay cheap. Whoa. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Oh, somebody linked a hilarious video.
Student loan forgiveness. I would just like to announce that I did not join the military to serve my country. I joined the military to get a VA home loan. the GI Bill, and student loan forgiveness.
I mean, does it really matter? Christmas attacks in Waukesha. SUV hits Christmas parade. Christmas attack in Germany. Car drove into Christmas market. One of 14 police tape cordons off street in Waukesha, Wisconsin. That was back in 2021. Who was driving the car? A car drove into the car. Who was driving the car? Well, yeah. Cultural enrichment. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
That exclusively among men. You might then say, that's unfortunate because women also like sports and people like to watch it, so let's also look at the tail of the female distribution. That's women's sports. Sounds plausible, but once you do this, you are no longer looking at classes of athletes with similar performance, because you disqualified a lot of men who have similar performance to the highest performing women. If you advocated for grouping people purely by that hypothetical performance measure, you'd have to accept that women would be the minority in all sporting events. Women's sport is explicitly against that. Now comes the question of how to deal with transgender athletes. Suppose we have a male top athlete here who decides he'd rather be a woman. She begins transitioning and her performance drops. The first issue that might arise is that this transgender woman will still outperform all biological women. I believe that many people suspect this to generally be the case, and this is why they're against letting transgender women compete in women's sports. If that was so, then yes, you'd have to put...
I haven't seen any trans athletes actually break female records. They're like the types of people who become trans just generally aren't really going to be the best athletes, period. And there also just aren't enough trans people. I don't think there will ever be enough, but yeah, like the reason they're performing at that high level against female athletes, even if they're not breaking any records or at the absolute top of their sport, the reason they're in that position is because they used to be male.
Them in a category on their own. But some transgender women actually seem to fit reasonably well into this top camp by performance. So let's go with Neil's argument and assume that we have somehow confirmed that the trans woman has similar performance capacity than the top female athletes. What do we do with her now? Well, one way to look at it is to say she's still biologically male, so all we have now is a non-competitive man in men's sports. The other way to look at it is to say she's now a competitive female athlete. And I think that is the major disagreement. The problem with treating trans women as male athletes out of principle and not by performance-based indicators is twofold. One is that you can't argue you need to exclude them like you exclude men because there'd be too many of them. It's just not the case. The other problem is that you'd also have to treat trans men as female athletes, and I don't think anyone wants that. So I think this position is logically incoherent. The problem with treating trans women as female athletes, on the other hand, is that at the moment it's unclear how to do it well. So I think much of the disagreement you see comes from this clash between the questions of how do we deal with trans athletes now and the question of how we should ideally deal with them one day. Why am I talking about this? Because I think neither Neil nor trans athletes deserve the hate that I see thrown at them. Everyone is talking about fake news, but who's actually doing something about it? Today's sponsor does. It's a platform called
and biology. Over time, I actually started questioning some of the modern preconceptions about mitochondria. The tiny organelles inside everyone's cells that are very often referred to as the powerhouse of the cell, or essentially the source of most energy inside our body, responsible for driving all of the functions inside. But the reason mitochondria became so intriguing to me is maybe because of my earlier experience with video games. And there was this one video game that kind of blew my mind. It's actually based on a novel and a movie from Japan, and it was called Parasite Eve. And I guess without spoiling the plot too much, in essence it evolved mitochondria. But mitochondria that become self-aware and that eventually start to communicate with each other in order to create a perfect life form. But it also involves a lot of murder and a lot of violence, which basically made this an amazing video game. And so even today I actually think this is one of the best games ever made, but the point here is that the story is absolutely mind-blowing. And mind-blowing for the reasons we're going to be discussing in this video, because it turns out that it's actually not that far off. A lot of things mentioned in the novel, and of course the video game, turns out to be at least partially accurate, but only discovered in the last few years. And so hello wonderful person, this is Anton. Well, let's discuss some of the more recent discoveries about mitochondria, but because there are so many, this is just going to be part 1, or I guess technically part 2, because there was a video previously you can check out in the description. And to begin, I guess let's start with a bit of a misconception in regards to who we think we are. Even though we think of ourselves as human beings, made up of trillions of cells, even on the biological level, we cannot ignore the influence of microbes. Because as of today, over 2,200 species of microbes have already been discovered inside of us, with all of them being somewhat crucial and contributing to our survival. And so by sheer numbers, there are actually more microbes inside of us than our physical cells. This is of course the idea behind endosymbiosis. We kind of help each other. We provide home, they provide a lot of other stuff. But if we go back in time, and here we're talking about maybe 2 billion years, one of the first microbes, and I guess one of the most successful microbes to become endosymbiotic inside our cells, was eventually turned into this. Today it's actually believed that they were probably invading bacteria, or might have been actually consumed through the process of phagocytosis, but eventually the two cells became symbiotic, with the bacteria in this case producing all of the energy, and the archaea, referred to as Asgard, becoming its home. And you can learn more about this, including the discovery of archaea that most likely turned into our cells over time, in a video in the description. But essentially this was the start of a symbiotic relationship, and a relationship that would last for billions of years, reaching ridiculous levels of complexity. But much more importantly, these bacteria would still maintain a little bit of independence and even possess certain control inside of this new home. In other words, these bacteria always had a lot of impact on the cell they resided in, way beyond just producing energy. And while in just the last decade, a tremendous amount of discoveries about mitochondria suggest that they actually possess way more control than we ever thought, implying that they have impact on our physical health and even mental health. And that's because even after billions of years, these are still technically just bacteria. They're more primitive than other bacteria, but they still maintain their own DNA, and as we've discovered recently, they can also communicate with each other. In other words, it was discovered that these are actually social organelles. They can literally communicate, and even communicate across different tissues. This was actually discovered from just 3 years ago, but Martin Picard and Carmen Sandy wrote this article you can find in the description that basically goes through a lot of ways mitochondria seem to communicate with each other while also communicating with other organelles, including the cell's nucleus. And so here they're actually able to synchronize their behavior, exhibit group behavior or various types of interdependence, and are also able to send messages to each other, influencing the whole organism and influencing our survival and of course our lifespan. They're able to create certain types of hormones, with those hormones affecting other cells. This was actually discovered in a study by Anusha Angajala and her team back in 2018. But here's I guess the rough map of what all of this looks like and how this ends up driving the immune response as well as influencing cells really far away. But these signals also seem to have effect on other cells and even cell development, as in they actually communicate with other body parts, sort of guiding what those cells eventually become. And so in the last 5 years or so, lots and lots of studies discovered a tremendous amount of effects mitochondria seem to have, influencing learning, memory, cognition, and pretty much every mental and neurological affliction, and even various psychological states to some extent. And though it might not really make sense at first, it all makes sense when you put this into perspective. Mitochondria, by design, produce all of the energy inside the body by using oxygen. Specifically by using glucose, eventually turning this into what's known as ATP, the energy source for the entire body. And this process is ridiculously effective. Much more effective than anything else like fermentation, but it's also extremely demanding, requiring a lot of oxygen. And while if you ask yourself what needs oxygen, it's of course mitochondria. But how do you deliver oxygen? Well, our body over billions of years developed 2 ways: hearts and lungs. And so one argument that could be made here is of course that mitochondria over billions of years basically communicated with each other to build an infrastructure for their own survival. The circulation system and organs like the heart and of course lungs all basically evolved in response to their demands. Or in other words, we're kind of built to serve these little bacteria, which highlights that this analogy of them being a powerhouse is definitely not correct. They seem to have way more influence than that and potentially represent something much more important. For example, we know that they can also technically destroy their own cell. In other words, they actually have signals that trigger cell death when needed in order to save other cells. They're also responsible for producing certain hormones required for reproduction. They can actually create steroids, and those steroids are necessary for sexual development. But much more importantly, they're able to turn on and turn off the functioning inside nucleus. And because nucleus technically produces everything inside the cell, in some sense, it's actually these guys driving it. So they're sort of like little pilots inside our cells, guiding and driving everything for what seems to be just over 2 billion years now. Although most scientists refer to them as information processors. So they're sort of like the CPU of the cell. And even more intriguingly, they also seem to possess a tremendous amount of sensors. Or basically they have a lot of different receptors on the surface that to some extent keeps them aware of what's going on. And so when they sense something is going wrong, they can actually activate nucleus or even kill the cell. And most of this was actually discovered because sometimes some people are unfortunate enough to have some kind of a mitochondrial disease. And so when they have some kind of a disorder of mitochondria, we can pretty much right away see the effects this produces. And turns out that this isn't just a physical response, this also affects cognition and causes a lot of psychiatric disorders. But because there is so much diversity even in mitochondria inside our cells, even now it's a bit difficult to predict or to even understand how all of this works. But here's actually one study by Picard and his team that definitively confirmed that mood affects mitochondria. In other words, emotional response on Tuesday night was directly measurable in various mitochondria of the immune system the day after, suggesting that there is a direct connection between our emotions and mitochondria. But in one of the most recent studies, researchers actually wanted to discover something else. They wanted to find out why is it that we actually get mitochondria mitochondria only from our mothers. Our paternal mitochondria, or I guess mitochondria from our fathers, basically disappears. And that's not just us. This affects all animals, with all of us getting our mitochondria from moms only. And so yeah, your mom's mitochondria technically live inside of you. And that's basically what was studied in this study by Zhang and his team in order to understand why this is happening and what this means for our bodies. But to study this, they had to use worms. Here we're talking about C. elegans, or the most commonly used worms in biological studies. And while prior to this, we actually already knew that our sperm, despite containing 100 mitochondria inside of it, does not seem to contain any
Carntar donated $2. Let me see.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeff DeProsperous.
Carnivore diet killed Jeff DeProsperous. Okay.
Keto flu, what that actually is, just ask ChatGPT, what are the symptoms of keto flu and what are the symptoms of withdrawal from alcohol or tobacco? It's literally line by line, the same exact thing. So the keto flu that everybody was scared to death of, that's really just sugar withdrawal symptoms. Keto.
It is not sugar withdrawal symptoms. Oh, it's just symptoms you get from metabolic adaptation. That is an insane way to describe, the quote-unquote keto flu. Ken Berry is a fucking moron.
It's so interesting. So if you're at home...
Working mothers. Oh boy, that's going to be great.
I said, I don't have anything against fast food. I'm against food that has seed oils. Fair. When I was a kid, McDonald's was made with tallow fat. That was good for you. Your body.
Oh my god. Dude, he's out of his fucking mind. The reason they got rid of the tallow fat from McDonald's is because it was found to be extremely bad. Like, for heart disease. How in the fuck does he think this?
Body needs that. It makes you healthy.
Why aren't we making McDonald's with tallow fat again? Getting seed oils out of the fryer at McDonald's would...
Yeah, dude, you would see heart disease rates increase probably by a pretty considerable margin if they got rid of seed oils and made everybody use like butter and tallow.
Change the health of Americans. Unquestionably, McDonald's used to fry the French fries in tallow. The history here is crazy. In the 1990s, there was an eccentric millionaire who got this notion, which I believe is wrong.
So, by the way, this millionaire, he was a real estate mogul, and he would eat fast food all the time. He would eat like McDonald's and shit. He really liked, eating the fries fried in tallow. He ended up getting heart disease, and I think through the advice of his doctor, he said he really needed to stop eating fast food and all that fatty food from McDonald's and shit. And he ended up discovering that, saturated fat is bad for you. He ate like a Mediterranean diet, and his symptoms improved. He lost weight. And he got rid of like his angina, and he lived longer than he otherwise would by not eating that. Like the guy literally developed heart disease from eating food at McDonald's. He's completely lying about the story.
That saturated fat from animals was driving heart disease. He had this huge media campaign, and he sort of strong-armed McDonald's into removing tallow from their fryers. Props to RFK Jr. Make frying oil tallow again. Basically, overall, get seed oils out of your...
Like this is literally psychotic. The guy got heart disease from eating McDonald's all the time.
Life, eat more animal fats. That's tallow, which is rendered beef fat, butter, ghee. You will be...
I hate Paul Saladino. Like, I really do hate him. Just an absolute piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Carnitard. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Michigan University diversity officer fired after saying wealthy and privileged Jews don't need help. Oh, jeez. Well, get fucked, bitch. I can't breathe. Oh my god. Are the George Floyd memes ever gonna stop? Jeff Bezos to marry fiancée Lauren Sanchez and lavish $600 million Aspen wedding next weekend. Dude, Jeff Bezos is out of his fucking mind. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. He's already he lost half his net worth when he divorced his first wife. Vasectomies are based. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo, donate $2. This just came out. I would send you the YouTube link, but it's blocked in your country. Full, unedited, 60-minute segment. The Mossad operation that left Hezbollah in shambles and world Noah. I can't watch that on stream. I can guarantee you I'm going to get copyright blocked from 60 Minutes. I'll watch that on my spare time, but there's no way I can watch that on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. That does really interest me. I want to find out about that.
I'm here to tell my story because I'm having a lot of success on this journey I'm on. My story began, my journey, having stage 4 cancer, being diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer that has metastasized to the liver, the carnivore diet. I've been a carnivore now for over a year. Beef, bacon, and eggs, mostly ribeye steaks. My liver spots all shrank every single scan, and my chemo doctor was shocked that they shrank every.
Yeah, so typically with these sorts of things, you'll see short-term benefits, but I'm not convinced long-term this is like any kind of real treatment option. Because this has been around for quite a while, the sort of research on shrinking tumors. I think there's cancer research dating back from like the early 1900s on fasting to shrink cancer cells. I don't know if it really does anything in cancer survival rates. There are certain cancers that are very glucose dependent, so you know, you can maybe shrink some tumors by going on a low-carb diet, but I don't know if it actually increases survival rates. I've only ever seen, you know, some mechanistic studies where if they, you know, some mechanistic studies, I've seen some case reports, stuff like that. I haven't seen anything actually showing increased survival rates on a low-carb diet. Grift donated $2. Grift or Genuine Catholic?
George was just teaching exactly what he's teaching. It's more biblical now. But now he realizes when he goes to church, it's a place for him.
Since when did McDonald's swap out tallow fat with seed oil? I didn't know this. Or is that just not all locations? Either way, I still wouldn't go back to there 'cause it's greasy AF.
They haven't used tallow fat since like the 1980s. So it's been quite a while. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. It's still not vegan in the United States. In Canada and most of the world, their fries are vegan, but in the US, they still use beef flavoring that is actually animal derived. Thanks for the donation, though, man. Jordan Peterson is not Catholic by definition. I don't think he'd really fall under any common denomination of Christianity. His beliefs would be considered heretical. it's just a grift, and he always dodges these questions over whether or not he thinks, like, Jesus actually performed miracles and whether or not heaven actually exists or hell exists, and he'll never answer these questions because he doesn't believe in it.
Every single scan. And I'm going to quote a lot of people, especially Kendi Berry. Beef, bacon, butter, and eggs. Oh, the butter girl's another one I follow quite a bit. Even right now with chemo bottle attached to me, it is my downtime, but I'm feeling pretty good.
So what happened next?
I've just caught the very sad news that Jeff DeProsperous passed away on Sunday morning. And I was very shocked. I didn't expect that at all.
So yeah, shout out to Cornism is Cancer. That's all I gotta say.
Jeff DeProsperous, another brainwashed carnivore who died from the carnivore diet.
What else is new?
We'll start this video off with getting to know who Jeff is and why he was on the dumb carnivore diet that eventually led him 6 feet underground.
Hi everyone. My name is Jeff DeProsperous, and I'm here to tell my story. My story began my journey.
Rule number 1. Never trust a carnivore on a journey. That path will lead to a dead end. Get it? Dead end?
So what I'm getting from this is this guy went on a carnivore diet, and then his cancer cells shrunk, and he figured this diet would save him, and he ended up dying of cancer anyway. Like, by the way, that's pretty typical. Cancer itself will end up reducing your appetite, and even without treatment, you will see cancer cells shrink and grow. So just because you show up for one test and your cancer cells shrink, that doesn't really mean anything. Cancer cells will respond to typical treatments, and they will shrink, and then they might grow back again. I don't know why this guy would post a video talking about how, oh yeah, the carnivore diet works, it cures cancer, just because after like one appointment, his cancer cells shrunk. Really stupid.
Having stage 4 cancer, being diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer that has metastasized.
Yeah, dude, I had a relative, my dad's brother, who had colon cancer, and it's bad. You're not going to cure that on a carnivore diet. You're just not.
To the liver on April the 6th, 2022. I then started chemotherapy treatment.
Smash or pass, she's vegan, 73 years old. You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Gary. Or Jariah. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce your name. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Treatment. I did 27 rounds of chemotherapy every other week. First couple rounds of my 27 rounds, I just did chemotherapy.
Jeff was doing chemotherapy. Science, we actually know that can be helpful in killing and stopping cancer cells from multiplying. Keep this in mind.
I have a very good friend, Dwight Garlow, who I have no problem mentioning, and I'm sure he's okay with me mentioning his name.
How does Jeff know that his friend Dwight is okay?
Yeah, colon cancer is pretty resistant to treatment, and if you're in stage 4, there's a very good fucking likelihood it's just a death sentence. I had, like, again, my dad's brother died of colon cancer. I saw him, I think, maybe 2-3 weeks before he died. Dude, he was fucked. Like, and he was in horrific, insane pain. He was like talking to me and my half brother and shit, and he was ready to go. He was just done. He was talking about how, yep, I'm gonna croak soon and I won't have to deal with any of this shit more. I'm in pain, I'm fed up, and he was just ready to fucking go.
Okay, mentioning his name. What if Dwight got kicked in the head by a donkey and came to his senses that going carnivore kills people? Jeff is basically outing Dwight as the one being responsible for his death. Some friend, that is.
Traitors. He introduced me to a lot of things, and diet was the big thing. The carnivore diet. Ha! Gay! Even though I've been a high school phys ed teacher for the past 20 years. I was a varsity athlete. I played high level.
Gary, it's geriatric mammy. Oh yeah, I've heard of her. She looks insanely good for 73. Yeah, I'd probably smash. Doesn't she have a husband who's like out of shape and everything? Or that might have been a different woman. I remember there was some vegan chick who was really old and she was in amazing shape and her husband was like fat and lazy. And he looked his age, she didn't. But yeah, goddamn, dude. That's what ideal lifestyle choices and maybe a bit of good genes does for you. Thanks for the donation, dude. W donated $2. Let me see. Oh, that's funny. Alright, I don't know if it's totally safe to play that on YouTube, but that all sounds like good news.
Just a couple.
That's Annette Larkin, different person? Okay.
Just a couple. 26. We're at $4,000. Just a couple, then we're done. Oh. We're 26. I got a switcher. Again, guys. Dude, we're gonna win all our money back from you. Shut up, Doc. Full on devastation. How are these Plinko balls, bro?
Do we just suck?
No, bro. We're getting fucking something. So okay. We need to kill ourselves.
I question whether or not some of these gambling streamers are actually losing any money because I know they do get money from these gambling sites on social media to promote this shit, so I don't know.
I have no solution.
No, man. Oh my gosh, dude.
I know this guy's fucked.
Bro, I have tears coming down my face right now, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. I just lost $300 fucking dollars, dude. I'm so sorry, Gabe. You probably feel like such an idiot giving that to me, dude. I'm so sorry, bro. I am such a fucking moron, dude. I am so...
On the edge of a fucking heart attack.
No! I lost it all! I just can't believe we've never won. I lost again! I just lost it!
These people are so stupid. Yeah, don't gamble. Thanks for the donation, W.
Soccer, basketball, football, rugby, track, everything in high school.
I can't stop staring at this weak-ass chin. Why is his facial hair like that? He's got a Brazilian wax underneath his lips.
I also wouldn't mind if you shared what I'm sharing right now with these other doctors that I have followed religiously for the past year and a half. Religiously. Those doctors are, in particular, Dr. Anthony Shafee, you're one of my favorites, followed by Kendi Berry, Sean Baker, Thomas Seyfried, Dr. Mindy Peltz, and there's a few other ones on that list as well, including Dr. Berg, who that was the first video I watched a year and a half ago.
Following people who promote the carnivore diet and Scientology, that will make anyone die early.
It's an evil cult!
With a chemo bottle attached to me, I just spent the full day chemotherapy at the hospital. But the biggest game changer, Carrie, Anthony Shafee, Kendi Berry, Thomas Seyfried, the main thing has been my diet and fasting. I've been a carnivore now for over a year. Beef, bacon, and eggs, mostly ribeye steaks, a lot of beef, a lot of hamburgers, ground beef, a lot of eggs, a lot of bacon, a lot of butter. My boys are listening to this, they're helping make this video, and they're nodding.
His kids are nodding because they can't wait until he dies so they can be free from the carnivore cult.
A lot of supplements. I'll do other videos on supplements and fasting, and all my doctors, all my carnivore doctors, and all my metabolic cancer-fighting doctors. I'm having success. From that May to May, I had 5 scans, and I had shrinkage every single scan on all the tumors in my liver and the primary tumor in my colon. My liver spots all shrank every single scan, and my chemo doctor was shocked.
I do believe Jeff about his tumors shrinking, but guess what? This has nothing to do with the carnivore diet. There is zero evidence that an animal-based diet can shrink cancerous tumors. The chemotherapy did all the work.
Can you get that through your head?
But I know it's...
So that's not true. Low-carb diets do seem to, at least in the short term, shrink tumors. That doesn't necessarily mean much, though, because even if tumors are shrinking, they can still spread. And I don't know if it does anything in the long term. So Yeah, there's just no reason to think a carnivore diet or any kind of low-carb diet is going to increase cancer survival rates. Just no reason whatsoever.
It's from carnivore diet, fasting, and exercise. Those are the main 3 things that I'm contributing it to.
Yeah, let's just forget about the chemo. You know, the thing he's attached to.
Yeah, dude, especially when he's using chemotherapy as well. I don't know why you'd attribute most of the benefits you're getting from diets. Retarded. Ben donated $2. Let me see. When 5 white people are murdered at a Christmas market, when a black convicted felon ODs on fentanyl. Okay, I do think the George Floyd riots were retarded, but he probably didn't just OD on fentanyl.
Green ones right here.
The white and green?
Yeah, and the 9.5.
9.5?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Got you.
This is funny. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, good. He's being arrested. Smith was booked into jail on the following felony charges: introducing poison, Class 6 felony; criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor; endangerment, Class 1 misdemeanor; theft, Class 1 misdemeanor. Well, that's good. He's getting a pretty serious felony charge. Yeah, fuck that guy. They really need to throw the book at those people. Yeah, fuck that piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
My cancer's so far advanced that I have to be on chemo for now. My goal is to hopefully someday get rid of this horrible metabolic disease I have and spread the word. Especially as a phys ed teacher, I want to spread the word on what carnivore does.
I am so glad Jeff isn't able to spread the dangerous carnivore diet cult beliefs. He was a danger to the younger generation.
The world is a better place without him. The shit's chess, it ain't checkers.
What carnivore, fasting, and a ketogenic diet does. A proper ketogenic diet. And I'm going to quote a lot of people.
Oh, there you go. So he wasn't even just on the carnivore diet. He was doing fasting. Yeah, fasting itself is known to shrink tumors. I don't know if it actually improves cancer survival rates, but it is known that it will at least temporarily shrink tumors. Again, it might not be all that meaningful because it doesn't necessarily prevent the cancer from spreading. But, yeah, this guy is attributing this shit to the carnivore diet when it's not even just the carnivore diet. He's also on chemo and fasting.
People, especially candy berry, beef, bacon, butter, and eggs.
Also got some seaweed. I haven't had seaweed.
Oh, the butter.
By the way, I'm pretty sure colon cancer is associated with saturated fat intake. Which makes this even more retarded. Colon cancer, saturated fat. Yeah, epidemiological studies indicate a positive association between the dietary intake of saturated fat and or animal fat and colon cancer risk, and an inverse relationship between the intake of fish oil-rich omega-3s, and colon cancer development. And that is from the NIH. Yeah, so he's eating a diet high in saturated fat that's associated with colon cancer to treat his colon cancer. It's kind of retarded.
Butter Girl's another one I follow quite a bit. Once again, my name's Jeff the Prosperous. Carrie, please reach out to me and contact me. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Nobody cares.
Hi everyone, Jeff here from Blessings on My Journey. I want to share with everybody my supplement shelf, my 3-tier supplement shelf.
That's a lot of supplements, you guys. Not just 1 tier, not 2, but 3 tiers of pills that every single person on the carnivore diet has to have in their homes.
They're quite expensive. These fancy wooden 3-tiered shelves can range from like $150 all the way up to like $300.
I thought vegans were the only ones taking supplements. This guy has to spend at least over $100 a month, and he buys so much because carnivore dieters lack so much nutrients, he has to have a 3-tier shelf to store them. Notice how Jeff is wearing a thick vest with a hoodie and a beanie indoors? It's not snowing outside, so what the hell is up with that? I know, carnivores get the chills all the time. They're always cold.
Please, sir.
Hi, sorry. This is going to be a little bit of a crazy order. I hope you're okay with me doing this. I got 5 guys with me here.
Gay, totally gay.
We are carnivores. We only eat meat. So we order patties. We order the dollar. We're gonna get the dollar ones, not the quarter pounder, just the small ones.
First of all, the fast food worker is not.
From what I understand, McDonald's patties aren't entirely meat. Don't they use some soy?
I'm impressed with Jeff the retarded carnivore. And second, of all the animal products he could have chosen on the menu, he chooses the cheapest patties. How is that quality food?
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
We're gonna order 31 patties. 31 patties? Yes.
What the hell is he happy about? What an asshole. It's bad enough the workers get paid minimum wage to work a crappy job, but now they have to hurry and get his order done because the other people behind Jeff in the drive-thru will have to wait longer for their food. His lethargic carnivore ass couldn't get up and go and order inside?
Get off your fucking lazy ass.
8, 5, 5, and 5. Yes.
Now he makes the worker do math. That's the last thing anyone wants to do at their job, flipping burgers.
This one's for Candy Berry. Yeah.
Of course, when you follow Ken's advice, the quicker you die.
I need 7 quarter-pounder patties.
How many?
7.
All right, give me just a second.
Even Ken is disgusted at what he just did. Pathetic. Look at this fat bitch's body, made by the power of McDonald's. I'll never understand how people take Ken seriously, with his earbuds and biting his...
Yeah, by the way, this is the same guy who says he eats 5,000 calories a day and you can lose weight eating whatever you want. Like, why isn't he ripped to the bone if you can eat whatever you want and still lose weight? Like, he is a little chubby.
His bottom lips like a cocksucker.
Is that your most unusual order of the day?
Is that your most unusual order of the day? Today? Yeah. Yes. Full time? No, you had crazier ones? That's crazy.
Jeff thought he would be slick and try to get the worker to ask questions about why they ordered such a stupid meal as another way to bring up the carnivore diet. It failed.
All right. Sometime I'm going to come back and I want to talk to you about that. All right. The crazy orders. We'll have a good discussion about it, right? See ya.
You see, this cult won't shut up about the carnivore diet and will start forcing their carnist beliefs down people's throats. Jeff's fantasy is him coming back and convincing this kid to go on a carnivore journey and eat only meat, as it will solve anything. Leave the worker alone and stop holding up the line.
What was that, 5? Great.
Oh my god, he just wiped his nose while handing out the patties. Well, can't really make them more disgusting, I suppose.
Whose is this? 8?
Oh, did you see that? It's subtle. He sniffed it and then made a face like someone farted.
This is what you gotta do, Candy Berry. Candy Berry, there's salt. Well, they got a little bit of salt and pepper on them already, that's alright. Candy Berry, that's how you do it. Bon appetit. Ciao.
Idiot.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I'm also in the middle of a 10-day fast. It's day 9. I haven't eaten since Monday, April the 8th. Today's the 17th. That's 9 full days I haven't eaten.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber.
He hasn't eaten in 10 days? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the human body needs to supply itself with nutrients every day in order to, live a long, healthy life.
Diet. Diet is huge, people. Carnivore diet is huge.
It's not. Many people quit the carnivore diet every month. There is no growth in this movement because people are sadly getting killed from eating animal flesh.
Hello and welcome. Kerry here from Healing Humanity, the Power of a Proper Human Diet. And today I am thankful, grateful, blessed. We are here to honor Jeff DeProsperous. I'm so thankful everyone's joining here. We got Coach Dwight, Dr. Tony Hampton, Ronnie Campbell, Alia Wells.
And we have the carnivore cult coping at the loss of a fallen, brainwashed idiot. What's funny is they bring up so many copes to try to not blame the carnivore diet by twisting the narratives of cancers and treatments. How disgusting is that? Using Jeff's death to promote a diet that has not been proven by science to help alleviate any negative effects cancer has on the body. Jeff had colon cancer, and there's plenty of evidence that shows diets high in red meat increases the risk of colon cancer. That is a fact, and nobody in that cult brought that up. Just goes to show what little research they do. They also try and convince people that Jeff lived longer because of the carnivore diet, but that's all bullshit. Again, chemotherapy did that. If someone had stage 4 lung cancer and given a few months to live, but still smoked cigarettes all while dying after a year being on chemo, would it make sense if that person's family and friends said smoking was what prolonged their life? You see what I'm saying? I hope every single one of these fucking losers goes to the Madagascar prison for spreading misinformation. Just cram a bunch of these carnist con artists into one small room filled with rats that'll spread the plague. That'll wipe out a good portion of the human race with low IQ.
Your wish will soon come true.
Jeff's children? Guess what? They're free. The carnivore cult no longer has them in prison. Can you imagine the amount of animal abuse that was subjected onto them by Jeff? They can now eat a scientifically proven healthy plant-based diet that leads to an overall better positive lifestyle. Facts are facts. Listen, in the end, humor is a big part of my channel when I cover dark topics. I don't want people to die. I truly do feel bad for his family.
Nah, good riddance. The guy was a moron. Yeah, that's shockingly stupid.
Mitochondrial DNA. In other words, sperm, which is of course coming from our dads, only contains the energy cell, but not the way to recreate more. And the assumption was that this was maybe because the sperm cell has to fight so hard to try to get into the egg that it basically uses up all of its energy, and the mitochondria in this case are going to become exhausted or even damaged. And so it's actually believed that the father's mitochondrial genome is not passed on simply because mitochondria are just no longer in the top shape. And instead, only the mitochondria from mothers are inherited. But to do this, they had to find a way to disable the mechanism known as PME, paternal mitochondria elimination. And that's a mechanism that destroys the mitochondrial DNA inside sperm, making sure that it's not passed on. But turns out that it's very difficult to do. This mechanism is so important that it's practically impossible to disable it. In other words, the evolution made sure that paternal DNA coming from mitochondria is not passed on, but they were able to delay it by at least a few hours. And so when this mechanism was delayed, the worms that were fertilized were impaired in a lot of different ways. They had a lot less energy, they had difficulty reproducing, they also had impaired cognition, and overall had a lot less ATP, or energy of the cell, compared to their normal peers. Although surprisingly, a lot of this was actually reversed when scientists introduced vitamin K2. This is usually a bone health supplement, but in this case it actually restored ATP levels, suggesting that there's maybe a way to treat this even in humans. And that's because in some cases, turns out that paternal mitochondrial DNA can sometimes be passed on. But as of today, there are only very few documented cases. In one example though, a 28-year-old man had a lot of problems with muscles, had problem breathing, and could not do any exercise at all, which actually turned out to be the result of paternal mitochondria. But in total, only 17 cases are known to us, with all of the cases producing a lot of physical and mental disorders. Although based on this study, at least now we know that there's a vitamin that can potentially reverse some of this. But this paper was finally able to explain why only our mom's mitochondria ends up inside of us, with the conclusion being that it's really to maintain their health. Because mom's mitochondria is much healthier, it's the best possible solution in order to have a healthier organism. But not everything here is perfect. And sometimes mitochondrial DNA, and specifically the leftovers or the scraps, can actually sometimes enter our own DNA, merging into our genome.
What was your best skill at as a hockey player? I was always faster and had better like conditioning than everybody, but I was particularly good at skating backwards. I could skate backwards faster than pretty much anybody could skate forwards. I was extremely, extremely good at skating backwards. But yeah, I was always faster, bigger, stronger, had really good stick handling skills, had a really good slap shot and wrist shot. But like compared to other players, I'd say backwards skating I was particularly good at.
And becoming what's known as new mites. This animation here kind of shows us how this usually happens. But in essence, when this new mite becomes integrated into human genome, which seems to happen every 4,000 births, it can occasionally cause issues, because it actually acts like a typical viral DNA and can technically cut our genome or become what's known as a jumping gene. And so the new mite accumulation can actually end up contributing to aging or even functional decline and can be detrimental. And so the recent study you can find in the description discovered that new mites appeared every 12.6 days, but the rate of their production increased dramatically in much more stressful situations. And so this is possibly one way how stress can affect our cells and why you can actually age very quickly in very stressful conditions. And though this was only discovered in neurons so far, this is believed to happen in every cell in our body. And so individuals that have higher new mites inside neurons seem to actually live much less, which is a pretty important discovery when it comes to longevity. Now, we obviously have no idea how to decrease new mite production, but this is at least one way.
Is there anything I'm not the goat at? Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm the throat goat. I've never sucked dick before, but I'm sure if I did it, I'd be pretty damn good at it. I'm not sure, though.
Way mitochondria tends to affect our cells negatively. But I guess that's the price you pay for having such an unusual organelle inside the cell. And so all of these new discoveries basically suggest that these bizarre organelles are way more influential than we ever thought. But they also suggest that there's a way to help us by helping them. For example, the conclusion from every study here is that things like exercise, spending time in the sun, and good nutrition seems to produce healthier mitochondria, which make us healthier as a result. So basically here, we're helping ourselves by, I guess, helping them. Although here the bigger question is, what exactly is this us? So who are we anyway? Because as I mentioned previously, when you actually look at the evolution of all of the organs in our body, it really looks like they were basically created to help mitochondria get better. But at least for now, I wanted to stop here. We're going to come back and talk more about additional discoveries in some of the future videos, because obviously there were so many more. Until then, check out previous videos in the description.
It's pretty interesting.
If you're at home with your mom and your dad, and your mom or your dad is attending to the children. You're attending to the children. You're listening to their see what they're interested in, playing with them, minding them, and being present. Or you're working. You've brought business home, and that takes precedent over the children. And there is nobody there that's present with the kids. that's not a good scenario because it's supposed to be a nurturing environment. Whereas at work is supposed to be a place of excellence and competition.
Yeah, it's not the same.
It's not the same place. And so, if you think, you could see at home that nurturing has to be the overarching value in the home, that, fostering fruitfulness in your kids. But at work, it's not that. And if you bring that into the workplace, you dumb down the enterprise. And we are suffering from that because we have brought people into the workplace who don't realize that they've brought family values from the home into the workplace, and that is destructive.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely true.
Isn't that interesting?
I was talking to my Jordan the other day because I think one of the, I've worked from home. Since I had Scarlett, I've been doing online work. Mm-hmm. So it's always from home. Mm-hmm. So I have this weird, when Scarlett was about a year old, I got a nanny who was there like 9 to 5 during the week. And I had this weird situation where I was at home and there's a baby there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find sunglasses better for your eyes when gaming/streaming than amber/orange blue light blocking glasses? I have those same sunglasses, maybe I'll try using them. Cheers, Lord Gaines.
I've never tried blue light blocking glasses. I have an extremely bright HDR monitor. And, yeah, like when I'm streaming for long periods of time, especially like at night when there's not some light coming in and everything's kind of at the same light intensity, I get some eye strain and sunglasses just help. I've never tried blue light blocking glasses, but the fundamental problem is the screen is just very bright because it's an HDR monitor with just a lot of light. I've looked into some of those blue light studies, and the amount of blue light that you're actually getting from a screen is pretty minimal. So I don't know if they actually do anything. I know for a fact they definitely don't do anything for helping with like sleep. Just because the blue light that you'd get from a screen is not enough to actually affect like your sleep. But yeah, if the screen is just plain very bright and you're close to it too, in a dark room, it just gives me eye strain, so I just wear sunglasses. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious George. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. Let me see. 5 years of owning this yellow beast. Great memories, but time to move on. She will be missed. Are people gonna talk about his wife? Yeah. Dude, these Hummers have to be the most embarrassing fucking car to drive. They're so terrible. I remember I was in one once, and they have no interior space, even though they're so fucking gigantic. They have no interior space, and they actually have a pretty small trunk, too. They're just trash. And they go from like 0 to 100 in like 12 seconds. They're fucking horrendous. Just the worst cars ever made. Let me see this one. An influencer called out a horse riding business on TikTok. Its employer told her to come back when she wasn't fat. An employee at the ranch posted a TikTok video calling Bader a fat bitch, sparking controversy. Well, that's the appropriate way to deal with these people. You have to be an entitled asshole for one thing to just, ride horses for fun. But also being an overweight fucking cunt, knowing you're going to put extra strain on these horses, and you're going to potentially harm these horses, make them feel bad, make them stressed out and shit, just so you can because you're a fucking retard and you can't figure out how to entertain yourself without, you know, harming and abusing an animal. Yeah, fuck that bitch. Fucking fat cunt. America has stage 4 black exhaustion, smacks lips, poisons food, gets $5,000 from TikTok. I was wrong about David Duke. God. Well, that guy is arrested. Who said a hijab couldn't graduate? Quran. That's good. She's cute, though. Yeah, I'd like to do something with that mouth, but... Yeah, according to the Quran, she shouldn't be able to read. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit. Neil donated $2. Rogan is short. Yeah, he is.
I pulled it up to the top, a clip we can all enjoy.
Yeah, this is so great. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the last time he was on Joe Rogan, they got into a bit of a rift. And this kind of happens a lot with Neil and Rogan. I don't know if people have noticed this. I certainly have. They disagree on some stuff, and you can see there's like a shittiness in the air where like Joe gets personally offended when him and Neil disagree. And I think the last time Neil was on, Neil was talking about like commenters getting to him and just like, why do you even bother with that? And like putting Neil down and kind of being dismissive towards all of Neil's thoughts. And I think Neil is just passive-aggressive enough and just smart enough to actually plan a passive-aggressive vengeance on Joe Rogan. I think we're about to see that here today.
Also, a little while ago, he was getting super frustrated with him for interrupting him so much.
Yes, let's watch what happened last time. And a lot of people call him Black Steve or Slappy the Afro Man. That's what I call him. To me, he's nothing. No, I like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a really, you know what's interesting about him? And I don't know if everybody saw this side, but Neil has a very petty side to him. Very petty. He gets into it with the haters on Twitter. He's extremely petty and, you know, vain and gets picky about things. He'll dig his heels in, and it's all real subtle. Here's his clip from the last time. It says, Joe Rogan interrupted by Neil. I like when people call him Neil Tyson instead of Neil deGrasse.
People are doing impressions of you in the chat now. Someone goes, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a slave to the cosmos. Mike David.
That's funny. Yeah, he is a slave to the cosmos, to Venus. I'd like to see him burned up. By the heat of another planet, of course, not by the arm of another man, a fellow man.
Clearly.
Yeah. All right, let's see what he says. He's not a slave, guys.
Oh, they're saying that's something that you actually said. And
oh,
they were
it's a
actually
quote from
quoting
me.
you. I thought they were.
Oh, really? I said that Neil
you.
is a slave to the planets.
I thought they were doing an over-the-top
joke
of what you would say.
It says more about you, actually.
It's a real quote.
All right, check this out. This is from last time. Let's see if they got into a little heated beef.
We place great value on that. Whoa. So, but it's not our land. It's, you know.
So specifically, these things have to
Europeans didn't come to Hawaii and find legions of scientists there conducting experiments. Okay, they found native peoples governing themselves.
You can't turn down screen brightness when HDR is activated because that is directly contradictory to the idea of HDR. So yeah, I don't want to have to constantly turn off HDR and then turn down my screen brightness in the actual monitor itself, which is also another pain in the ass. I can't even do that through software on my computer, because then, if I do it through software, the capture software that I use will also pick up the reduction in screen brightness. So if I wanted to turn the screen brightness down for when I'm just doing streaming, I'd have to turn off HDR, then I'd have to go into my monitor settings, turn down the brightness, and then when I want to play a game or something, then I have to do it all over again, turn back on HDR, then turn up the fucking brightness on the screen and shit. It's just too much of a fucking pain in the ass to constantly do that.
So that's that. Uh-oh. We didn't cancel cars. We got really innovative about how to keep them.
There's a big difference between cars and human shit that's left on the side of the mountain.
This is the shittiness. I mean, Joe Rogan like takes it personal, and they have this awkward vibe during their conversations where they don't agree about AI and alien. So I think Neil actually is one of these guys. You know how like we wouldn't do this, you wouldn't do this, most people wouldn't do it. There are some people who devise a plan and get back at people passive aggressively through tiny little things. So let's keep watching this old clip, and then we'll show you the new one.
The real problem, too, is I think
if you value mountain climbing, and you want to keep doing it, then you solve the problem. This is what engineers do.
They would have to have a mountain of batteries sitting there waiting for people to just come in. And
is that any worse than a mountain than a sunken reservoir tank of gas? That's no different. Why is that any different?
Argument.
Probably larger volume, right?
Possibly, but so what?
And literal Joe can't really. They really clash when they're together. And Joe gets really, you can tell he's getting heated inside.
If it's economic, you just do it.
Right.
And if the battery's all at the bottom of the car, and it's going like NASCAR, you run in, pop it up, take out the battery, put this when you're off. Dude, you're old enough to remember when I gotta look up this word in a dictionary, and you get through 6 other words. Oh, I never knew that word. Let me read that. You learn.
That's a sharp suit. I know where he got that, too. David Lucas's father's funeral. He took it off the corpse. Look at that fucking suit, man. That tie. Yikes. So I can see why Joe's starting to get fed up with this guy in his afro. That poof.
Other words en route to the words you're targeting.
I understand.
Okay, so that is how I feel.
You see Joe's
That's
face?
how I think about my interaction with this world. I like the randomness.
Love the audio.
randomness of it enriches my life.
I found those like cloaks that people wear. That seems like video tricks.
Yeah, that seems like fuckery. Yeah, there's a lot of.
But in Harry Potter, the was the cloak that they wear, the invisibility cloak. That would be this principle.
Yeah.
If it existed with that.
There's a bunch of videos of that, but it seems like they're just using After Effects, like Adobe or something like that.
Adobe.
Okay, Adobe. Yeah, he knows all about it.
Now Neil probably saw Joe rolling his eyes at him
Yes,
and
of
getting
course.
overly irritated.
Well, because you think, only Joe Rogan's stupid enough to forget how awkward the interview was and invite somebody on again to have round 2. Whereas Neil, this was clear as day. He felt the feeling in the air, and he's like, Joe Rogan's inviting me on again? I thought last time was a disaster. So he comes on again, and instantly Joe falls into his own ways. We're going to open Spotify. Hopefully this works here. Start airing Spotify on your show because it really is tough. I need to take a class for sure before I get into this. So let's expand. And here he is. And what's our first time code here? We're at 7307 right now.
You could go to 7140. That's the only time code.
Yeah, 7140 and 7126 is what I could do. Watch
Sounds
this.
fine.
My challenge. No, but that assumes that things are either true or
Wow,
false.
very dark.
And that's
Right.
just not true. That's not the actual world is way
Jesus,
more
when it
nuanced.
flashes to
than
Rogan,
that.
it's like a stroke.
So,
Yeah.
so
unintended deception.
So, for example, I can think something is true. Right. Yeah, and what you're basically saying, not to put words in your mouth, is that everyone walks around with a lie detector on their forehead.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's a bad.
But you just
example.
said this, and
I know.
All right.
Yeah.
So everyone has a lie detector, and if I think something happened, even though it didn't, then I'm telling the truth.
On what basis do you say Israel is not using starvation as a weapon against the Gazans? If there's no mass starvation, why do various aid orgs and the UN say there is? Please let me know what studies you've read so I can look into it myself. Merry Xmas.
So, there is issues with food insecurity, but as of right now, I don't think there are any NGOs that are claiming Gazans are in a state of famine. If you're making like, I don't know, like I know the UN. I don't know if the UN is even claiming that. Because when you say starvation, you're making a normative claim. I don't know if there's any like scientific definition of starvation that's being used in those claims, but I know there's like the IPC that has said they have food insecurity classifications. And certain regions of Gaza are in like stage 5, like catastrophe, or that's what they've claimed anyway. But you can just measure the amount of food coming into Gaza through all the food trucks coming in. There is more food coming into Gaza now than both local production and imports pre-war. So the only reason there's issues with food security within Gaza is due to distribution issues. So for one thing, it's hard for food trucks to get to certain areas because roads are being blocked. People are swarming some of these food trucks before they can get to certain regions, and they're stealing the food. It's well known that Hamas is also commandeering these food trucks, stealing the food, and then trying to make money by selling the food to desperate people. And Israel has actually launched operations to protect these food trucks from Hamas, and there's video footage that they released that is available to the public where you can see Israel engaging with Hamas militants who are trying to steal these food trucks. And unfortunately, one of the food truck drivers was actually killed by a Hamas militant when she refused to give up the food truck to Hamas. So those are some of the reasons why there's food insecurity issues, but there's definitely an ample amount of food coming in. And again, you can just do some like simple, dumb basic shit where you can look at some of these like CNN or MSNBC, news reports where they go into Gaza, they look at some of these food lines there. No one looks like they're starving. Most of them look like they're at a normal body weight, and quite a few of them are actually a little overweight. They're chubby. So I don't know how you can claim these people are starving when they're all at a normal fucking body weight, and when you just crunch down the numbers, I think there's a working day average of somewhere between 160, 180 food trucks coming in per day into Gaza. Israel is doing all they can to ensure aid is coming into Gaza. They're facilitating aid. They were able to make a negotiation with Egypt to open up the port in Rafah to allow food trucks to come in. They have been giving security to these food truck delivery workers. I don't know how much else they can really do, but yeah, there are going to be issues with food distribution, but it seems that by and large, most people are getting the food they need. I haven't checked on this yet. Last I checked a few months ago, there were only about a dozen starvation deaths. Wikipedia, Human Rights Watch. I know they're super fucking biased. Yeah, okay, this article is just absolute bullshit. WHO reported 32 deaths diagnosed as due to severe acute malnutrition up to June 6th. Okay. So that's according to the WHO. Most of these are infants, by the way, and infants are particularly susceptible to starvation death. You can literally kill an infant with starvation literally in a matter of days. So I would expect like probably 80-90%, maybe even more, are literally infants. They might be like, somewhere between a few weeks to, a few months of age. But yeah, 32 over the course of a year. If they're using starvation as a method of warfare, they're very bad at it. If they're only able to starve 32 people to death, and most of them being infants. So, thanks for the donation, Super Fat Boy 99. Even now, Joey is such a profound sweetness. I agree. He is a very sweet, handsome boy, and I love him.
I'm telling you my own understanding of the truth.
Which is a problem with some people with some stories, right?
You can't then indict me for that truth being wrong if that's how I saw it. That's like the umpire. That's how I called it because that's how I saw it. The umpire's not being evil. That's just what they saw. So that's one problem with that. Another one is there's so many things that are, and that's what makes the world interesting, I think. So you want an example of where the truth is nuanced. I can't think of off the top of my head, but I'm just telling you that in almost every case where someone wants to turn a question into a binary answer, they're doing a disservice to human intellect, to the real world that's out there. I'll give you an example. So, how tall are you?
Are y'all doing Sober October? I'll give you an example. How tall are you? Joe always knew this moment was coming. How tall are you is now being asked scientifically on his show. How awesome are the planets now? How awesome is our solar system? Thank you, Solar. Thank you, Una. Thank you, Infinity. Ooh, Infinity is beautiful, by the way. Ooh, the body on Infinity. You're now scientifically under the scientific oath
Wikipedia says 38. Yeah, still, it's not that many. And the majority of them are infants. And we could also argue why those infants are suffering from starvation.
Chance you think this guy could be natty? He benched the 150s for 10, and can close a captains of Crusher number 3.5, at age 20.
Jeez, 20 years old, 240 with that body composition. Jesus Christ. How tall is he? 240 is fucking big. And I'm assuming 150 kilograms. God damn it. What is that? 150 times 2.223, 333. That's very impressive. I've done 315 for 9. I almost got 10. It was very close to getting a full 10, but that's, you know, over 15 pounds heavier. It's possible that he's natty. Like, some people are just built different, dude. Who the fuck knows? There's no way to know for sure, but those are extremely impressive numbers, especially considering his age. And Captains of Crush 3.5 are ridiculously difficult. I've got a pair of 3.5s. Thanks for the donation, Ray.
A scientist.
Yeah, so you can... So when you look at the starvation deaths, the vast majority of them are infants. It's got to be like over 80%. Infants can't eat normal food a lot of the time. So if they don't have access to like infant formula, that doesn't mean Israel is deliberately starving these people. It may just be the case that they were unfortunate, and for whatever reason, with issues with the supply chain and where aid is going to certain areas, they didn't have access to infant formula. Just because of like the stress of the situation and everything, they may not be able to breastfeed. So again, when you look at the starvation deaths, most of them being infants, I don't know how many adults have, it would be like what, maybe 5, 10 have died from starvation. If Israel's using starvation as a method of warfare, they're extremely fucking bad at it.
It's now come on to Joe Rogan.
Let me see. Neil donated $2 black pill.
Big pair of tits shaking for that money. I'd be doing it if I was a Sheila. That's all I got to say. Catch you later.
The punks, the homeless.
Did it for 2 weeks, but I have paid for an OnlyFans.
Have you ever paid for OnlyFans, or have you ever made content for OnlyFans?
Never.
Yes and yes.
I make content.
Is that your main source of income?
No. I'm a teacher.
Have you ever paid for any access to OnlyFans, or have you ever made any content on OnlyFans?
No.
What kind of pictures or videos did you put up?
Not my full ass, like nudes, but just like you actually see on Instagram.
Did people pay for it?
Yes. Yes. We make money. I don't do it anymore. She, her.
You don't know she, they, or she, her?
I'm a she, her.
Does it ever switch?
I'm a she, her. I'm a girl. I'm a she, her. I'm the girliest girl alive.
I was she, her, and then I told my parents.
This is fucking boring. Panama.
On the political beat, President-elect Donald Trump is floating the idea of reclaiming the
How's my evening going? Just fine. Anything new? How do you feel? Not much new. I'm trying to figure out how to use MameHooker for TechnoParrot. And I don't know if there's an issue with the version of MameHooker I have, but it's not hooking to TechnoParrot whenever I launch it, so it's making it hard to actually synchronize the solenoids for the arcade games I have. I might be doing something wrong, but I don't know.
Panama Canal. He claims that the United States is being ripped off.
It's a disgrace. Our Navy and Commerce have been treated in a very unfair and injudicious way. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair.
Trump made those comments during a rally in Arizona. The U.S. handed full control of the canal, you may recall, to Panama 25 years ago after a period of joint cooperation. The U.S. is still its biggest customer. Panama's president.
That is a very weird thing to say. He's actually threatening to retake control of Panama Canal? Isn't this the same guy who said he's not going to create any new wars?
Responded today saying the rates were fair and Panama's sovereignty was non-negotiable.
He's saying this when he said he's not going to start any new wars. Bro, like, Trump voters, I can't. Thanks for the donation, Neil.
Sex robots should have a setting to change ethnicity and the body shape as well. It doesn't sound like a bad gig if you ask me. At least they won't nag at you all day.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Could make your girlfriend Asian when you're feeling in an Asian mood, black when you're feeling in a black mood. That'd be cool. Thanks for the donation, William.
Sex robots should have a setting to change ethnicity and the body shape as well.
Yeah, you donated that twice. Thanks for the donation again, William.
Asking, and I want you to hear this one more time.
Just click the 15-second back
Oh,
button.
yes, of course.
Then I'm telling the truth.
Watch.
I'm telling you my own understanding of the truth.
Which is a problem with some people with some stories, right?
You can't then indict me for that truth being wrong if that's how I saw it. That's like the umpire. That's how I called it because that's how I saw it. The umpire's not being evil. That's just what they saw. So that's one problem with that.
Okay.
Another one is there's so many things that are... and that's
Sex donated $2. Let me see.
One of the biggest decisions when buying a sex doll is whether you want it made of TPE or silicone.
We're going to explain the differences between TPE and silicone sex dolls, along with the pros and cons of each.
Stay tuned till the end, and we'll give...
I do not get the sex doll thing. They're so fucking weird and creepy. I could never use one. They're so weird.
Give our preferences between silicone and TPE
that is so
sex
weird.
dolls. And always check the comments below because a lot of guys are more realistically than silicone.
TPE is more affordable. The range is about $1,000 for a 5-foot doll to about $1,600 for a 5-foot 6-inch doll.
Many silicone sex dolls.
Okay, well, I don't really need to know anything about this. Thanks for the donation, Sex.
That's what makes the world interesting.
Yes, okay, come on, Jesus.
So you want an example of where...
A scientist asking Joe.
I can't think of off the top of my head, but...
Bend over to $20, blatantly unconstitutional.
As long as the Speaker of the House of Representatives is here, I would like to put forward a bill because I watched 2 months ago as some very bad people, radical left people, by the way, nothing happened to them, in Washington, D.C., burned our American flags. They were burning flags. And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill. If you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail.
Yeah, that's blatantly unconstitutional. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I'm just telling you that in almost every case where someone wants to turn a question into a binary
I swear
answer,
that you just asked this.
They're doing a disservice to human intellect, to the real world that's out there.
Come on! I swear, I swear every time you rewind it, he's longening this by adding stuff on the fly right now in real time. How is this possible? I swear. Okay, here it is. A scientist is now on Joe Rogan asking him this.
Give me an example. So, how tall are you?
How tall are you? You scientifically have to answer. And watch this. It's so funny.
You have to click the back.
You know, Joe Rogan's height has been... It's all people talk about. You know, he knows this. Every comment section is height related. Every time he's brought up, his height is also included in the bring up. For Joe Rogan to be asked his height, he is so hyper aware of this height thing that when he hears the word, when he hears, hi, he automatically has this phrase 5'8" loaded up and ready to go. Watch how quickly he says 5'8".
A binary answer. They're doing a disservice to human intellect, to the real world that's out there.
Jesus, that 15 seconds is a mile.
I'll give you an example. So, how tall are you?
5'8".
5'8". Okay.
Now he is fucking fuming. What is this about, Neil? You know, but he can't say anything. He'll give it away, right? So, how tall are you? And Joe's like, 5'8". What's going on here? There's something going on, and I think Neil actually is crafty enough, petty enough, passive-aggressive enough, and smart enough to devise this. Just watch this.
Presumably you measure that with some kind of tape measure. All right. So, are you 5'7 3/4"?
It's probably closer to that.
Guys, this has never happened. Joe has just admitted to being 5'7". Yes. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the only buddy. I mean, you're either stupid or.
T don't need chillers, bro, buying this. I think I'll not play that on stream, just to be safe. Yeah, that is very weird and creepy. Do you edge?
So it's a new term for what is basically... I think it was Masters and Johnson's stop-start method of kind of getting your sex on. Basically, it is just before you peak, you take a break, you take a breather, you slow down, you stop, and then you kind of start all over again. So instead of just rushing through to orgasm, you kind of prolong the experience and you prolong the pleasure. And I mean, a lot of other, I know in Tantra they call it riding the wave, basically. So you kind of like, you immerse yourself in the enjoy.
I don't need to edge during sex. I have low sensitivity to begin with, so...
For this tutorial you will need lotion, tissue wipes, and incognito mode. Follow these instructions in order for this to work properly. Step 1. Find a picture to edit to. You cannot edit to nothing. Step 2. Apply the lotion on your arms. This will make sure your skin will be moisturized. Step 3. Unzip your pants and take off your underwear. This is important for this to work. Step 4. Now that you have everything we can proceed. Step 5. You know what to do.
I'ma have to dig you down on some gangsta shit. I'm at the
I will come to your house.
What's up, gamers?
Okay, well, I'm glad I watched that. Thanks for the donation, T.
Or you know exactly what you're doing. He goes, how tall are you? 5'8". Is it more like 5'7 3/4"? Maybe. Because he's got to take the scientific oath, you see. He can't lie to a scientist. This is technically a study. This is a study. You can't fumble these studies. You can't... And look at his face right here. I mean, really, look at the man. What the fuck are you up to, Tyson? What the fuck are you up to? And, you know, he knew this day would come. He always knew. So, technically, he's fucking 5'7", which can be narrowed down. We can round down to 5'5" now. You know, he was living in this beautiful, tall Tom Cruise world of 5'8". Kanye, him, Tom Cruise. Oh, yeah. Plenty of success in the 5'8" world.
He is not 5'8".
World. But 5'7" comes with a whole different list of rules and regulations, Joe. 5'7" is fucking Minchganic, and now you're 5'5". Now we could say 5'5" without it being an exaggeration. We used to call you 5'6". That's when we thought you were 5'8". Now that you're 5'7 3/4", you might as well be fucking 2 feet tall, like a toddler. That's bad. Height is very important in this world. Let's see how he gets out of this one.
Okay.
I'm shrinking.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so maybe you're 5'7 3/4". So are you 5'7 and 1/16 of an inch taller or shorter than 5'7 3/4"?
I don't know. We'd have to bust out a tape measure.
Oh, well, we might have to then. You're very worried here. You know, you're being scientifically
Imagine
drilled.
if he did bust out a tape measure.
I know, and then it reads like 5'1" and a 2. The tape measure starts having a fucking party on its own inside of the fucking measurement. You know, this is as bad as it gets.
So now, okay, so let's say you are within that. But wait a minute. The line that identifies a 1/16 of an inch itself has a width. So
He
where
can't
are
concentrate
you
on any of this right now.
within the width of the line that you're using to report how tall you are?
So we're giving rough measurements.
Yeah, it's very
Anytime
rough.
you give a measurement of something, It can never be exact.
But you get an understanding of it, like go a mile down the road and then take a
Keep
right.
playing it for a sec because he says
Okay,
it's right.
but if I have a truth serum and I say, was it a mile? No, it was 1 1/8 of a mile.
But what if you get
Then
to a
I'd be-
mile and there's no right turn? Do you just shut your car off and starve to death? Or do you go, let me figure this out? It
You
looks
like
like
this.
30 more feet, I take a right. It's a mile and 30 feet. Okay, I'm not going to nitpick. I'm just going to take a right a mile and 30 feet.
Your brain, red light, green light device would say the person was lying.
Yeah, that device sucks.
Okay,
Forget I came up with that
All
idea.
right. I was just trying to say.
My thought was just eliminate purposeful deception. Like
Wow.
if you knew someone was lying to you, con artists, Ponzi scheme people, someone's
You're
trying to
good
fuck
friends?
you over. If you could be clear that what this person was doing is they're not really going to make you a lot of money. They're trying to rip you off with a pie in the sky idea.
Okay, you know what device
eliminate
that is?
deception.
You know what that is?
What?
This device. It's called
Logic.
Science literacy.
Based Germany. They're just one step closer to bringing out their National Socialism like the good old days to truly achieve this goal.
Sorry, this page does not exist. You're gonna have to send me another link. Thanks for the donation that Wilma Dick fit.
That's right. How to know when someone else is. In fact, I just tweeted that
Get
recently.
bailed out.
Science
There's
literacy.
something coming out, for God's sake.
I don't know if I missed it.
All right, well, there it is. Grilling Joe over his technical size. Not very good. This really put Joe in a bad mood. We hope. But very, very funny.
The
Did
part that I was
Neil...
thinking about where he was like, when you're measuring a mile, even the marker that marks the inch of the mile
Yeah.
has its own measurement.
There you go. So, Joe, keep
It
living
is
in this
that measurement.
5'8" fantasy. It's never going to happen. You're 5'6", Joe. And yes, you are shrinking. But for him to have to look in the camera knowing that everybody, their main thing is this shortness with him, that must...
There's no fucking way that guy was ever 5'8". It's just full of shit.
She was over a year at this point anyway. And so I used to go to a cafe to work because I couldn't do it at home in the same environment. And then this year with George, it gets easier when they get older, obviously. This year with George, it was the same thing. It was hard because I work all the time. I was like, we need to be able to shift from work mode to home mode, but we're always in the home. I was like, I think it's torturing me a little bit. Like I was wondering, I'm really grateful to be able to work from home for sure, because it's really easy. There's no commute time. Like there are so many good things about working from home, but then when there are kids there, I don't know if I like that. I think it would be better. I don't know if it's even good for, I was thinking it's better for the kids because then I'm always there. If they fall or something, then they can come see me. And I like that. So I was like, that's the positive is you're always there. Like when Dad was working in his office, he was at home. It didn't feel like he was at work. Mm-hmm. But I don't know.
We didn't bother him though. I didn't bother him.
We
and
weren't allowed. We were not allowed to go into the office.
Oh yeah, did you learn that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't even.
Don't go bug your dad type of thing. I don't know if that was you saying it or if it's Dad saying it. I can't remember. But like,
I don't remember
if he was
either.
working in work mode, we couldn't go in there. But I think it was kind of nice that he was at home. So I'm not really sure how to think about it. Maybe it's just like guilting me, but better. What do you think?
Well,
or would it be better to like go out from 9 to 5 or something?
I don't think that's necessary. I don't think.
just
See,
have
I
to-
worked from home too, though. I
Yeah.
had massage therapy practice
Yeah.
in my room.
Yeah.
So although I would not be present for an hour while I was with a client, I was there otherwise. And alone time for kids is good, right? Because they learn to amuse themselves. They
Yeah.
learn to amuse themselves. They have to learn how to be with themselves and be okay with.
These carnivore idiots got owned on Jubilee's YouTube. They speak in non sequiturs. It's obvious they have no morals. They do disgusting acts of violence for clout only. They are hollow. Much love to all vegans.
Let me take a look at this.
So, animals out in the wild, they have that chance of being dead, eaten, killed, swept away from harsh conditions. They have that chance of contracting diseases from the outside, and they could be dead today. Within our care, presumably on an ethical farm, I think we can all agree, like I said, factory farming, unethical. But on an ethical farm...
This carnivore dieter claims that wild animals are at risk of disease, but animals on ethical farms are not. However, 99% of animals killed for food in the U.S. come from factory farms. And unless you visited the farm, it's likely the product you're buying is from one of these places. She herself said that factory farms are unethical. These factory farms are some of the filthiest, most disease-infested environments on the planet, with animals confined in their own waste, unable to roam freely. People are much more likely to contract bacterial diseases like E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter from animal products than plant-based foods. Sources linked in the description.
There's so much wrong and stupid and pointless with what she said. All these carnivore dieters are absolute fucking morons. They're all clowns. And they're all gonna die. We might have to wait a while, but, they're gonna start dropping like flies. They're gonna get heart disease. They're gonna end up getting diabetes, cancer, and, just a lot of weird ancillary health problems. Sure, some of them will end up getting diseases related to like dehydration, and then they'll have kidney disease or something, or some thyroid problem, and they're just gonna end up all quitting. It's only a matter of time. They're just a joke. Thanks for the donation, Colburn. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. Try this link. German protesters demand mass deportation as thousands take to street in aftermath of Christmas market attack, which killed 5. Well, it seems like German people are becoming based. Germany's become an absolute shithole. Their government is literally retarded, like genuinely, unquestionably, irretrievably retarded. They banned nuclear power when they knew ahead of time that the United States was going to, they knew ahead of time that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. And they knew the U.S. was going to, apply sanctions against Russia. They still did it anyway. Who the fuck knows why? Nuclear power is the most efficient, most green way of producing energy. It is the most environmentally friendly form of energy production. Why did they ban it? I have no idea. I think the argument was it's dangerous or something, which it's not. And what do they end up doing? They end up turning on their coal power plants. Like, the government of Germany is genuinely fucktarded. They allow in tons and tons of immigrants, a lot of refugees that have no real documentation. Why? Why do they care about a bunch of random dipshits from other countries? I guess they think it's a nice idea to let, idiots from other countries come over for no fucking reason. So, yeah, and, this is the result. People get fed up. Especially Muslims. Like, if you let in, a ton of Chinese people, they might do some annoying shit, like make really weird smelling food or not take out their trash properly. And if you get some people from, like, mainland China, they might shit in the middle of the street. But, for the most part, the Chinese, they're Chinese. They keep to themselves, don't really start problems. Like, but they're letting in so many fucking migrants from Muslim countries, and we know what they do, okay? I don't even have to say it. I know not all Muslims are evil, crazy whack jobs, but we know all the fucking crazy whack jobs come from Muslim countries. Take, like, 10 random people from Afghanistan versus, like, 10 random people from, like, China or something. Who are the group of people who are most likely to kill you for being gay? I think you know the answer. So, yeah, when you let in enough of these immigrants from crazy fucking whack job countries, like, places in Africa, Syria, Pakistan, Afghanistan, people get fed up, and, this happens. Thanks for the donation, though, Wilma. Dodo, donate $2, keep music on. Well, yeah, Poland just has sensible politicians. They just don't let in a ton of immigrants from crazy, like, Muslim countries for absolutely no fucking reason. Elon is a deep care about humanity, motivated not by making money, not by being powerful, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure.
He has a deep care about humanity, about getting us to the transition to a sustainable energy, about human civilization. And so he is motivated not by making money, not by being powerful and, kicking around people, but by these missions that came when he was a little kid sitting in the corner reading the superhero comics. Energy issue. I've got to help it fight to his.
He is motivated by making money. And he's very bad at it. Never said you won't get COVID. I saw a tape yesterday of them saying it. Can I play it for you? Wait.
They say what they're saying, out of 22,000 people, there was one COVID death among the vaccinated, and there was 2 COVID deaths on the unvaccinated. Double. 22,000 people. So, and that allowed them to claim it's 100% effective.
Effective for what? You can't use the word effective.
But you remember they kept saying it's 100% effective.
No, they just said.
They never said that.
It'll negate the severity.
If you go on.
I think the initial trials showed 90% effectiveness, and then larger community trials showed somewhere around 70 to 85.
On the internet, you can see Tony Fauci.
But the word effective didn't say you won't get, I never heard you won't get COVID.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is a different subject. But yeah, in fact, I saw a tape yesterday of them all, of Biden, Fauci, Gates, Burla, all of them saying, if you take the vaccine, Rachel Maddow.
Fauci never said that, and all these other politicians aren't vaccine scientists, so I don't know why you'd care what they say.
If you take the vaccine, you can't get COVID, you can't pass COVID.
I didn't see that.
Okay, well, you know what? Can I play it for you?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait. Here, it doesn't matter what...
Okay, Howie's an idiot. Never been more afraid of a kangaroo. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Oh, is he taking a shit? Yeah, raccoons are like big rabbit people. I like kangaroos. Is he in on it?
You know you have a schema, right? Huh? You have a credit card schema on this. Yeah. You know what this is, right? This is illegal.
Give me a second. Let me
That's
call the
illegal.
police.
Yeah, call the police.
Yeah, because that's weird. Oye, Gaby, ¿te diste cuenta de esto? Ajá, déjale hablar a la placa.
They might be. That is possible. Pretty weird for that to be on a machine like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bend over, donate $2, Freudian slip. Let me see.
And instead of bringing in a candidate who wins the primaries, abolish the primaries. And instead of bringing in a candidate who wins the primaries, abolish the primaries.
I don't know what's meant by that. That's so out of context. I don't know what he meant by that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
To relax and meditate.
And he's been going to church. So in terms of your faith, would you say that you always maintained your faith throughout your adult life?
With that. So that's also something kids have to learn. So I think for short periods of time, I don't think for an 8 hours of no contact.
It's worse, right?
I don't think that's very good.
Okay.
I think that would be...
Would you live on Mars assuming you'd be safe? No, I don't think I would.
Confusing.
Okay.
Right? Because you're there and you're not there? That'd kind of be confusing, I think.
Well, that's what I've thought. I've been like, thank goodness I can work from home because then I'm always kind of here. Like if Scarlett ever has a problem, she just comes and gets me, unless I'm in a podcast or a meeting. But like most of the time I'm working. I'm not doing
that. Right, but
that.
those are for an hour at a time, kind of.
Yeah.
Or maybe an hour and a half or two. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's okay,
weird,
actually.
Okay. That might just be from having a little baby, and then whenever I'm not, available with a podcast or something, I'm like a little bit of underlying guilt, which I think is unnecessary. I think that's just mom guilt. I've always had like some level of mom guilt from working.
Yeah.
I know I would destroy myself if I wasn't able to work.
When you guys were young, I would set up an easel and draw portraits in the kitchen or in the dining room. You were around. I don't know if you remember that.
When Israel does airstrikes in humanitarian zones, do they use smaller munitions to minimize harm? I think you've mentioned having a Discord server on IP. If so, I'd like to join. I try to search for the truth on this issue and you're very knowledgeable.
Yes, Israel uses small yield explosives when they're taking out Hamas targets inside, humanitarian aid zones or in safe zones. If they didn't, you would hear news stories like 500 people killed by Israeli airstrikes, but you don't hear that. You hear maybe like 9. And it's not because Israel is targeting civilians, it's because when they target Hamas hides weapons and munitions that end up exploding that Israel didn't know about, and then Israel's blamed for that, even though Hamas was the ones who were cowardly hiding among civilians. So I debate people on my public Discord. I don't know if you want to debate me about any of that stuff, but if you want to have like talks in Discord with people who know about this shit, I'd recommend just joining Ask Yourself's Discord. Thanks for the donation, super fat boy.
It was a very long time ago, but I was there, but I still did. And I had to do the work that I had to do. Otherwise, I was too creative not to do some work, right? I was too creative. I don't know how it would be for a conservative person. Maybe it'll be a little easier, but I'm not certain because I'm not conservative, so I don't know.
I don't know either. I think there might be some people who can actually...
well, you have one friend who's a mom who stays home and she's very happy, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the first like year, she was also very isolated. That's when I moved away from Toronto. This is my best friend. She had kids. Some of her friends actually at that point did have kids. So she wasn't like when
Debate Donate Tillers, you betrayed the black community. Let's debate on Discord. If you don't want to debate, then watch this video at least.
Oh, Thomas Sowell is the blueprint for this shit. I cannot wait to get to a video I can talk about Thomas Sowell. Oh my God, Thomas Sowell. Oh my God, I'm so tired of hearing.
Thomas Sowell is literally Uncle Ruckus.
I'm so tired. Thomas Sowell, all this conservative black people shit is the same argument. It's like I'm gonna talk about it in the Black Manosphere video. But if you watch watch my little Julesy video, the 2 Julesy videos I did on this B-Sauce channel. All these black now Gen Xers, boomers, and some of the millennials that are on this conservative shit are coming with the same argument. If black people just got their act together, there wouldn't be any more racism. We would have all the things we need. And that's not true. And that's been so clear. That's been clear. That's so well researched. That's so well documented historically. Like, first and foremost, black people built communities in the image of Americana, in the image of capitalism. Black people built communities where they had shops and they had banks and they had all the things. They had all the things they're supposed to have, pick themselves up from their bootstraps historically for over a century and all across America. And what happened? White terrorism burned that shit down every time. Every time. And it's not just Tulsa. Like, if you go and you research black race riots, every time, like literally, if not 100%, a huge percentage of black wealthy communities over 100-year period plus were burned and bombed by white terrorist mobs. That's number one to that whole bootstraps bullshit. Literally burned to the ground. So that's number one. So that happens consistently till about the 60s. Finally, like, the reason why Atlanta has money, if you look at the history of Atlanta, people be like, yo, Atlanta got money, like go to Atlanta. Like, people think of Atlanta, think of black money, which is true. There's a lot of black money here, and it's black old money. The reason why Atlanta is so unique in America is because Atlanta was such a valuable, what's the word I'm looking for? Trade post for the entire country, because it had all these railroads that went through the entire nation that crossed in Atlanta, right? So the Union armies stayed in Atlanta for an extra like 30 years. And when the Union armies were there, guess what couldn't happen? White conservative mobs couldn't so easily blow up black commerce. They couldn't. And because of that, over time, black wealth was able to build up in Atlanta. There's still other issues, because like somebody said in the chat, we're not going to LLC ourselves to liberation. So if you come to Atlanta, you'll see a lot of black money. And it's still niggas in the hood. It's still, the police still shot a dude and didn't go to jail. And we got money in Atlanta. fucking off track. How did I get here? Woo, got me heated with that. It's fucking Thomas Sowell. So let me just finish this, and then I'm gonna run after this. So number one is black folks have been picking themselves up by their bootstraps for generations, for literally centuries in this country, and for 150 plus years they would just burn the shit down, like literally. That's number one. Then for those communities that weren't burned down, you go back to another video on the B-Sides channel with Bellamy Rhea, where we talk about what the fuck is this dude's name? Robert Moses, right? And this is where we start getting into systemic racism. So after they burned shit down, they couldn't do that too much for a while, right? They couldn't just go and bomb and kill everybody. Starting in the 50s and 60s and 70s, you had people like Robert Moses and city planners that everywhere where black communities were starting to burgeon and have money and have success, they literally tore those communities down and built highways through them, destroying the foundation of black wealth in these cities, systemically, unlike your boy Jordan Peterson, who I was gonna talk about, but fuck Jordan Peterson. And that's well documented. And then you start talking about redlining and the prison industrial complex and all this other shit. And don't get me wrong, especially when black folks from the worst communities start talking about their struggle and they want to talk about the pain within community, the black on black crime, the things that happen to black people, from black people in black communities. I don't poo-poo that at all. I don't poo-poo that. And I don't like, should we talk about systemic racism as the core factor? Definitely. But when people want to speak to their hurt, I hate when black bourgeoisie people who've never actually experienced poverty but read about it in a book want to tell folks that's really from the struggle to shut up. Don't do that. But the worst thing is the Candace Owenses and Thomas Sowells and all these other motherfuckers who will say shit like, when the black community in the 1950s, the black economy was doing so well, and then after we got welfare and we aligned with the government, shit. And it's like, no, you can look at the shit. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. So fuck Thomas Sowell, who Kevin Samuels loved, by the way. Kevin Samuels loved him some Thomas Sowell. Because them going on Fox News and repeating that bullshit for
And by the way, Kevin Samuels was a broke retard cocaine addict.
Generations is one of the big reasons why we have so many issues with mobilizing black political power in this country now. Because the first thing you have to do to mobilize black political power is to convince black people that we're not going to pull our pants up out of this problem. All right, so Prim just did a video. Prim is comedy. So like, don't pull Prim in the left tube, y'all. Don't go over to Prim's channel left tubing with that nigga. Let that dude do what he's doing. It's just good comedy. But he did a video on this movie called Lean on Me. I don't remember when this came out. It had to be like the late 80s. And it was based on the true story of the dude with the bat named Joe Clark. Joe Clark was a principal in some rough city, and he went into this city and went to the school and just did some real strong disciplinarian shit. Kicked all the bad kids out of school, just did a whole bunch of shit that if you're from that era, you think that's what we needed. You think we needed tough love. That's what made a Kevin Samuels resonate with so many people, because a lot of black folks, we got so much trauma that we ain't processed, that you get a nigga up here calling you all kinds of names, telling you you ain't shit, telling you you can't be good at life because you don't have a father, and you think that's what you need to hear to get better, and that's not. And so Joe Clark went in there with that energy. He had 1 or 2 successful years and then got fired because you can't fix a systemic issue with extreme discipline. You just can't do it. So they made a movie out of him, and I remember watching the movie as like a 9-year-old, and it horrified me. It traumatized me to watch this movie, because the first 5 minutes of this movie, is the most like low-key racist shit you'll ever see. Somebody say, you smoke crack, don't you? Like, yeah. Because like the movie made the kids look like super predators. Why does he have a bat? Because that was his nickname. He carried a bat around school in case he had to like hit motherfuckers. And of course, yes, the movie was written by a white guy. And so like this movie, they showed this movie to us as when I was a kid so much. It started with, I even missed that. The movie started with the song Welcome to the Jungle.
Jesus. And
it's basically a montage of black kids being violent in like a crazed way. Yarzai just dropped a video about it as well. And so, but it's not just the movie. What I want to point out is that, I'm 40. When I was a kid, I saw this movie every year from like 3rd grade till I graduated high school. They showed us this movie every year. And this movie was so traumatizing. Because it's like, yo, this is not helping. It's not helping us, but they thought that's what it would do. When we talk about the crime, just go and watch some videos with Julesy on the side channel, y'all, for real. Go and watch those 2 videos I did with Julesy on the side channel, because it goes through a lot of this shit. But all this to say, fuck Thomas Sowell. and the book.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell is fucking crazy. He's like pro-segregationism and shit.
When I had Scarlett, I was 24, 25, and I was like 10 years younger than everybody I knew. But she had kids. She was still very isolated. It was very hard for her the first couple of years, but she does really like it. And she wants to homeschool and things. So she does really like it.
Yeah. Is she a more conservative person? Not really, No.
But she's like super agreeable.
Well, the thing is, homeschooling
it's because
is
you're
creative.
Disagreeable. She's super agreeable.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm disagreeable. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so so part of the need for time to pursue what I want is my need for my creative expression to be present, even though those kids are there. I could put away some time for myself.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the worst case scenario is having a mom that's resentful that they weren't able to do things they need.
I never said that type of policing would fix crime. I said there needs to be consequences for fucking criminals or crime is going to get worse. Because crime isn't a product of, I don't know, some hippy-dippy woke bullshit. Oh, everybody's a victim. It's a product of mostly genetics. And if you don't have a system that does something to create harsh enough consequences to disincentivize crime, and just plain and simple lock people up and not let them out, who will just commit crime again, you're going to have worse crime. Book donate chillers, book talk is making women's expectations insane. They're talking about a guy with like, what, 13-inch dick or something? Yeah, it's a little too big. More delusional. Comparing my height 5 feet to my favorite book boyfriend's height. Seems pretty gay. More. All right. Well, thanks for the donation, book.
Needed to do because they needed to have 3 hours of time to themselves per day and they didn't get it.
I wonder for single parents.
Oh my
I
gosh,
imagine
yeah.
that's a real challenge because you got to share the burden at home. It's too much burden for one person. It's a big job.
It's almost too much burden for one person in a relationship if you're a stay-at-home mom and the dad works all the time.
Yeah.
Because that's still kind of alone, depending on the relationship. It's a lot. Like, people need communities, and if they can't get communities, they need help with kids.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch that. That's just fucking boring. Let's watch these. I have to take a shit. Definitely have to take a shit. And I think it's gonna be a big steaming shit. It's probably gonna be a big poop that comes out of my bum. So I might be a minute or two, but I have to go take a dump. But I'll be right back, and after I poop, we will react to more videos. So just give me a minute. Oh man. Oh my god. Pee pee poo poo bum bum. Going Andrew's gay lover donated $2. Let me see. Truck driver needs vision test. I don't know if he fell asleep. That's pretty bad. Gum gum. Is he gonna bite him? What in the fuck is going on here? That's gross. Well, they said no liquids. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Mike Hunt donated $2. Woman forgives her mother's killer and visits him in prison. Upon release, she gives him a job working at the house where he killed her mother. He murders her in the same house. I mean... You've got to be a special kind of stupid. Like, dude, it's... I don't know what's happened to society, but, like, there's this insane... It's like I said before. People don't understand that, like, other people do not think the same way they do. There are fundamental differences between, you know, criminals and just normal functioning human beings. A sane, rational individual, if they fuck up, they're going to realize they fucked up, appreciate the people who forgave them, and not do it again. These sorts of criminals are psychopaths, dumb, just plain straight up retarded. They only care about themselves. They don't give a shit about other people, and they're gonna do dumb criminal fucking shit regardless of how you treat them. That's why people like this need to stay in jail. I don't know when, like, we're gonna figure that out. How it really feels when you keep making it happen for your kids without their dusty-ass dad's help. Okay. I don't know who the hell that is. Who's colonized now, bitch? Indians now own more property in London than native white Britons. Yep. Yep. The laws when it comes to property ownership and shit in the UK are completely fucked. How I feel getting ready to go on dates with boring nice guys because I actually want to be married someday. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Mike Hunt. Debate, donate $2. Andrew is doing open debate. Just tell him in YouTube chat and he'll debate you.
Yeah, it looks like it's working on the cell phone as well.
Oh, why am I not subscribed?
What the hell happened here?
20 minutes. Fuck me.
Must be something up
Well,
with the
it
app.
sounds like
One
he's
second.
only debating people on TikTok. There's no way I'm getting in. There is just no chance. He's got over 2,000 viewers. Thanks for the donation, debate.
Healthcare killer Luigi Mangione has been charged with terrorism.
Suspected United Healthcare killer, a New York State grand jury indicted Mangione on multiple charges related to the December 4th, 2024 shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The charges included first-degree murder in the furtherance of terrorism and second-degree murder as a crime of terrorism, as well as additional counts of criminal possession of a weapon and possession of a forged instrument. Now, the terrorism charges are notable. The prosecutors argued that Mangione committed the murder to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence government policy, violating New York's anti-terrorism statutes. Mangione has been extradited to New York to face these charges. His attorney, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, has indicated plans to contest the charges, asserting that DA Alvin Bragg overcharged Mangione. At the time of his arrest, authorities found a 3D printed ghost gun, a suppressor, and a handwritten manifesto expressing animosity towards the U.S. healthcare system. Now, as usual for my substantive questions about New York criminal law, I've reached out to former AUSA and current New York criminal defense lawyer Mitch Epner about the indictments and why the feds are involved. So Mitchell, what we have here looks like a pretty straightforward murder case, so why would Alvin Bragg decide to add the terrorism charge?
Well, let me start, Devin, by agreeing with you. This is a very strange choice by the prosecution. They may have managed to indict Mr. Mangione for the one crime that he has a good defense to. The reason for bringing a murder one charge, which is a very particular thing under New York law, as opposed to a murder two charge, is I think they want the headlines of saying that they charged him with murder one as opposed to murder two. And we can talk in a moment about what the substantive differences are between them, but the
Chinese cat lady donate $2. Please sub to this channel. Oh. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful kitty. Wow. That's a really nice kitty. I love kitties. Kitties are the best. Cats are life. Life is cats. So cute. Uh-oh. Gummy just took a big stinky shit. Oh, don't let the kitty attack the pigeons. That's not nice. Oh, that's good. The cat didn't go after the pigeon. Oh no, he's a blind kitty. Yeah, it looks like he has cataracts or something. Or maybe I'm wrong. No, he's blind. Oh, that's a nice kitty. You should take him home. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, Chinese cat lady.
The most basic difference in terms of if they get a conviction is if he is convicted of murder one under these circumstances, the required punishment will be life without the possibility of parole. Whereas if he's only convicted of murder two without the special circumstances of terrorism, there would be the possibility that 20 years down the road, he would be eligible for parole. Having said that, I cannot imagine a circumstance under which Mr. Mangione would be considered a good candidate for parole at any point in his life.
Is there any substantive difference between murder two and murder one with the terrorism charge?
Yeah, that's the big thing. There is a difference in penalty because if convicted of murder one on the basis of terrorism, then the penalty is required to be life without possibility of parole.
Okay, and if Mangione is convicted of murder two and was up for parole, do you think he would be continually denied?
I think it's the latter. I think that if he is convicted on murder two, and he lives long enough to see his parole date, there would be a pro forma parole hearing 20 years from now, 30 years from now, and it would be like the early scenes in Shawshank Redemption where they just rubber.
Chat donated $2. MED in chat said you have this disease. Please address the accusations.
Now this is a common mistake.
I've had cats most of my life, so I might have gotten toxoplasmosis.
Stereotype, the single lady who lives next door and you hear the meows echoing through the walls, or maybe it's your aunt or grandma with a whole clouder of cats. Whoever it is, she is known as the crazy cat lady. And stereotypes or not, there could be some actual psychological risks from hanging around so many kitties if just one of them is harboring a parasite. See, there is a parasite that sexually produces only inside cats, and it's called Toxoplasma gondii. And if that parasite gets into a human, it can result in a full-blown infection called toxoplasmosis, which could be bad news for your body and your mind. T. gondii have really tough eggs, and when animals like rats or birds eat them, even just through contaminated water, they become intermediate hosts. Once that bird or rat makes its way inside of a cat, however that happens, in the kitty's gut, the parasite will mature, mate, and sexually reproduce. And eventually the cat will poop out more eggs, which continues the cycle. In a human or other intermediate host, T. gondii can still hatch, but only reproduce asexually. They're dangerous, though, because parasites can enter your bloodstream and infect almost any kind of cell, including immune cells. An immune cell is like a Trojan horse, letting T. gondii sneak around and invade more specialized tissues like muscle cells and brain cells. Once parasites get into your central nervous system, they can hide out in cysts and infect you for life. But you might not show any symptoms, or if you do, it's just like a mild flu. Some estimates say over a third of all humans have toxoplasmosis without knowing it. As a human's immune system gets weaker over time, the parasitic cysts can cause some more severe symptoms. An infected person can develop muscle weakness, poor coordination, seizures, or permanent damage to the brain and eyes, which is not great. And if a pregnant woman is infected, she could pass the parasites on to her baby. On top of that, there's evidence that links T. gondii infection to psychological conditions too. One study monitored the mental health of nearly 46,000 women from Denmark who had their newborn babies screened for T. gondii antibodies, which were passed on. The researchers then followed up on the mother's medical and psychiatric information for up to 14 years and found that infected women seemed to have more risk of depression, anxiety, and self-harm later in life. Many studies suggest that T. gondii affects how a couple of different neurotransmitters work too. These are the chemicals that travel between neurons all over the body, not just in the brain. And when neurotransmitters get imbalanced, that can lead to physical and mental illnesses. One 2011 mouse study from the University of Leeds showed that T. gondii infection in brain cells led to higher dopamine levels because the parasite makes an enzyme that controls how dopamine is made. Dopamine helps regulate parts of the brain tied to pleasure, mostly the amygdala and the nucleus accumbens. But too much dopamine flooding the brain has been linked with illnesses that distort thoughts and moods, like psychosis, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder. A more recent study in 2016 showed that T. gondii infection can also mess up a protein that transports glutamate, which is usually an excitatory neurotransmitter that makes neurons more easily activated. Failed transporters lead to a glutamate buildup in the space between neurons all over the nervous system, like a chemical traffic jam. This is called excitotoxicity, and it basically overstimulates the nerve cells, causing parts of them to go haywire and start breaking down. So dysregulation of glutamate is linked with neurodegenerative diseases like ALS, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. And another study from 2012 found that parasite-hijacked immune cells start releasing a bunch of GABA. GABA is usually an inhibitory neurotransmitter, which means it can keep neurons from firing as much. When it interacts with the amygdala, for instance, GABA can help control feelings of fear and anxiety. So way too much GABA could presumably make someone feel fearless, like how severely infected mice seem to be less afraid of cats and get eaten more often. That way the parasites can continue their life cycles. But even with all this research, other studies have suggested that there isn't a significant association between toxoplasmosis and mental disorders. A study from Duke University took blood samples from just over 800 people to look for T. gondii.
This was actually 7 years ago. There was actually, I don't know, I think it might have been a culmination of like case reports or case series, but there was actually a pretty strong indication that toxoplasmosis infections were associated with schizophrenia.
There
was a clear
antibodies
trend.
and did other surveys and tests to collect data about their behavior. About 28% of their participants tested positive for parasite antibodies, but the researchers didn't find a significant association with schizophrenia, depression, or other mental disorders, or any link to impulsive activities like crime or car accidents. So
No.
research in this field is tricky
Gum gum
because
no.
animal models like mice aren't entirely comparable to humans, but it'd also
No,
be
gum
super
gum.
unethical to do
out
controlled
of there.
experimental studies on
Get out.
humans, like giving people toxoplasmosis and monitoring their brains. But there is no reason to ditch your cats. They bring happiness and cuddles. There is so many positive health outcomes associated with having a fuzzy thing in your house. Just be careful around their poop, like make sure it doesn't go in your mouth. Try to keep them from eating mice and birds, if that's possible, and make sure your food is cooked properly so you don't accidentally eat.
Yeah, I love cats.
Rubber stamped denied each time.
What makes someone a good or bad candidate for parole?
A bad candidate for parole is somebody who committed a crime of violence, check, who did it with malice aforethought, check, and who seemed to show no remorse, check. No matter what he does in the future, I cannot imagine a situation where a parole board would say this man, Luigi Mangione, appears to have understood that what he did was wrong, since he seems so clearly at this moment to believe that what he did was right.
So what does the prosecution need to prove for murder one with the terrorism aggravated factor on top of what they would normally need to show for murder in the second degree?
So murder in the second degree is very simple. You intended to kill somebody. You did it intentionally, you didn't do it in self-defense. That is as open and shut a case as I can imagine, because they have Mr. Mangione doing it on videotape, approaching somebody from behind, shooting him 3 times, starting in his leg, and then shooting him twice in the back. And I take at face value the public disclosures that they have many different ways to tie Mr. Mangione to the murder, including the fact that he was found in possession of the murder weapon. So that is as open and shut a murder 2 case as I can imagine. Murder 1, on the other hand, will require proof as to what Mr. Mangione was thinking at the time he did this. And they would have to prove, and I'm reading now, intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policy of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of a unit of government. And that is a very hard thing to prove. They will have to prove that when he killed Mr. Thompson, he didn't do it because he hated Mr. Thompson alone, or because he hated the way Mr. Thompson ran United Healthcare alone, but rather that he had some broader policy agenda to intimidate people in order to change the way in which government worked or the general populace conducted themselves. That's a very hard thing to do. One of the basic things that I was taught as a trial practitioner is keep it simple, stupid. The KISS principle. If you can win your case by proving 4 things, don't try to increase the degree of difficulty by proving 12 things. The increase in what they have to prove here is enormous, and I think it violates the KISS principle very fundamentally.
Black pill is a theory that the majority of your success when it comes to dating is based on your looks. It's basically what it is.
Mentally.
It's reported that Mangione's manifesto reads, quote, "Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the US by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy. No, the reality is this indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and that they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument, but many have illuminated corruption and greed decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. So is it possible that a jury could look at these writings and conclude beyond reasonable doubt that by executing the CEO...
George and I love to watch your streams and videos. George is my favorite person in the whole wide world. He recently lost his life partner Mildred. He is sad.
Gummy, what the hell are you doing? I really don't like how he sits on my desk right there. I might have to put like a cushion on the side. Oh, poor kitty. He lost his friend. Oh, what a sweet kitty. Oh, I love kitties. I wish kitties would live forever. They're so sweet. That's a nice kitty. Thanks for the donation, Jania.
Of United Healthcare, he did intend to bring about some kind of change in U.S. healthcare for the purposes of the terrorism aggravated factor.
Make sure you give him lots of love and attention so he feels better.
Have to prove much more than that. They would have to prove not just that he intended to bring about change, but that he intended to do it by intimidating the people in the government. It's not enough to raise the issue and say, hey, here are the things that I think are bad about United Healthcare, why I'm deciding to kill this person. But they essentially have to put the people in government in fear that if they don't act to make the changes that he's advocating, that they will get killed also. That's what a terrorism enhancement looks like.
Now, obviously, if you're charged with terrorism, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data that they will get a conviction on murder too, which is a lesser included offense. What do you think about that?
That's possible. I think it's also highly possible that they've done it because they want the headlines of saying they're seeking murder in the first degree.
Now, by bringing in this terrorism charge, is it possible that the prosecutors are making their lives unnecessarily difficult in a way that might backfire?
So there are a couple of additional thoughts. One is that the problem for the prosecution in doing it this way is when they make his intent not just relevant, but an element of the crime, they're going to give him, if they go to trial, the world's biggest soapbox to say all of these things. And that is raising the possibility of jury nullification. Jurors may or may not agree with what he did. Some jurors might identify with Mr. Thompson, but some jurors might think that United Healthcare is a really awful organization and have sympathy with Mr. Mangione, or at least Mr. Mangione's grievances against United Healthcare. All of that could have been kept out of a Murder 2 trial, and all of that would have to come into a Murder 1 trial. And then the second thing is Mr. Mangione has as his attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo, who is was a veteran of about 30 years in the Manhattan DA's office. She left relatively recently. She is as well-versed, well-connected, and well-experienced a lawyer as you're going to find. And I suspect that...
Here is another one of George and Mildred. When she passed, George actually cried. It broke my heart. He lays on her grave most days.
Aww. Poor Mildred and poor George. Oh, those are sweet, lovely kitties. I love kitties. All you can do is give them the best life you can. Just make sure you give George as much love and cuddles as as he wants. Just make him feel better. I love kitties. Oh, they're so nice. Well, thanks for the donation, Jania. Appreciate it.
Any good defense argument she will raise. They do not have a walkover here. They have a very skilled advocate on the other side.
And any idea when this trial will be scheduled and actually take place?
I have no idea when trial will take place. I am certain that the defense, given the fact that that Mr. Mangione will be held without bail.
Oob, donate $2. Thoughts on moral realism? It's fucking stupid. There are no good arguments for moral realism, just like how there'd be no arguments for, like, I don't know, taste realism. Like, there's some objective way to prove that pineapple on pizza tastes bad. Same with moral realism. There's no objective way to prove that there are moral truths, just like how there's no way to objectively prove there are taste truths. Thanks for the donation, though, Oob.
Almost certainly at Rikers, which is about as bad a place as you can find on the planet, will want to have trial as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mitch, but hold tight because I have a few questions about the federal prosecution as well. Now, the Department of Justice has also indicted Mangione of murder through the use of a firearm, 2 stalking charges, and a firearms offense. The federal prosecutors claimed jurisdiction because Mangione traveled in interstate commerce when he took a bus from Atlanta to New York before the shooting. And the indictment alleges that he used interstate facilities by using a cell phone and the internet to plan and carry out the stalking, shooting, and killing of Brian Thompson in the vicinity of West 54th Street and 6th Avenue in Manhattan. And as part of that showing, they charged Mangione with 2 counts of stalking. Basically, the federal prosecutors seem to be establishing that they have jurisdiction for the prosecution. Now, some of the highlights of the affidavit by FBI agent David Cobb include a photograph of the gun that agents found with Mangione, a handwritten diary with entries such as, quote, "I'm glad in a way that I've procrastinated because it allowed me to learn more about acronym for company number 1. The notebook entry also stated that the target is insurance because it checks every box." And quote, "The investor conference is a true windfall, and most importantly, the message becomes self-evident." And later on in the entry, the notebook describes an intent to, quote, "whack the CEO of one of the insurance companies at the investor conference." There's also a letter addressed to the, quote, "feds," which reads, quote, "I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and a lot of patience." The Fed letter also states, quote, "P.S. You can check serial numbers to verify this is all self-funded, my own ATM withdrawals." Now, needless to say, this does not look good for Mangione from a criminal defense perspective. So let's go back to Mitch Ebner. Mitch,
seems like he was planning on being caught. It's really odd.
Why do you think it was important for the feds to indict for the same conduct here?
I would absolutely expect that once the Trump administration is in place, that they will seek the death penalty against Mr. Mangione, which is, as I just said, a penalty that would not be available if there were prosecution under New York state law.
And who's likely to prosecute first, the federal government or the state?
I know for a fact that there are laws and rules about how the decision gets made by the courts about which prosecution goes first. I imagine that over the next few weeks and months, that will be sorted out. Ordinarily, this gets sorted out by an agreement amongst the prosecutors about which case will go first. So under those circumstances, ordinarily you would expect that the state and the feds would decide who went first. Here, given the relationship between the New York law enforcement authorities who prosecuted Donald Trump only recently in the Manhattan DA's office and the Trump DOJ, I'm not certain that that will be a easy conversation. We'll keep paying attention.
Thanks so much, Mitch. It's always incredible to talk to people who have a completely different point of reference when it comes to the law. Now, this video was only possible with the help of today's sponsor, Nebula. Now, my first video on the United
100 milligrams a week is what I'm taking, getting it medic.
You know what? I am very tired. I think we'll react to this video tomorrow and probably this, the debate Destiny had with the crazy fucking pro-Palestine tired. But I'm gonna go nighty-night. I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so see you all then. And sweet dreams.